We are on with racing. Very good morning and welcome. Immaculate timing, Colin.
That was rather tight, wasn't it?
That was a bit tight, wasn't it? Okay, we can't mention reaction times because it is racing. Both green light. They race to half track, which is about there, and it is on a hole shot. Jack Taylor. 0.5 to a 0.19 on the tree, and that was pretty much the end of that, to be honest with you. Jack was a little bit further off his dial-in, but had the hole shot. So Jack Taylor moves on. Ellie. Short trip home, just round to Rushden. So, Eva Davis in the Kestrel Lane. Is this her debut weekend,
It is,
Colin?
yeah. First ever race.
Okay.
This is.
And what a crew she's got as well. All
Yeah,
a fame
it's
tuner.
a bit famous, aren't they?
Well, I was just going to say, thank you very much indeed, sir. Right. Do you know what? I've just been handed the Pro Mod personal bests, and there's loads of red going on, which means it's at this event. How cool is that?
Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it?
Really, really good, isn't it? So, yeah, Eva Davis. Oh, we got two. Sorry. Yeah, Eva Davis with the Little Mayhem Dragster, 8.06. She's in the Kestrel Lane. Dad Nick walks away. Taking on Fiddly Fag. Finley is going to go first. So the tree runs in Finley's lane first. He's off and running. Followed by Eva. Again, another green light race. Well, something's fallen off of Finley's car. As long as Eva doesn't break out, which she doesn't, she takes her first ever round win. Well, look at those gentlemen down there happy on the start line, Mr. Davis and Mr. Loring. Not sure what happened to Finn's car.
No, I can't quite tell what that is. I can see something, but I can't see what it is. So just on a very quick retrieval. Well, I don't think we're going to be too long. I'll tell you what, I've just got to do a little bit of housekeeping. It's going to be a very quick pause, but Nitro FM, if you could just take it with a couple of adverts. I need to go and do something, so I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so we are back, and I managed to sort the paperwork out that I needed to, despite basically I had a race programme, and well, I don't know where it ended up, so I grabbed another one, and somebody had taken the centre page out of it, so I didn't have a timetable on it.
That's probably what they wanted, was the timetable, just like you.
Oh dear, there we go. Well,
we'll leave that open
wasn't the reason for the delay, though, honestly, folks.
No, hopefully Finn is okay, and the car is okay. Congratulations to Eva Davis on her first ever round win. Pro ET into the lanes, please. Could we have Pro ET for round 1 into the pairing lanes? That's working. No. Okay, so Damien Redshaw. No, it's got to be working. Yeah. Okay, Damien Redshaw, Kestrel Lane, 9.00 against a 9.02 for Chevy Check-It. Virtually nothing in it on the tree. Let's see if we can see the difference off the start line. I can see Letty hanging over the barrier over there as well. Come on, big sis. Well, Chevs is way out in front, actually, as long as she doesn't break out, which she does. Oh, she had loads of room. She had a massive hole shot as well. 0.7 on the tree to a 0.23. Damien Redshaw really got away with one there. I'll be honest, all Chevy had to do was not break out that time, and she did. But I saw Emma say damn then. You said damn, didn't you? Yeah, something like that. Give her a clip round the ear, Letty, when you see her later. Tom Peters and Jake Cooper up next.
Right, darlings, for these two. Jake, 8.98, but leaving first will be Tom Peters, 9.45.
Yeah, racing to the 8th mile, half-track distance between the start line and the big gantry at the finish line. This is bracket racing. Those are their predicted times. The tree will be staggered based on what they dial in. There we go. You could see Tom Peters move first. However, Jake Cooper's already gone round him. Once again, don't break out Jake. And he doesn't, so he takes the win. So Tom Peters, yeah, 0.3 on the tree.
Right, well, we've seen Jake go through. I wonder if his brother Kai can do the same thing. Darling of 8.93, going alongside Harry Peters. In actual fact, it is a Peters versus Cooper match-up part 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Harry Peters is obviously Tom's brother.
So Harry over there in the Kestrel lane. Not sure what they're doing. Are they strapping him in or? Anyway, Kai Cooper was number 12 qualifier, Harry number 28. Not that that matters now, it's all about win lights. There we go. Gets the thumbs up from the team. Conditions are noticeably different today, cooler. There's still that tailwind. It is forecast to get sunnier as the day goes on.
Yeah, I was chatting to some of the racers already and go, ooh, got the weather stations at 200 foot below today.
Below sea level.
Yeah.
So basically, if anyone gets hold of it in a heads-up class,
they're going to fly.
Absolutely that. 3 horsepower, as Mr. Costa said.
Oh, and it's Kai that goes red.
First red light of the day goes to Kai Cooper. Bit of a dubious honour.
So it's honours shared between the Peters family and the Cooper family.
Comp Eliminator as well, please, into the lanes. Comp Eliminator for round number 1. I think there might be some missing from round 1 in comp this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah.
A few? Oh dear, okay. Ted Sullivan, Grace Smith. Teddy with the Bulldog in the Kestrel lane. 8.25 and a 9.12 for Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey. Both away with green lights. Can Ted Run Grace down. It's going to be really close, actually, and he does indeed take the win. Well, Grace had a really big advantage off the start line. She was 03.16. But when it counted, Teddy Sullivan was there first by 0.17. Yeah, car fell a bit off pace. I've just realised, is that Gabby helping out her brother down there on the start line? I think it is. She's not Gabby McDonald anymore because she's married. But yeah, over there on the start line, I do think that is Gabby helping out brother Liam. I was trying to work out who it was yesterday because I'm sure I've seen the face before. Anyway, Kestrel side the racetrack. That is points leader for Lucas Oil Junior Dragster in the UK. That's Liam McDonald from Ireland. I think it is anyway. I'm sorry if it isn't Gab. Against Marie Camilleri from Montpellier. Qualified 4 and 20, but let's face it, it's racing. There's nothing in it. So the car from France in the Slick Tricks lane will be going first. Well, we'll be getting the green first. Got the green first. I think already Liam may have gone past her. As long as he doesn't break out, which he doesn't, turns on the win light. 8:14. Yeah, he had a big margin at the finish line as well, 0.36. So, Daniel Todd, the Dragon Slayer himself, taking on Jacqueline Bartlett, whose mum is the new European speed record holder in Top Fuel.
I was rather happy about that last night.
What, Suze?
Yeah, very happy.
Jacqueline probably wasn't fussed, but Suzanne was, I'm sure. Kids are never impressed by their parents, no matter what they do, even if they're the fastest person in Europe. It makes no difference.
So 927 plays 794.
So Daniel's going to go first. There he goes. Another green. We haven't had many red lights this round one, actually. Another green light race. Look at that. Jacqueline takes the win. Off pace for Daniel Todd, unfortunately. He did have a start line advantage of 0.05 of a second, but quite a bit further off the dial-in, unfortunately for him. Jacqueline was only a few hundredths off. Keith Bartlett goes over to shake Mark Todd's hands and says, "Please, can I buy the GTO?"
That was no. He's probably going. That was for Pinks, wasn't it?
Oh, there, that was it. Yeah, we're racing, kids racing for their dad's cars. Oh, blimey, that's going to start some arguments, isn't it?
Max Taylor and Harley Cousel. Max 945, Harley 796. So Harley going to be trying all he can to get around Max before the start.
I think he's going to get there. It's whether he breaks out or not, and he doesn't. Two very happy Maras at the bottom of the banking. Well done. What are you doing over there, not over here? Anyway, it's fine. Okay. No, it's a good place to cheer from. It's all right. Well done, Harley. Harley with a 0.10 to a 0.19. That was pretty much the difference in that race. So, Elifag in the Kestrel lane, 8:01. Right, wow, look at that. 100th of a second difference in the dial-in against Luke Mugridge.
Yeah, Luke number 2 in the points chase at the moment. Liam is in the lead. He's just gone through into round 2. And that was before qualification added in, I must add.
We don't need to tell you who left first, considering the light came on pretty much at the same time. up to Luke not to break out, which he doesn't. Backs off nicely. Closer to the dial-in was Ellie Fagg, but a .28 light made the difference. That was an 0-1 for Luke Muggeridge. Those Muggeridge boys are lethal on the track.
They are. Emmy Crundwell and Daniel Weir. Really liking the look of that Violet Hayes dragster, even down to the anodised purple wheels, or violet, we should say. Looks really good.
So just over a second on the tree in favour of Emmy. Emmy was actually the number 32 qualifier. Not that means a lot again in junior dragster.
Oh. Well, here's Tom Cruise Abbott.
Tom Cruise Abbott, yeah.
Yeah, that works. I'll take that one. It's better than my other nicknames.
Well, Emmy actually rolled through stage, unfortunately. Yeah, she went to roll in and just kept rolling, and it was too late because Daniel Weir was in stage and he takes the win with an 8.05. I'm guessing Emmy, no, she's still trying to stage the car, bless her. No. She was still trying to stage the car and didn't realise that she'd rolled too far forward and the stage lights had gone out. That was a good win for Harley.
Yeah, and Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, the track's deceivingly slow today. Yeah, the track's deceivingly slow. The tailwind and the air temperature says that we should be running a lot faster than we are today.
Is that right?
Mm.
Yeah. So is it just because it's been freshly prepped, do you think that might be slowing them down?
Well, an unprepped track actually makes the junior go faster because we don't get stuck to the track.
That's what I mean. So no, but this has been prepped. That's what I mean. It's just been freshly done. But that's no different to the last 3 days, is it?
No, it's actually a lot slicker than it has been previously because there's no rubber down yet.
Right, pin your ears back, Mr. D.A. Pierce. You've lost something and it's been handed into us in the tower. Mr. D.A. Pierce, check your pockets, we've got something of yours. And if you'd like to let somebody know at the foot of the tower in the catering area, and that somebody will come up and retrieve that.
So this should be a good race. Harry Redshaw taking on Lara Bartlett. Both of these drivers are championship potential, and in fact Harry has won a championship. He is currently number 9, but won the championship a couple of years ago.
It's a green light drag race. Both of them with better reaction times than almost everyone in round 1. It's a win for Lara. Harry, she takes out the number 1 qualifier as well. Harry Redshaw was first off the line with an 0.3, but he was further off of his dial-in because he broke out. He took the stripe by 0.8, but it was too quick. That's actually the first breakout lot. No, it isn't, I beg your pardon. Sorry, there was Chev as well. I don't want to say that again. I know Emma can hear me.
Right, well, Molly, they couldn't get any closer to the central part of the racetrack. I mean, that is, what, a rear tyres width?
Well, it's kind of both of them way out of the groove, aren't they? I guess it's a preference thing, is it, Tom?
Yeah, today, on a day like today where the track's so even across the track, this is literally just personal preference where you want to put the car in the lane.
So do you think it's better for juniors, they actually get off the line quicker if they stage out of the groove?
Well, it depends how sticky the groove is. I put Jack right on the outside of the groove.
Okay.
Just so he's a little bit further away from the tree, because it does affect your reaction times quite a bit.
Well, a lot of driving the finish line going on, and it is Mackenzie Love the winner, 0.7 to a 0.3. Molly Openshaw broke out trying to stay in front. There was no way she was going to win that one, unfortunately. Yeah, the other thing as well with the junior dragster, if you stage in the middle, the tree's kind of in front of you. If you stage right off to the side, you really have to look to your left or right. A long way. Does that make any difference or not? Not really.
Again, just personal preference.
Okay. What you're used to, I suppose.
Yeah.
Teddy Howe and Ada Cassisi. Ada still number 3 in the National Championship points chase coming into this meeting.
Yeah, Teddy Howell looking for a 12.67. He's been a long way in events before. He's been all the way to the semi-finals, I think, of one event. Ada Kasisi was a finalist at your last meeting. She's looking for the put your kettle on dial in 9.90. She wiggles her way forwards into stage. Teddy's going to leave first by roughly 3 seconds.
Wow. There he goes. This is a proper race, actually, between these
excellent.
two. Both, I can't say any more than they both had excellent reaction times. I think Ada's going to get there. It's just whether she breaks out, and she doesn't. Well done to Ada Kasisi. That was a proper race as well. Ada was 0-2 on the tree, but she got beat off the line by Teddy Howe with an 0-1. So it is Ada moving on. Both of the low funds team moving on to round 2. Not that you're happy about it, Marco.
Right, Neve Deavy and Freddie Taylor. We've just got 2 pairs to go in the juniors. The Darlings then, 790, 890. Basically, they can't go any quicker, otherwise, well,
Yeah.
right on the cusp of their class index, or class quick
Limits.
point. Limit, that's the word I was looking for. I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, so it's easy to choose, or it's easy to say how quick the difference will be between them. That's going to be a second.
Oh, doesn't matter. Neve goes red by 0004. Oh. So Freddie Taylor takes the win with a very nice 799. But yeah, 0004 red. How tight was that? Last pair then, Richard Wilcox and Lola Bell Kent. .50 plays 9.1. Lola Bell, her side of the tree will run 0.6 of a second in front of Richards.
So yeah, Richard was number 1 qualifier for a long to the last session, I think, last night, wasn't it? Almost the last run of the weekend in qualifying. Mr. Rebshaw, excuse me, nipped him. I think we may have the 2-seaters down there. I don't know whether we've got the 2-seater just yet, or we've got. Yes, looks like Pro ET. His next car, isn't it?
Oh, and it is going to be Richard Wilcox going through. Lola Bell 002 red. Oh, so close.
That's
Well,
not a
Richard
nice
went 0.1 red. Obviously, the green light came on the tree, but he goes through with an 856 on an 850. He'll be tough to beat on the next round. Yeah, that was 2 red lights in a row, actually. That was so close.
Well, it was just because the tree ran in Lola's lane. She was actually the lesser of the 2 red lights.
Yes.
But we don't do it that way. It's 2 red lights first.
Right, it is the 2-seater dragster. Let's have a look, see who our passengers are today.
Please give little Emmy Cromwell a round of applause as she takes the car back to the pits. Unfortunately, she had issues staging the car, but she'll be back for the next event.
Obviously, because the 2-seater has run very early in the day, I haven't had the message from Paul Brown yet. But what I can do is a couple of quick shout-outs. Luke Stevenson in Comp Eliminator, also a fellow voice up here in the tower. He said, can we give a shout-out to Tom Herbert and White Label Consulting and Managed Services for lending me his spare race car this weekend. So, yeah, Luke very happy, and Luke looking to go rounds today.
Spare race car, that's got to be a thing to have, isn't it?
And also Kieran Ashley, it's his birthday today, and Emma says, can we give him a big birthday shout out? So from everybody in the Checkett family, happy birthday to Kai.
Some of the things people post make me die, doesn't it? But if Have you seen that one? It's just his response slip.
See the following ones.
You'd think they'd all want to kill each other rather than race each other, wouldn't you, really? There we go.
Let me guess what class that's about.
Go on.
Is it super gas?
Good, well,
Yeah.
That's what I introduced them as a bunch of complete takers, otherwise called super gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Paul Brown and Passenger with the 2-seater dragster. Thought that was a perfect then, but it wasn't. 0-1 light for Paul.
That's still good by anyone else's standards, really. And a 790 at 170 miles an hour.
Okay, so I think we've lost Daryl for a little bit.
It's the thing about it was Andy did his perfect TT post, and he said Dave thought we'll kill it perfect. There's a 2 at the end.
Dear, the crazy world of social media and drag racing. It's a perfect mix, isn't it?
Brilliant, isn't it? Well, unfortunately, this first pair, Marie Mills, was due to be racing Thomas Bublitz, and Thomas didn't make the run. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, there's something on the racetrack. The car was leaking down there, so he wasn't able to move forward and take his place against Marie. Marie gets an easy one, 10.56 for a round win. I'm sure
Yeah,
they'll
nice
take
actually on a 10.50 dial. Still taking it all the way through. She needs the data, if you like, to know where to dial the car in for the rest of the day, because obviously the air is superb out there today.
By that we mean the air density, the altitude. Lower air density, the better the conditions are, which mean, as Dick said, 3 horsepower.
And also we've still got the tailwind as well. So yeah, if somebody wants to go and try and set records or
Today's
personal
the
best,
day.
today's the day. But then you've got to dial it in if you're a bracket class.
Yeah.
Otherwise you have the fear of breaking out.
Well, you said,
for it.
Tom, that was really bizarre. What Tom said, though, is that everyone should be going a lot faster, quicker than they are. Which, well, we'll see if it works.
Well, the DA doesn't really affect the juniors as much as it does any other car.
Okay.
But we've only got 1 cylinder and it's not very big. So our performance gain, the percentage gain will probably be the same, but in reality it means we probably gain a horsepower, which can be outdone by if you've eaten a burger in the morning or not.
Burgers for breakfast. Is that junior dragster breakfast to win, is it?
Well, it's probably the leftovers from the barbecue the night before.
Actually, yeah. Yeah, there's a few of those going on. Right, next pair, rolling round. Pontiac versus a Camaro. Daniel Fulton. Oh, you'll love this one as well. I mistakenly mistook Daniel Fulton for Dave. I went up to apologise as well for calling him Don't Live Dave this morning. He was very nice about it, and I said, well, you look just similar, whatever. It's because I've never spoken to him, so I'm sure he'll be coming to find me after that. Anyway. So it's Daniel Fulton, Slick Tricks Lane, and that gorgeous Camaro of Warren, yeah.
Yeah, he's down there.
Once again, what you're looking at, folks, is what we call bracket racing. Build whatever car you like and pick your time between 8.50 and 10.99, and the tree will be staggered based on that prediction, and then it's whoever gets to the finish line first without going too quick. If you go too quick, it's what we call a breakout, and you're out.
Yeah, there's more ways to lose than there is to win. There's one way to win.
Plenty. I think the most commonplace way to win is luck. But funny enough, talking to Dan this morning, I did have a little chat with him, and he said, yeah, he said that it's, he said that I'm doing that. He said that the car's fine. He said everything's fine. It's just the class is so competitive. He just needs to do better. And I said, mate, you did really, really, really well. It's just the level is so high, and it's so tough, obviously. However, he's doing himself a disservice, really, because he was number 8 qualifier, which in Pro ET is a pretty good measure. So just over a second head start for the Pontiac and the Slick Tricks Lane, 10.10 and 9.03 for Warren Watts. He's been in the 8s a lot of times, though, this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, the fear is he doesn't want to go back into the 8s again on this run.
Well, not now he's dialed a 903.
Yeah.
That gives him a little bit of wriggle room, though, doesn't it? At the finish line. Well, no reaction time prizes.
Oh, the win margin.
Yeah, I was just going to
0-0-1.
I was trying to work that out because he had a 6 of it. Warren Watts takes the win. He was 0.6 better on the tree, but yeah, the win margin. Daniel Fulton was close to his dial-in. 0.001. Is that a thousandth or a 10,000?
That is
a thousandth. Yeah.
All right, Jason Pickett. His prize for qualifying 17th is you get your #1 qualifier, Mason Griffiths.
Yeah, Mason has really been on it. He's been on or about 9 flat, 8.99 every single run, apart from one where he didn't make the run last night, I don't think. Jason Pickett as well, dials a 1070. That's a little quicker than he's dialed up to this point. Jason's a member of the Gasser Circus, another one of the great classes in UK drag racing. When's their next event actually? Is it Dragstouting? Blimey. Sorry?
3 inches.
3 inches, that win margin, the last one. That's amazing. Jason Pickett breaks out. What an unbelievable race.
That was a super
The
race.
numbers really quickly. Mason Griffiths had a 100th off the start line. He was 100th off of his dial-in. But Jason Pickett, there was a little gap for him to squeeze into, but he just went a bit too quick. Into the 10.6s, 10.68. Too quick.
0-2 light, though, he'll be happy with that. And the car is just going so well.
Well, no one's going to be able to tell who won that one at the finish line, I don't think.
Oh, just a little bit of concern with Lee Morris, but...
Yeah. The marshal saying, look, he's cleaned the underside of it. You've got to take a look at this.
That has implications, actually, because in the points chase, Lee Morris was leading. And he's out in round 1. Laura Bainton taking the win.
It's a moment like that at the end of the year when you're totting up all the points at the national finals that may make the difference. 10.36 on the 30 for Laura.
I mean, although Lee had 540 points on second place Amy Watkins, Jess Bishop not racing this weekend, which is a real shame because she's third in the 100.
I thought I saw a post on Thursday or so that say they'd actually fixed it.
So yeah, it's with Lee Morris out, it is a chance for the Watkins family, as in Amy Watkins is number 2 in the points and Neil Watkins is number 4.
Oh dear, it's obviously not a serious problem because he's driving back to the pits, but there was something leaking, and you never know. If he'd have stood on it and put everything under pressure, it may have got worse. So Stevie Gates with the Duster, the Ziva Duster in the Kestrel Lane, 9.47, 9.62 for John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. John's going to go first by 0.15. When he stages. There we go. They both go green, which is always a bonus, especially in elimination. On a hole shot. On a sizable hole shot. Stevie Gates was only 100th off his dial-in, but a 0.19 was his undoing. 0.5 to John Dalrymple. He was quite a way off his dial, but the finish line took the strike.
All right, battle of the white cars then. Dave Fulton and Bob Molden. Dave qualified number 3. He was number 1 qualifier off the trailer. And,
Probably taken all the comments to heart, I would have thought.
He does, yeah. And then he throws them away when no one's looking. Alongside Bob Molden. Bob at 9.38, Dave 9.40, just 2 hundredths of a second difference on the tree.
We'll see both of these in action in Super Gas in a little while
Yeah.
too. However, this time they can actually run all out, can't they? They don't have to try and run the same number, although it ain't far off, is it? Look, 200ths of a second. Nothing in it on the tree.
Side by side all the way, and it is Dave Fulton that takes it on a 41-40 dial. Bob Bolden breaks out by a hair's breadth. 9.37 with an 8 on a 9.38 dial. Bob took the stripe but broke out. So close.
Yeah, Bob had 100th on the line. That was so very, very close as well.
It was. But neither will be proud of the reaction times, but it's a win for Dave.
Yeah, they both left a lot of room for the other guys to do
Yeah.
better. So we've got some alternates in.
We have,
haven't
yes.
we, Cole? Do you know where they are yet? Or wait to see who comes round?
Well, the alternates are Roy Walker, John Turner, and
there?
Matthew Dowdy.
Okay.
And they will be replacing Chris Newsom, Mark Manning, and there is another one. Oh, Pete Dodd.
We didn't see Pete after
Yeah.
first or second run Friday, I don't
Yeah.
think. So just a couple of sweeps by the tractor. And we're carrying on. Yeah, it's just where they slot into the order, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Well, Simon Innes is going to get one of the alternates. Liz Malcolm will get one of the alternates. And the other one is, I think Dave Rudd will get an alternate. But we don't know which one. So after Pro ET, it will be Comp Eliminator. And then it'll be first round of Pro Modified.
Woohoo! Yeah, with this weather, hold on to your hat, your hat and
yes.
everything. The only
Most
thing is, though,
definitely.
it's always the same, though, with Pro Mod, is that the first round is in conditions they haven't seen all weekend.
Oh, yeah, always.
Yeah, just to make it more fun. So, Will Clark. Will very kindly, I don't think you were here when I said this the other day, Colin. He very kindly sent me a clip of a little dragster like this in Australia that runs in the sevens. So they can step up. I said, do you fancy doing that? And he said, I might need a new chassis before I go that quick. He's in the Kestrel lane. Virtually identical dial-ins as well. Big match-up for round one, actually, this one.
Yeah, look at the dial-ins. Only 200ths between them. It's going to be practically a heads-up race. I can't see the difference on the tree.
Well, Mark Huxley is out in front for now, but probably not
Backs
now.
off.
Oh, he takes the win. Look at that. Perfect ET win margin. Look at that win margin. 004. I must admit, when I saw the reaction times, I thought Will Clark had that in the bag. It was an 01 to an 07, and Will Clark with a 981 was just that bit too far off of his dial-in. There was nothing in it. That's going to be another sort of 3-inch win margin, that one, I would have
looking at the
thought.
live stream, the finish line camera. Oh, that was so close.
Nothing in it at all. Well, it is Lee Huxley that moves on. That was big matchup.
Well, I think after the reaction times, Mark pretty much had to be perfect to win the race, and, well,
And
he
he
was.
was,
Yeah.
John Bean, Tom Kay. John Bean, not having a really clockwork weekend. That's not the number they'd normally dial, is it, Colin? 9.78?
Yeah, they're 960, 958 to 960 normally for that car.
Well, that's what he had been dialing in, but the car kept missing. Against Tom Kay with the black belt. My goodness me. Oh, Tom going for a big wander. He's still going, though. And he takes the win. My goodness me, look at that. I tell you what, that's as close to as a perfect run as you'll ever see. He was 008 on the tree and 10.05 with a 5 on a 10.05 after a huge... He looked like he was checking out, like, all sides of the track.
Well, he wanted to look at John Bean a bit better, I think. That's
That's
what
the
it
one,
was.
yeah. He did go really sideways.
Frighten him, yeah. Wow.
Well, it just scrubbed up enough speed so he didn't break out. If he hadn't have done that,
Yeah.
he would
Well,
have
Tom
been
Kay's average reaction time this weekend has been 01.
unreal.
That is, he went 4 zeros perfect in one of the rounds.
008 as well, especially in racing. That's hard.
Yes.
Well, another man that could pull it out the bag as well, Nick Mugridge. You believe Dave Rudd qualifies number 2 and gets Nick Mugridge in round 1. Goodness me. So Nick Mugridge does a 10 flat in the little junior comp dragster. Dave Rudd with the Cobra.
Nick's a long way out in front.
He's still there. I really have to feel for Dave Rudd. He's so good in qualifying. He was good on the tree. It's just for whatever reason, luck deserts him when we get to round 1. So yeah, that was Nick Mugridge moving on to round 2 with an 03 light. He did back off at the finish line as well, just to make sure, because he had some space. Couple of door cars this time. Brett Featherstone, defending champ. I'm not sure where he is in the points, but it's not near the top at the moment, I don't think. Don't worry, Clay, it's all right. Not near the top. Against Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger. Help. I can't even find him.
Oh,
wow.
Huge wheel stand for the Charger.
And a red light, unfortunately. Yeah, Brett Featherstone's way down the order, Carl, I think.
Yeah.
And he breaks out.
I mean, if you're going to go red in style. That was a huge win. Yeah, Colin's just watching it back on the replay. He basically stood it on the bumper.
That was impressive.
Right, so yeah, Pro ET, where are we? So Lee Morris is out. Jessica Bishop isn't here this weekend. John Bean is out. This is the top 10. Dave Rudd is out. Simon Rickwood isn't here as well. Actually,
No,
that's one
not,
that's
no.
missing. Both Nick Mugridge and Mark Huxley have moved on, so no pressure on Amy Watkins later on there.
Well, Roy Walker comes in the place of Mark Manning to take on Liz Malcolm.
Remind me of that nickname again.
Well, Link's already lifted. Roy Walker around. Oh, huge breakout.
Liz Malcolm takes the strike with an 001.
Roy nearly got to the finish line first. Liz backed off in a huge way at the top end.
Over a half-second reaction time. I think the thing is, that'll be... Okay, that was bad because I lost, but wow, the car finally has run properly. Because he's been trying to do that all weekend, and he nearly actually caught her, but he broke out by 4/10. Anyway. Right, Ronnie Mercer.
Yeah, Ronnie with the nitrous back on, dials 9.00 and a 904 from Majuli. Alfie Rutten. That is in the Slictrix lane. 400th difference on the tree. Oh, Roy goes deep.
But he didn't go red. My goodness me.
They're awake this morning, I'll tell you what.
It's going for a big wander at the top end. They both are, actually.
Whoa, yes.
Alfie Rat was 003 on the tree.
Yeah, Alfie Rat was making lots of little moves at the top end.
Oh, that's Simon's phone.
It's fine, I don't mind. I just thought yours must have packed up or something.
Oh dear, sorry about that.
That's right. No, I don't mind you checking my messages, mate. You carry on.
I just thought
We had the same. We were doing the same thing. That's why. You probably wondered why I had hold of it, didn't you? Yeah. Okay.
Right, Neil Watkins, it's his turn now to see if he can stay in, because he's going to start hauling the points if he can.
That was a classic moment. You go, hang on, who's moved the off button on my phone? Oh yeah, it's not mine. That's one.
Right, Dave Cherrett, is his stellar double weekend going to continue?
Well, Dave Cherrett is currently undefeated over the last couple of weekends.
This might be the first time, guys. Neil Watkins backing off and does it perfectly.
Oh, look at Dave, 975 with the 3
and
on
he's
that 75.
Still lost out at the strike by 0.15. That was all down to reaction time.
Right, this is a crucial one.
Amy is
Amy
down there,
Watkins, yeah, and Sean Law. Now then, Amy, number 2 in the points. But with number 1 in the points out, this could be a real chance.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say, if some of you are confused about how someone can be closer to their dial-in and still lose, the dial-ins is only half the story. The first part of the run is the reaction times, and that is, well, that's half the race.
So if for argument's sake, one runs 9 seconds, one runs 10 seconds, if the driver who runs slower leaves half a second first, but they both run the same time, they will win.
Yeah.
Or reacts quicker anyway. So Amy is off and running. So is Darren Sean Law. Sean Law takes the win. Does Lee Morris and everyone else a massive favour in round 1.
Well, we've got the 2 slowest cars in the class matching up against each other in round 1. Matt Dowdy, as an alternate, is coming up against Kirsty Tram.
Yeah, Matt
Amy
coming
Watkins.
in for Chris Newsom.
Amy Watkins broke out on that one as well, unfortunately. That was, well, both. So it's only Dad in elimination still. I think it's only Neil, isn't it, in Pro ET still? So, yeah, like you said, Carl, going to be a struggle for Matthew to run on the number. I'm sure Kirsty knows that already.
Well, Kirsty's dialed on 11.79. I don't think she's actually run at 11.7 this weekend. She's been up in the high 11.8.
Oh, Matthew rolled the beams there. So Kirsty, automatic win.
Oh, wow. An 11.74 for Kirsty. That's the fastest she's been.
Yeah. Now, what Matthew was trying to do there was trying to load the converter up as much as possible.
Right, that makes sense.
To give it a harder launch as possible to try and run a number, and obviously the brakes just couldn't hold it there and just pulled him through.
Well, he was in the field as an alternate anyway, so at least he got another run. But like you said, it will be fixed for next time.
Right, so Simon Innes, they've got no one to race against.
Yeah, no
John Turner.
No, I saw John packing up this morning. I say packing up, I mean taking the awning, part of the awning down. I didn't realise that was it. Yeah. Well, we got Motorsport, UK and FIA Pro Mod not far away, and Comp eliminated. Get yourselves in the grandstands or on the banking.
10.52 dialing, 10.63 is the run. And that is Pro ET round number 1 done. Right, so things start to get a little bit serious now. It's going to be Comp Eliminator up next. There will be some buy runs in this, though, because there's been quite a few breakages that have unfortunately occurred over the last 3 days. So there will be quite a few buy runs. But as the ladder progresses, the buy runs will start to disappear.
So if you wonder what everyone's doing out there, I just got to say good morning to Dick as well, because we're going to be...
Good morning.
Did you like the bit of English engineering with the tie wrap?
Absolutely.
Door? I mean, but it works, doesn't it?
I made pictures of it.
Simple. You took pictures of it? That's nice. So what the track crew are doing out there is preparing the racing surface. The first quarter mile is immaculately prepared. It's one of the quickest and fastest racetracks in the world. At least it wasn't the doorbell, mate. In the world, and they put a mixture of glue and rubber down to make sure it is extra specially sticky. And we prepare the track before certain classes. Comp Eliminator is one of them. Go on, Carl.
That was a worthwhile message actually come through. Leslie Wright just messaged in saying it's John Price's birthday today. Our fellow commentator this weekend, so just a big shout out from all of us in the town, everybody here, to John Price. Many happy returns.
Now I know where you wanted today off. Yeah. No. Happy birthday, young man. There we go. That will throw him. I've never called him that before. No, it was a pleasure having a lot of lovely comments about having John up here for the first couple of days of this event too. It's really weird, like for me, because I used to sit up here when I was small.
You still are.
I know. I should have said young, but then that would have been such a long time. But yeah, anyway, I walked in the door at the tower, and John was sitting here, which is exactly the view I had back in the 80s when I used to walk up here too. It was no different at all.
Is it a legend?
You bet. One of those voices you never tire of hearing, and he's. It was great to have him back. Really was really great to have him back. So if Gemma could get married every main event weekend, that would be great.
It would cost me too much.
That would be cool. So track prep going on. Just before we get to, obviously we're about to go into comp before we get to Pro Mod, but Dick, everybody down, and this is just the most nail-biting time of the weekend, isn't it?
Especially today.
Because, as always, the conditions are completely different to what they've had the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it was so warm and, how you call it? Today's weather is awesome. It sets for 560 times, but
It's not warm.
no, that's what I mean with really fast numbers. That can be run, but you can also overdo and go up in smoke or big tire shakes. So it's going to be or quick or nothing.
So basically, it's kind of like or bust, if you
Yes,
like. Yes,
exactly.
Okay. Well, I mean, a lot of teams have been trying to do that this weekend. The qualifying was just amazing, wasn't it? It was a complete and utter pleasure to see. Like they've got their own play stock class. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know,
So close and lots of cars in the 5 seconds.
most in the 580s.
Yeah.
In fact, the majority of the field are in the 580s, which can all be won and lost on the start lane. Which is, when you think about it, with all the variables, is just amazing.
Yeah, it comes all down to reaction time.
Yeah, and nerves.
Oh yeah, and that. Yeah.
Lots of nerves.
Yeah,
I think.
We have one alternate. That's Marcus Hilt.
Okay.
He's in the lineup just in case one car doesn't start.
Oh,
He
so
can-
that everybody's
he can
made
fill
it for round one, have they?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
John Webster is in the lanes, possibly.
I haven't seen him to be
Okay.
honest.
Well, no, because John said to me at the start of the weekend that he was kind of, he was still testing the new fuel tech stuff as well.
Yeah.
He said depending on how it went and if he made a run anywhere near, whether he would compete today. So we're going to find out.
We did make a run. So
Yeah, and obviously he's in the show. It's just a case of whether he comes around for round one.
Well, we can also see it as a test run.
Yeah, you bet.
Well, even with John, he obviously, if he makes it or not, he's been stupidly busy all weekend long. I didn't actually realise, when we're talking about Adrianovich's block, it was John that actually welded it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Jan Eriksson
No,
welded
no,
it.
it was John.
Okay.
So it's all keeping fellow racers.
Mustang Brothers.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
I think it is the Mustang Brotherhood. Yeah.
Well, and he has some of David's wrist pins
Yeah.
for the pistons. So
Yeah.
He said to me, I mean, I think you heard the interview at the top end with Andre yesterday. 3 hours sleep.
yeah,
So that must have been that was his quickest run of, the last 2 weeks actually, yesterday, 587. Just huge relief, I'm
that
sure.
makes you forget all the work you had on it.
Yeah, but not the lack of sleep.
No.
Probably not the lack of sleep. But then you don't come all the way from Estonia to
Do not run.
to not compete and
No.
not run. Definitely not. So and also all 3 Dutch cars in the 580s too.
Yeah, nice. Very nice.
Really, really good. Yeah, and the thing I did mention it yesterday as well. The engine combination. That's got to be one of the most satisfying parts as well. Is that obviously David uses I think he uses Noonan. doesn't he?
heads.
Noonan heads. But the other two, both Michel Turenne and Mark Hartveld, use heads. Is it just the heads that are developed at Post and Joss? Is
Yeah,
that,
just the heads.
Just
Yeah.
the heads.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the pistons, of course.
Okay. All right. Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. Well, the style of the combustion chamber, you need special pistons.
All right. Okay. Just to make it work with everything
Yep.
else. Yeah. So have they been heavily tested in tractor pulling? And is there a crossover between tractor pulling and drag racing?
Yeah, there is. They use the heads in tractor pulling as well, as you said. The Egbert, the designer of the heads, runs a mini puller, and he runs it with a dual magneto. So he has 2 spark plugs in it, but the rest of the heads are the same.
Okay. And they work, but the difference is they're under load. Seems to be for a lot longer with a tractor puller than they are. With,
Yeah, well, Egbert tested him first on his own tractor,
Yeah.
and there was another mini puller who also had them on, and then with a big 1871 supercharger. So not the 1471, but the 1871. It looks like
I know,
like
it's-
a house.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're talking about milli pullers and they've got the engines out of Pro Mods in them.
Yeah, but done with even bigger superchargers and a dual magneto.
Yeah, and they're still called mini pullers.
Yeah,
They haven't got 5 of them.
950 kilos.
How
max.
much farming is actually done with these tractors?
Well, whatever it does, it's done quickly.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Dear me. I was going to say, you see a farmer ploughing a field in about 8.5 seconds, that they've been tractor pulling for the weekend before. But,
Yeah.
No, it's very interesting to know that there is actually some crossover because.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's a lot. Obviously, you're involved with it a lot too.
Yeah, we're at the MPM Seaside Affair. We run with 3 of them Hemis with 1471 superchargers, and with 2 Hemis in the light modified class.
Sounds cheap.
No, it's not cheap.
It's not cheap.
But it's fun. That makes up to it. But we have run 3 events this year, and we won all 3 of them. So
That'll work.
Okay, this is Comp Eliminator, and there have been quite a few breakages, so you're going to see quite a few solo runs in round number 1, and commiserations to those that are broken. Nick Williams, sorry, this is Dan Williams, apologies. Dan should have been alongside Terry Newton, but obviously we know that Terry...
We haven't seen Terry since Friday, I don't think, have we?
Yeah.
Once again, folks, Comp Eliminator is on the line. We've got Motorsport UK FIA Pro Mod Round 1 in just a few minutes. So please get yourselves in the grandstands, up onto the banking if you're bidding around in the pits or in the trader area. It's going to get a lot louder and a lot quicker very soon. So clicking off to 10.10. The difference between Comp Eliminator and the bracket classes you've seen, the number on the board you see up there is not a dial-in, it's an index. So basically, based on the size of the engine and the type of the car, you are given a weight break. So a certain amount of cubic inches has to have a certain amount of pounds attached to it. That's it. And you just tune it up and run it as quickly as you can.
All right, Spencer should have been alongside Simon Crowley with the Golf, but unfortunately
Simon.
Yeah.
He was having a really good weekend as well. He's getting lots of good runs in. So we may only see 2 out of our 4 front-wheel drive rides.
So Spencer just coasting through with 11.33.
So Matty Davidson, he was the winner of the Perfect Light Award, Cole. I don't know whether you that was back on Saturday, I think.
So he should have been alongside Chris Todd, but again, Chris was only out on the first day. So Matt.
Do you know something? It's a terrible thing to say, but it was so long ago, I forgot Chris even ran in Comp this weekend. I think he probably only made one run on, what day is it today? Friday.
Yeah.
Well, Matt Davidson with gear selection issues. Nice 60-foot time.
He's going to have a nice top-end speed as well, 155.7. That was really coming on.
Right. Luke Stevenson would have been alongside Kev Jenkins, but as we know, Kev totally destroyed a block, motor, the whole lot. So, but fortunately, Kev has managed to source.
Oh yeah, I can see a puddle of.
Yeah, that's
big puddle of stuff down there. That actually looks like
radiator fluid.
Yeah,
that's water from the rad.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's well, someone's going to get a buy run next round then.
Yep.
Because
so I assume with the 7.80 in the other lane, he would have been against Kev Jenkins.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, one of the good and not so good things about being up the top end as well with the crew. Yeah, that's a big puddle.
That's a big pool, isn't it?
Well, at least it's only, all being well, it's only water and it won't take long to clear up. It does look a bit muddy as well. Where the top end crew is, it's a privilege to be up there. First of all, they're a really, really great bunch. They work so unbelievably hard without pretty much every time everyone else takes a break, i.e. when there's a bit of downtime, that's when they really spring into action, other than constantly pushing cars around the top, cleaning up, picking up parachutes, and all that kind of stuff, and then obviously rushing to the rescue if anything happens. But yeah, you can hear the radios that the crew speak on all the time, and yeah, the message that came through yesterday was, we're picking up bits of aluminium when Kev ran, unfortunately. So a quick clean by the shoe.
Right, well, still to come. Brendan Clancy is lined up there, but I can't see Ahmed Jamshed at all.
That would be a real shame, actually, because he's been flying all weekend. He was the number 2 qualifier.
Yeah.
Well, he had a real chance as well. When I spoke to him a couple of times up the top end, and he's such a nice fella, and he was really, really excited about coming out and competing and hopefully winning, because he said what motivated me is what gets me going is winning races and being out here to, you know, compete with all these guys and do that well too. It's really, really good.
Then also to come still, Nick Williams.
Who's there?
He's in the lanes. And Dave Swift is there as well, so we've got a race between those two.
So from getting to the semi-finals in Pro Door Slammer last weekend for Dave Swift to a round one match-up with Nick Williams, I think... in case you wonder what we're doing as well, folks, if you haven't been before, we can't race with any kind of fluid on the racetrack, whether that comes from the sky or out of a car, whether it be oil, water, or... well, probably radiator fluid that was, or transmission fluid or anything like that. So the clean-up crew here are exceptionally good at doing things very, very quickly, or as quickly as possible, and they will get the track in tip-top condition ASAP. It's not just a case of you wave a yellow flag, so you have to be careful of where the oil is or where the water is. You have to clean it up just to give everybody a fair chance in both lanes. So now the shoe's gone. I think that's Dave in the tractor this morning. What?
Oh, just on the shoe, he just like crossed his arms and smiled at the camera. Making it look like he just come out of the burnout box.
Of course. A couple of very quick good mornings as well while we're at it to all of our friends all around the world watching in on the live stream. Had a lot of positive comments about this weekend and the coverage too. And the great thing about it is as well, the live stream is actually free. So spam, that was close, spam Santapod with your thanks, because obviously you are not paying to watch drag racing. It is for free at home. However, the best place to watch it is here.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the best things about the live stream. Now, a lot of the times, one of the reasons football matches aren't broadcast live on Saturdays in the UK is because people watch at home. They don't go to they don't go and watch it live.
No,
which I kind of get, but that's a football thing. But anyway, the streaming here has had precisely the opposite effect, because everybody who watches at home
wants to come over and
wants
feel
to come and join in and wants to come and see it. Yeah, and again, I had a number of comments again throughout the weekend that people can't believe just how many people have been here over like for the whole 4 days.
Yeah,
you know,
make pictures of the Friday and the Saturday.
Yeah,
you know,
and Saturday and Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday, sorry.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable how many people are on the bank and the grandstands.
And in the pits as well. I mean, obviously, from our vantage point up here, we can see how many people are milling around. It's just, it really is amazing. So, but anyway, yeah, that live stream is free, and but people, because it's not something that's paid for, people will go, okay, I'll check that out then, and they check it out and go, actually,
I have to be there.
I've got to go and see this. And
yeah, like when you show people videos of a Top Fuel car leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. But when you're on the grandstand or on the bank, you feel it.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. It's not to explain how that feels and smells.
The funny thing is as well is that. Go on.
Right, Ian's got hold of the camera there. We're just trying to get everybody to wave.
Turning the tables on Josie.
Yeah,
I might be doing that a lot in future.
Oh dear. Well, we finally got to see Josie on camera.
So Brendan Clancy went 7:20 yesterday. They were trying to nudge the car towards the sixes. I've never had a chance to chat to Brendan before, and I've had a chance to chat to him in the last 2 days, both times up the top end. So this is a big block engine in there with nitrous on board. Yeah, what you were saying about watching it and feeling it, Dick. Some of the most amazing comments I've ever heard. This just still blows me away. From blind people, for the simple reason that obviously they can't see it, but they say it's the most unbelievable experience because they can just feel all of it. Like you can't feel anything else.
No.
You know, you go and sit on the beach. Yes, it's hot.
Yeah.
You go to a pub. Yes, you can have a drink. But when you come here, even though you can't see the cars, the noise is just phenomenal, and it's very much the same for people who can't hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll know.
It's exactly the same. Exactly the same thing. Even though they can't hear the cars, they can see them, and they can feel them through every fibre of their body.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
And not only the top fuel cars, even these cars, they will feel. But not when you're at home behind the screen.
Precisely. Unless you've got some huge speakers.
Yeah.
And then you won't have any neighbours. Well, Brendan off and running. Nice 109.60 foot. I'm not sure that's going to be a 7-2. 820, 147. Dave Smith with a huge burnout from the AMX.
Right, just give you an update on the pairings. Round 2, we'll see Spencer Tram taking on Matt Davison. Brendan Clancy, who should have been alongside Ahmed then but didn't make the call. Because no Luke Stevenson, no Kev Jenkins, Brendan gets a bye into the semis. The winner of this race gets to race Dan Williams in round number 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoops.
So, yeah.
Well, I was up the top end, and I've never had a chance to have a proper look round this Copo Camaro. And it's just, I was having a chat with Nick about it, and you open the door, and apart from the roll cage,
Yeah.
factory interior,
Electric windows, the lot.
everything, well, multifunction steering wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cruise control, 180 miles an hour. Yeah, let's have that, shall we?
Yeah, Nick's got to be careful here because Copa Lemonade runs a success-based handicap.
I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. But
no.
yes, not for now. He's going to get a big head start, but I predict he'll click it off at about 1,000 foot. Dave Smith's going to have to rotate the earth, let's put it this way.
Well, what I'm saying is
to
he
run
can't
him
break
down.
out by too much. I know he's going to lift and coast over the
not
finish line.
break out, go under your index.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Break out, go under the index by too much. Any more than 0.6, it will drop permanently.
Well, Nick had to pedal it. As he said yesterday, anything can happen. It's going to be... Nick still taking the win because Dave Smith went red. 720 at 188 miles an hour. We were all watching Nick fly through the air. We totally missed it. Dave Smith red lit.
Yeah. Oh, Dave could have won that. That was bizarre.
I think Nick saw the red light. He
Yeah.
got back after it when the car landed. But, wow. Okay. Yeah, the other thing as well, again, being at the top end, because of the supercharger and the intercooler, you can hear it ticking itself. Because I said to him, is that cooling down? He said, yeah, I'm just got some popcorn on the engine.
What that has now done, because I couldn't say anything before that race, but now Nick and Dan race in round 2. Okay, whoever wins that get a bye into the final, no problem. But it's the first time that the 69 Forest Green Camaro lines up alongside the Copo Camaro. The reason the Copo was ordered in that colour was to match Nick's other car.
Cool.
So they both belong to Nick, but they are both in exactly the same colour.
He did
and
say
that's
it
the
was-
photograph that they wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say, he did say it was really weird watching
Yeah.
his brother drive it because he's so used to being in it.
Yeah.
FIA Pro Mod round 1. Is this really round 1?
No, I think it's the final already.
Oh, it should be. Super Pro into the lanes, please. Super Pro ET into the lanes for round 1. Was this the final at TEP last summer? I think it may well have been. I know Mark got there, didn't he? I think it may have been Mark against Mickey. So, yeah, and this is round 1. They're both in the 580s. They both had... Mark's had a fabulous weekend in the 5s every single run. I'm sure, though, Mickey Goldquist has stepped it up for round 1.
Yeah, he will be, but you could have noticed on the burnouts how little smoke came off the tires.
Yeah.
And that's the total difference with yesterday and the day before already. So
Okay.
this is really going to be...
For what can
Well, the
cause
track
that?
is colder and the tires are colder, so you will clean them. It's not always a bad thing. You will clean them, but they are not as hot as you like.
So they have to get to... The tyres get to operating temperature, but the track has an operating temperature where the tyres on the track work perfectly.
Exactly.
And we ain't there now.
No. But that will mean that you will get wheel speed from the beginning. That's what you like. So it probably wouldn't hit as hard on the track and wobble the tire to get in tire shape. But you can always overdo it. And if you're scared, then you take out too much timing, too much power.
And then you shake as well.
And you will shake again.
From the Netherlands, Mark Hartveld, Kestrel Lane. From Sweden, Mickey Goldquist, Round 1 FIA Pro Mod back at Santa Pod in style.
Who
Looks
goes
like
first?
Burn down going
Ooh.
on the start line. Someone's got to break soon because they can't sit there forever. Mickey goes in, Mark goes in.
Mickey's off.
Mark Hartveld
on, Mark.
nails it.
Yeah!
586!
Wow.
241 miles an hour.
What a start.
Well, the thing was, Mickey 60 foot. That was probably why he shook.
Wow.
0.948. Just too much grip, no wheel speed, I think that's the problem. Mark Hartveld dips back into the 580s with another personal best. Mickey Goldquist did go in first, but he was away first with an 0.7 to a 0.13. Let's give you Mark's numbers. 0.9 takes to 60 foot, 385 at 196 miles an hour, half track. That's half track. And 586 at 241. I'm sure Mickey would have got back after it, but Mark was long gone.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I just hope when you are too, how you call it, not scared, but too...
You take it a bit too easy.
Exactly, yeah.
This is round 1 as well, isn't it? Yeah. This is not another final, is it? Dearie me. Goodness me. Well, Bobby Wallace qualified with a 591, which is outstanding. And he gets Andy Robinson in round 1, who qualified with a 587. Goodness me. I'm only giggling because it's just mad, isn't it?
It's not only that, Bobby with a 591.
Yeah.
You think, oh, yeah, 10th.
10th.
No, yeah, he qualified 10th with a 591. It's insane.
Goodness me.
And the best thing is, it will only get worse this year. They will only get closer and closer. This is going to be a terrific year.
It has been just an amazing start, hasn't it? It really, really has. Everybody's brought their A game to the first round of the European Series. Well, at least we're going to have one guy from the UK in the second round. Kestrel side of the racetrack from just down the road in Bedford, purging the nitrous on the big Camaro. That is Bobby Wallace taking on Andy Robinson in the Slick Tricks lane. They had a number of issues through qualifying, but absolutely nailed it in the last session last night. This was the final from the national finals last year, when Bobby went 588 to take the win. Bobby's actually undefeated since then.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, he got to the final of the European finals, won the national finals, won the Festival of Power 3 weeks ago. Today's a bit of an ask, though. Let's put it that way. So, nitrous car, blown car. And he goes in first, followed by Bob.
Oh. Come on, Bobby.
619. I thought the car sounded like it was labouring.
Yeah.
235 miles an hour. Andy Robinson was off the line first by 0.05 of a second, but he hit big tyre shake and went left pretty much before he got to the Christmas tree, actually. The crews shake hands. I'm not sure what happened with Bobby's car. It left really well, 0.97 to 60 foot. Maybe he pedalled it out there somewhere in the middle, got off and back on the throttle to keep it going. But another win light for Mr. Wallace.
Yep. And now it's going to be interesting because you have seen two cars go in tire shake on the right side. So if you have lane choice, then the headache will start. What you're going to do, which lane you're going to pick.
The one to win in. What's that one then?
Yeah. Well, both Mickey and Andy did exactly the same. They left with tire shake and went left.
Yeah. It was a carbon copy, really, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it
exactly.
wasn't.
That's why. That's the headbreaker for the crew chiefs. What do we do?
Oh well, the good
You
news.
do always have a favorite lane that you can see the tree well or the field past.
Sorry.
Thank
you, Colin.
Okay, we've got behind the start line. Wow. Okay, there is a vehicle, registration number BP63EHB. Needs moving, please, as soon as possible. Really, as soon as possible, please.
Is that the
registration number BP63EHB.
Is that the red Opel?
I don't know whose it is or what it is, but we need it moved, please.
That's Marcus Hilt's car.
Yeah,
No, I don't think it's that one.
could be. So, Andre Arnover against Wayne Nicholson looks like being the next pair. The reason for the brief delay, folks, we're just getting, I think that's Bobby right down the end of the shutdown area, just getting Bobby off the racetrack. He stopped. Yeah, once again, the track crew up the top end, doing a lot of work, a lot of pushing. There you go. Both cars are going round the corner, right down the far end. Very good morning to Angie, Matt, everybody up that end. Thank you very much, Steve, for looking after me yesterday and not telling me off too much, which is always appreciated. So, we've had 2 move on. We have another 6 races, which is the wonderful thing about Pro Mod these days. So Wayne Nicholson and the Lucky Devil team went 5.98 on their first run. What day is it today? That was on Saturday, wasn't it? Yeah. I keep doing that, but I've been here since Thursday night. So it's you've been here since Thursday as well, have you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thursday morning.
Yeah. Colin's a part-timer this weekend, but he had a good excuse. We gave him a note. So, first time you've seen... Actually, we've only got 1 turbo car. No, we've got 2 turbo cars, sorry.
Yeah, John Webster.
Yeah, as well. So, turbo car against blown car this time. So, Wayne Nicholson with the Corvette from Yorkshire in the Kestrel lane. Fulfilled a lifelong ambition 3 weeks ago, went into the 5s, but not just by a bit, he went 5.88, which was much to the delight of everybody that has anything to do with drag racing, frankly, because Wayne's one of the nicest guys you could ever meet. Proper family team, and they all try so hard. He's from the UK in the Kestrel lane, and he's taking on our good buddy from Estonia. Yes, you heard that right. He lives in Tallinn in Estonia. Comes all the way over here to race with us. Follows the whole tour, doesn't he, Dick?
Yeah. That's the whole championship.
That's a lot of driving.
Oh, yeah. But I think he might drive back through Sweden and
leave the car there, yeah?
Yeah, and leave the car there. That's the same with a couple of Dutch guys do after the second event, the next event, the first tier. They leave the cars there, the trailers, and for the second one, that's also in tier. That saves them, well, a lot of money on traveling.
Yeah, and time and everything else that goes with it too. So, blown car in the Kestrel lane, already in pre-stage. The turbo car from Estonia in the slick tricks lane. If anyone's watching in from Estonia, it's time. Going to build up the boost, got to move in quick. They've only got 7 seconds.
Wow.
Well, nothing wrong with the right lane.
No.
6.06 at 2.37. Probably not quite they were looking for, but the win light would have been. Wayne with instant tyre shake. He was also 0.6 on the tree, unfortunately. I think that was because Andre took so long staging. It was a while. But Andre will be back for round 2. Wayne just coasted through with the 24-second ET. So we haven't had a start line to finish line race yet, but we've had 2 winners in the Kestrel lane and 1 in the slick tricks lane.
And there goes my story about lane choice.
Well, the only thing is, though, for Andre, I'm sure that wasn't quite what they were looking for. That's down quite a bit, both speed. Thing is, if the ET's not there, the speed normally still is. And I think he's been 250 this weekend.
Yeah.
So another one of those, really? Do we have to have this in round 1 matchups? Well, you don't want either of these to lose, do you?
Next time we just do buy runs, okay?
Yeah, buy runs, just that'll do. Michel Turenne and from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane, running so well this weekend against the one, the only Freddie Fagerstrom. Let's see how far Fred goes with a burnout this morning. Only 3:30. Wow, Fred must be here to race.
This is the first time that my little granddaughter Lot is seeing Freddie.
Is that right?
But my daughter Daisy told me that she will come to the races with her.
Of course. Why would anyone not want to see Fred? So that pickup
come from me.
That pickup in the slick tricks lane from suburb of Stockholm in Sweden. That is once again a hell of a long drive. One of drag racing's greatest entertainers. We've had so many Fred moments over the years. There's so many reasons we love him. He's a complete entertainer. He never ever lifts, and to make something that has the aerodynamics of a barn door run nearly 230 miles an hour. Takes a lot of doing.
And so close to the 5-second zone.
6:01 yesterday. Well, perfect conditions again in the tailwind. It's all about whether he shakes the tyres off the start line, isn't it, really? Same for Michel Turenne. Now, any mistake by Michel, and Fred will be there, definitely. Michel's been in the 5.8s a number of times. Not such a great day yesterday on the last run, but today's about racing.
If you have a good number on the board and you're qualified well, then you can try some things to make it quicker or test some other things out.
But you know not to do it again if it doesn't work,
Exactly.
obviously. Yeah.
Then you go back to plan A.
So, Sweden against Holland. Fred's already in stage. Here we go. No mistake from Michel at all with a 5.81.
Oh, wow, guys.
A booming 250 miles an hour.
0.8.
Wow. 596 to 60 foot. 8th mile, 3.83, 197, nearly 200 miles an hour to the 8th. Out the back door, 581 at 250. Very even off the start line. Fred's 60 foot was 0.95. It did shake and go left, and guess what? The door popped open. And he got back on the throttle again to give it a really, really good try. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're here, please, once again, go round and see Freddie. He loves all of you very, very dearly, and he does so much to come over and entertain us. Go around and see him in the pits and shake his hand and say thank you for coming, because it's just it's a hell of a trip.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
You're right.
So good to have him.
It's so good you don't have any heart problems, isn't it, really? Because I think you would do now. Round of applause for Fred's team, everybody.
Well, we were talking about conditions earlier on to go fast, and boy,
that was it. Well, that's just what happens when you nail it from one end to the other.
Start issues for David Schmidt.
Well, Dave can't start. That's what Marcus Hilt's there for, just in case. So,
well, it's almost too late now. They can't leave Bruno here for much longer.
Dave's being pushed out the way by the looks of it.
It's a bit weird.
Well, yeah, Dave Smith won't be starting with the 55 Chevy, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be just a bye run, unfortunately for... Oh, what a great shame for Dave Smith. Bruno Barda gets a freebie into round 2.
But why is Marcus not...
I don't know. I don't know, because Marcus is right there to take... This is precisely why Marcus is there, but there we go. Anyway.
I think that can only mean that John Webster is not in the pairing lanes.
Ah, that makes sense, because he's waiting for another pair.
Yeah.
He's already been slotted in somewhere else.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
And then he only has to beat Jan Eriksson.
Okay, yeah, that does.
whoever he came in for is going to be a tough fight anyway. Oh, dear.
Yeah, there's no gimmies in this, is there? Well, there is for Bruno this time. Bruno, again, he astounds me, this guy. He went 585. I think that was back on Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and be interesting to see. Now he's got a bye run, because the turnaround time between round 1 and 2, he knows he's going to be lining up later on today. Whether he runs it all the way through or just takes it through second gear.
I think he will go all the way, because he wants lane choice.
Well, he's going to be up against Michel Turenne in round 2.
So, who was right, Dick, me or you?
Nobody.
No one. Yeah.
Wow.
That's 60 foot, 0.939. That's the quickest a Pro Mod has been for some time. Not that quick is good, is it? Because you do need a bit of wheel speed.
Yeah. Well, and that's where it went wrong. It went in shake right after that.
Well, at least they know not to do it quite like that again, but the conditions probably will be better or different for round 2 as well.
Yeah.
When I say better, I just mean a little bit warmer. It's not that the conditions are bad, obviously, because Michel went 581.
Yeah. No, the conditions are great.
Yeah, they're just almost too good.
Great.
Almost too good.
Yeah.
So Mats Eriksson with the black and white goblin. Can we call it that? Let's call it the black and white goblin. The green goblin from Sweden against Walter Strobel. Walter Strobel up the top end yesterday. That's him in the Slick Tricks lane with the black Camaro. Just a family team, him and his wife and his daughter.
Yeah.
In a class like Pro Mod, which is very workload heavy, it's amazing what they do. And he said he was really, really happy. Put your hands together for Dave Smith, please, if you're in the grandstands. That's not the way he wanted to bow out in his first ever competitive competition.
Great to see the car back, the Bel Air.
It is indeed. But Walter Strobel said yesterday, he said the last 2 weeks he's been here, obviously he's here for the door slammers and for this, he said he's managed to knock 0.4 of a second off.
Yeah.
Just, that's the idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
What it's all about.
That's why you're here.
Mats Eriksson, I think Mats only got one good run, didn't he?
Yeah, but it was a really good one.
A really good run. But then yesterday, that was on Saturday, and yesterday I don't think they got down the track, did they, unfortunately? But Mats is a chassis builder from Borlänge in the middle of Sweden. The car itself is an absolute work of art. It's kind of a showpiece for Mats's business, isn't it, really, that car?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. He builds a lot of top fuel chassis and also door cars. But mostly the top fuel and funny car chassis. Look at the wheelie bar that Mats has. It's a dual wheelie bar, but he cut off one side, so he only has the wheel on the right. And Wally, if you can see, has the wheelie bar in the middle of the car.
Germany and Sweden next. Well, Matt's doing a lot of pedaling, but keeps going. 6:28, 2:41 was not the number he was looking for. A fabulous 6:67 for Walter Strobel. Once again, another personal best for Wally at 210 miles an hour. They do actually look delighted, even though they're going home. That's a real result, isn't it?
With nice, with quite some tire shake as well.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. Like you said, using the Chevy engine in there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, well, it's not a handicap, but it's just not the most effective way or the most powerful way of doing it. But still, a really good showing for Walter and the team. Mats Eriksson moves to round 2. Have we got any more matchups yet, Colin? Or are we... sorry.
Yes, we have. Right, Mats Eriksson will be taking on Andre Arnover.
Nice.
So that'll be good. Bruno against Michel, as we know. Mark Hartfeld will take on the winner of Jan Eriksson, or we believe it'll be Marcus Hilt. And then Dave Vector taking on Norbert Kuno. Winner of that gets Bobby Wallace.
But it doesn't really get much easier, does it? No.
No. With a tight field like this, it's not going to be easy. You have to be on your game from round 1.
Now, Norbert Kuno in the Kestrel for Germany with the Lucas Oil Avenger. Didn't have a great time at all in qualifying, for him anyway. He was down in the number 15 spot. That's why he gets the date with the number 2 man, Dave Venter. One thing that's very interesting, Dick, is what we were saying about lane choice and what's happened so far. David's chosen.
Yeah, it's his favourite lane.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's his favourite lane.
So racers do really have favourite lanes.
Yeah.
Is that just like a seeing the tree thing, or they just feel more comfortable?
Yeah, but it's also just a feeling.
Yeah.
When you have had the most success, you will go that lane.
Right, can I just point out he went 570 twice in the other lane last weekend?
Correct. That's true. yeah. But still, this is his favourite lane. He has the best feeling with it.
Yeah, makes sense. So, in the Slick Tricks lane, the 67 Camaro from the Netherlands. Is it right Dave was best man at your wedding?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
No, we don't have any favourites, but you know. And you were crewing for him last weekend too.
Yeah.
Against Norbert, who's from Germany. Always good to see Norbert back here. Everything really didn't come together in the way it would normally for Norbert in qualifying. See what he can do against Dave here in round. Ellen sprays de-icer onto the bug catcher of Dave Vector, gives him a little bit of a G up, like he needs it. Winner gets a match up with Mark Hartwell in round 2. Ooh. There will be a Dutch semi-finalist. If Dave wins, of course. Well, Norbert's making a good run, but Dave's making a much better one. 576, back in the 5.7s.
Welcome back, buddy.
249 miles an hour. The other thing is, Dick, as well. Bonus for that. Low ET of the weekend so far as well. That was quicker than Jan Eriksson ran.
Yeah, but Jan Eriksson's still got to go.
Yeah, but he's still got to run at it. Norbert was much better that time. 6:92, 1:77. That was his quickest pass of the weekend. But did you? Was that a happy sounding Dick I heard that time?
It was very happy sounding.
Yeah. The thing is, though, maybe this track is just more suited to the way Dave runs the car.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, it is.
It could well be. I mean,
well,
Norbert,
we've been behind the laptop a very long time yesterday evening, and it's so close. We're talking about tenths of degrees of ignition.
look at his 60 foot.
94. Am I?
Yeah, you can do that. 0.94 to 60 foot for Dave. 378 or 198 at half track. He did get left on the line by Norbert and probably actually saw him, but not for long. Well, you were exactly right about Marcus Hill. He was slotting in for John Webster in this round one matchup against the number one qualifier, Jan Eriksson. Up the top end yesterday when Jan nailed down that number one spot, to say he looked like the most relieved man I've ever seen was an understatement.
This morning, I said, the last run yesterday, my stomach was
all
turning around. He was really nervous.
And what gives you those nerves is when, no matter how much success you have, if it hasn't been going well, it's not a good feeling.
No, it's so difficult to find the sweet spot of the car, and the track conditions are different every run, so it's so difficult to get the right tuning in.
So Marcus Hill in as an alternate in the Castriolet. Marcus does have everything on board to run quick, including Cam Stanley standing out in the back, but Marcus just unfortunately couldn't put a good run together in qualifying, so he didn't qualify, but is in as an alternate for John Webster. So Jan Eriksson, 16 rounds unbeaten so far, not this year, but over the last 2 years. Can he make it 17 against Marcus? No tire shake for Jan Eriksson is bad news for who's in the other lane. 577 again, 250 miles an hour. Marcus Hilt did everything he could. He was out first with an 09 light, was 105 to 60 foot, but then Jan just drove on by.
Yeah, actually, Marcus did tag the wall as he lost shape round about 1,000 foot. Got a little bit of a tank slapper going on there.
He was off the throttle early, but yeah,
just clipped it there.
Okay,
just a little bit.
He couldn't do a lot about a 5.76. So matchups around two.
Yes, please.
Jan Eriksson taking on Mark Hartveld. That will be a great one. The 5.77 against 5.86. So a good matchup between those two. Bruno will be taking on Michel Turenne. Dave Vector has got Bobby Wallace. Mats Eriksson against Andre Arneva.
So we only have the 580s and 570s.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, I was going to say that the slowest person to advance. Let me just check out all of those numbers. Thank you, Carl. Just very quickly, the slowest one to advance is Bobby Wallace, who was qualified with a 591.
You run the 6.
He ran a 6:20, 6:2 in that one, or 6:1, I beg your pardon, that time round. But there's some fantastic numbers in that, and I hope you folks out there really appreciate the show that you just got with all those guys. That was absolutely world class.
The best part is 3 rounds to come.
Yeah, you got it. So the way it works now is all the winners from that round move on to the next round. They'll be back in about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, something like that, and we'll pair up the last 8, and then the winners of those semi-finals, and then once again on from there. I'm guessing you're going to go fly home, though, before you get to the final, aren't you?
Like always.
It's just one. Hey, mate, it's one of those things. Yeah.
My taxi is at the gate at 5 o'clock.
You can't help it.
No.
No,
Sorry.
Well, you never know. You can't help it. But also, very quickly, Dick, thank you as always for your help, especially over all of the weekend for keeping everybody informed. John Price, who was up here the other day, just messaged me and he wanted to say a very big hi and thank you for your help the other day too.
Thank you very much. I'm honored.
No problem at all. So, thank you, Dick.
I'll be back in about an hour.
Good man. Thank you. So we're on with about to be on with Super Street Bike round 1, elimination round 1 for the FIA bikes. That was pretty breathtaking.
It was actually. Thomas and I sort of just like ducked out of that and let you two.
Sorry about that,
call
yeah.
it. No, it was
No.
because we were like sucking it all in and watching it and going, yeah, this is pretty cool.
There's times I do that as well. You just sit back and you're a race fan.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? And we've always said the same thing. All of us up here, we're all actually just race fans. We just happen to
We do.
have this job and talk about it. Obviously, you know, it is just the way it goes. So,
Yeah, Norbert Kuno against
David.
His reaction time, he had 0.3 on the tree. He had 2/10.
You never
almost on
underestimate
David Vector.
Never underestimate Norbert. He's knocked out so many number one qualifiers from the 16 spot.
Yeah.
When it comes to racing, he gets his game face on. But David went past him pretty quickly after they went past the tree too.
Right, FIM Super Street Bike, round number 1. Al Morrison Jr. has a bye for being number 1 qualifier. You got Steve Venables taking on Mark Hope, Ross Morrison taking on Clemens Walliot, Matthias Bolin and Christian Yaz, Daniel Lenks taking on Margot Schmidt, Jake Michelle and Steve Mead, and then Mogens Lund and Peter Ostlund.
So as we roll around the first pair, I think. So what you're looking at here is street tired bikes that run over 200 miles an hour in a quarter mile. Jerry Colley's been in touch. Morning, Jerry. Morning, Sharon. Morning to the whole family. Just wanted to say a very good morning to Scott, Brett and Charles and the kids, who I'm sure are watching on the bank and loving it as well. Also to Sky, who I'm sure is watching it from somewhere too. Not sure where you are, Sky, but morning, Jerry. Thanks ever so much, mate. So, bye run for Mark Hope, Steve Venables. Really?
Oh.
Well, a horrible weekend for Steve Venn. Yeah, there he was down there. He's just shaking his head. Mark Hope gets a freebie.
And he needed it. Yeah, wheel spin off the line.
Well, sometimes drag racing really is just a right place, right time kind of sport, isn't it? You know, you wouldn't have, if you looked at how things normally go, you wouldn't have given Mark Hope much of a chance. Or much hope, sorry. So Johnny Hines out front, you can't miss those boots. Did you know, when he rides his bike with those on, he said he has to cable tie them on because they flap around and catch the wind otherwise, yeah. Well, no Clements Valier in the Kestrel lane even. Racing should be racing against Ross Morrison. Ross is down there, going to be taking the bye run. The reason for this, folks, that we just have one at a time sometimes is breakages. Who they're supposed to be racing against didn't make it. Ross Morrison with a bit too much up, not enough forwards, still goes 202 miles an hour in 7.5 seconds. Johnny Hines actually very kindly, such a great bunch, up the top end yesterday, came and delivered ice pops to everybody because it was nice and warm. And, because he didn't know I was there, went back and got me one too. He's my favourite bike rider ever. Right, Christian Yaz.
He's a good lad, actually.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much again. Christian Yaz from the Hungary, even. Kestrel Lane against Matthias Bolin from Tullinge. Again, sub over to Stockholm in Sweden in the Slicktricks lane.
Actually, just reminded me about Johnny Hines. Come back to story in a minute.
Well,
Finally,
Matthias.
a heads-up race, yep.
Yeah, Matthias launched and actually immediately rolled off the throttle.
Still goes 7:01 at a massive 215 miles an hour. End of the weekend for Christian, unfortunately, with a 10:38. It's really funny down there. Look, with Rich Stubbins and Mr. Morrison as well. It's like the tribal elders just standing on the start line, beard blowing in the reeds, watching. Margot Schmidt in the Slicktricks lane. She was pretty happy when I spoke to her at the top end yesterday. She said that the launch was the best she's had. They just need to get the bike all the way down the track and it will be really quick. She was also happy it was a 16 bike field instead of an 8 because she wouldn't have been in otherwise. However, she does have her teammate in round 1, Daniel Lentz, quickest super street bike in Europe, in the Kestrel lane from Hungary.
Well, they launched together, but Danny's pulling away at the top end.
Good looking
He's gonna
run
go
for
through
Margot,
first.
though. 6.85, 220. Margot, though, with a fabulous 7.25. Her first ever 200 miles an hour run, 203 through the stripe. I think that's the one she's been looking for all weekend.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Yeah, the brothers from Hungary have not been their normal all-conquering selves so far this weekend, or this year, actually. That might change today. Right, Steve Mead, Slick Tricks Lane, was number 12 with a 7.76, way off his usual pace, right in the low sevens, normally over 200 miles an hour, against Jake Michelle, local boy from just up the road in Higham Ferrers in the Kestrel Lane. Jake went 6.88 at 220 miles an hour. Or thereabouts, actually. It was slightly slower than that. So once again, heads up race, first to finish line wins. No tyre slip for either.
Well, tyre spin and a wheelie for Jake at half track.
Whoa. 7.39 at 2.06, 7.58 at 1.99 for Steve Mead, who bows out. He had a pretty wretched weekend as well. All kinds of problems. Isn't it amazing? 7.39 at 2.06 is still half a second and 20 miles an hour on what they can do.
Yeah, that was definitely one of them right places at the right time for Jake. That was not the run he was looking to make. Expertly ridden, though. He got wheel spin, then it gripped, nearly chucked him off the back of the bike, but he rolled off nicely. Steve Mead was there the whole way down the track. He was a little bit off pace with the 7.58 at only 199 mile an hour. Well, I say only.
Only.
Yeah.
Mogens Lund from Denmark, Kestrel Lane against Peter Östlund from Sweden in the Slick Tricks Lane. 6 and 9 in qualifying, both in the low sevens. Oh, Peter goes up in smoke instantly off the start line. Mogens with all kinds of problems, but he's so far out in front. Oh, dear. Peter Östlund has to look at the guy in the other lane looking over his shoulder to make sure he's not there. That's not the way to lose, unfortunately. What a horrible one. Super gas into the pairing lanes, please. Super gas into the lanes. Mogens Lund takes the win. A very sad end to a great weekend for Peter Östlund, unfortunately. Okay, it looks like... Was that all for Super Street Bike, Colin? Who are we missing?
Nobody.
That was everybody, was it? Round 2 matchups?
Mogens Lund and Jake Michelle. Daniel Lenks gets the bye.
Okay.
Ross Morrison against Matthias Berlin. And then, of course, Mark Hope will be taking on this man here.
Who gets the bye?
Assuming he takes the green or breaks the beams. But yeah, Al Morrison Jr.
Yeah, Al Morrison Jr. is having a star weekend. Dipped his toes once into the 7.6s.
There you go.
Oh,
Just
6,
taking the
7,
green. Yeah. Just taking the green.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah, round 2's not far away. They know what they've got in the bike, so no need to hurt it. Right, 2-seater, second run of the day. Paul did actually send
Yes,
it.
he did.
He
Yeah,
did.
it's just that it was so quick that he couldn't get the one. The first one that was already went down the track was Dave Jones. He was from Bronxgrove. It was his 60th birthday. This run is Stephen Neal. And then coming round now is Fire Force number 5, the jet car.
On your
Well, going to be a busy day indeed for everybody, but especially for Paul Brown. Scheduled 4 rounds, possible 5. We've got various people going in. So yeah, Steve Neal, he's from Kent. It's a 60th birthday present. Actually, the same for the first person, Dave Jones. It was a 60th birthday as well. 2-seater really going well at the moment. Always does, but seems to be going regularly, about 172, 173 mile an hour, about 168. So picking up a little bit of speed, consistently in the high 7s as well. And it is a phenomenal experience, it really is. Everybody that has had a go in the back of it, yeah, it gives them a realisation of what drag racing is about. You can imagine what it's like going 7 seconds. Imagine what it's like going under 4 seconds. There we go, 790 at 169.81 miles an hour. And an 01 light just to show how good Paul really is. Excellent racer. Okay, next up then, Martin Hill with Fire Force, the jet car.
Yeah, Martin's been a busy boy this weekend, racing putting on an exhibition for you guys with Fire Force 5 and Fire Force 3. Is he scheduled to bring Fire Force 3 out again today?
It normally does, yeah. You got Fire Force 3 and Fire Force just before, twice I think. After the first full session and just prior to the second pro session. So, and then he's going to have Fire Force 5 out at the end of the second pro session. So,
hot lapping.
Hot lapping, yeah. When I say pro session, eliminations, obviously.
Yes.
We've still got all of our fields go down. Now then, the reason that Pro Mod and Super Street Bike have come out first before the full-on main session is because they were fields of 16, where all the others are fields of 8. So basically that's where we are at the moment. After this we will be having some of our sportsman racers, and they are in the lanes ready to go. As we can hear Martin Hill starting up Fire Force number 5. Bizarrely, it's a little bit cooler today, and I'm really feeling the heat from the jet, and it's just making things a little bit warmer for everybody. Proper flame show here for Martin as Richie now gives the signals. Keep on flipping that afterburner, and in a moment he's going to say wind it up. Come forward, here he is. Right, so Martin into pre-stage. Rich will just pushing forward. Well, he won't push him forward, but he'll go slightly further forward. Martin will just put the car into stage. The tree will run down, and then Richie will give Martin the thing to give him the jet, everything he's got. And Martin launches them. all the way through to a 5:21 at 292 miles an hour. That is an outstanding run. 292 miles an hour at the finish line. That's one of the quickest I've seen for a while.
Yes, yeah. And in fact, he was still... don't think he went through the quarter under power.
You could say he had momentum there, but my goodness me, 5:21, 292. It was 274 miles an hour at 1,000 foot, so yeah, he was still accelerating. But yeah, awesome run. Right, okay, let's have a look at the run order. It is Super Pro ET 32 down to 16. I've got to ask Chris, he's come up here for this. I know you had a plan.
Yeah.
You had your 3-year plan, you stuck to it.
Yep.
Do you want to get back out there and do it again?
Yes, at some point. I mean, the plan was always to go to America. Something like a pandemic got in the way, and then I was ill after the pandemic, and I've not been driving on the road since. So I'm still waiting. I've now got the okay to drive on the road.
Excellent.
I still haven't done much of that, but as I do, I'm sure we'll get back to it at some point.
Brilliant.
Get myself into a place where I can do that.
Yeah,
So.
that'd be good. That'd be good. But yeah, they were weird years, those.
Yeah. They were weirder for me because everybody else started to come out of the lockdown situation and start to do things, and that's when I started being really ill.
Yeah.
So
but you were
it was
doing
very odd.
You were doing these music
Yeah.
videos and everything, and just chilling. They were really good, actually.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed them. But no, it was bizarre times.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
I think we're certainly out the other side of it as
Yeah.
best as we can. But it's so good to be racing again, and so good to have all of our European visitors again. So good to have such strong crowds here again. And it's pretty good.
The crowd this weekend's been amazing. I mean, obviously, I've been sat on the bank most of the weekend. It's been incredible. The atmosphere's back to where it was.
Yeah, the vibe has been
feels,
awesome.
Yeah, it feels incredible.
Yeah. Super Pro, I mean, it has been absolutely phenomenal as per usual this weekend. And I'm just looking for the relevant sheet and I can't find it at the moment. But just as I say that,
The start to fire.
Alan Didwell doing a phenomenal job this season. He's leading the way at the moment, so he's the one with the target on the back. With Tom Atkinson, or should I say Team Time is Money, is in second place in the points. But that can all change.
And that's a place where they often are.
Right.
They're like, you've always got to watch for Tom and John.
Yeah.
They're always there just waiting for somebody to get it wrong, and they will jump on the points and soon win a championship. So at this point in the season, yes, Alan's in front, but there's plenty of people coming up behind that are, ready for him to make a mistake and bounce.
Not a predetermined buy, because we had to see how the ladder worked out. But commiserations to Pete Walters, who should have been in the other lane, but engine problems on day one, and unable to continue with the event. They decided, although they could have probably stretched it and fixed it, it was too much of an ask here. Didn't want to risk further damage. So Stuart Morris then on a solo run here.
Stuart dialing 860, and I would guess probably using this as a tune-up run.
Yeah, he either hit 990, which bizarrely that's what he just tried to do. You hear the throttle stop come in, so he used that as a cheeky little tune-up run for Supergas.
And why not? You got a freebie.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, it's the idea.
Right, number 2 man in the points. But Tough Custom with AC Bell.
Good news is the sun's just starting to break through the clouds as well. It is forecast to get brighter as the day goes on. Just the when part, obviously. So let's have a quick look at championship points for Super Pro as well. Oh, you've got them. Sorry, good man. Go on then.
Alan Didwell, as I say, is leading. Thomas Money second, which is obviously Tom. He's down there. He wants to go rounds today. Matt Peters having a great start to the season. He's number 3. And then Dave Russell, 4, Giles and Hartley, number 5. But that is before qualifying points from this weekend go into the mix.
And there's a lot of points because it's a big field.
It is, yeah. Dial-ins, 8.34 for Tom, but leaving first will be AC Bell with 8.78. Well, Tom goes to round number 2. A cherry on the tree for AC Bell, went too soon.
34 with a 9 for Tom. He'd been pretty tough to get around anyway.
Right, you do have down there Joe Kellett going alongside Andy Thetford. Extremely happy when I bumped into him last night. Despite his frustration for the whole weekend long, that last run where he absolutely struck
Nailed
together
it.
his best run ever, sort of diminished all of the other runs that he'd had previously.
We said last night after that run, you know, what if you were Andy Thetford, what would you dial this morning? We went for 765. He's actually put a 764 on it to just be a little bit surfer. But 100 surfer, it's not much.
Well, how about Joe dialing in 890, which is the Super Comp Index, which Leah runs when she's in the car. So a lot of team help, shall we say.
And this will be interesting because you will see that the throttle stop will come in on the dragster. But it should be running about the same speed at the top end as Andy Thetford. So it should, the two by the time they get to the top end, should be very equal. Now the turbo car's going to chase him down, and I don't think he's going to make it.
Oh, 890 with a 7 for Joe Kellett on an 890 dial. That was incredible. An 08 light. Andy Thetford goes 828, 167. That's confidence, actually, to hit your dial in when you had quite a margin. But there we go.
I think I would have been lifting a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah, I think I would have done as well. Right, Ashley Bell and Lee Huxley. Good matchup, this one. 882 plays 870. Ashley's put the car up for sale, which means he's probably got something else in the offing that he wants to get behind the wheel of.
Lee dialing 870. This should be fairly equal on the tree. You should just be able to see the difference. Actually leaving first, just by a 10th if everything goes to plan.
Bit too soon, unfortunately, for Ashley there. Cherry on the tree for him. So Lee Huxley will take the win. Goes 876 on that 70. Ashley goes 896 on that 82. But say red light on the tree. Lee Huxley into round number 2. Brian Pateman and Kieran Astley. Now then, we know, unfortunately, Kieran is broken. But give him a chance to celebrate his birthday.
I'm sure he'd have been rather celebrating.
I think he'd rather be doing it on track, yeah, definitely. So Brian Pateman on a solo. On a 34, but safely through into round number 2.
Another buy now. We've got Patrick
Yes,
Dubois. Oh,
I bumped into...
maybe we haven't got Patrick Dubois at the moment. I don't know if it's still running.
Yeah, I did actually bump into Simon Barlow and Carl Harrison last night, and obviously when Simon's engine went kaput, you know, a rod exited the bottom of the block and pool of oil and everything, but bizarrely the car was still running on the other 7 because because the piston obviously stopped right at the top and there was no rod in there. It was a small hole in the bottom. The diaper caught most of it. Obviously some oil did leak out. They've got the car back to the pits, looked at it, and it's repairable. They've got the bits to do it. The only thing that's going to hold them up is rods.
Yeah.
And they're aiming to be back out for Dragstaugia. He said
Correct,
it wasn't as bad as it looked. Even though it was bad, it wasn't as bad.
It looked even worse, I think, because there was a huge amount of oil smoke.
Yeah, yeah.
And it looked like it was starting to vaporise, which I was quite worried, for the guys on the start line. But yeah, it looked terrible. But that's really good news.
Right, okay, so Patrick, obviously no reverse, but they're hoping that he can still just go forward and break the beams. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I mean, if he can even break the beams on the starter, it might.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do to take the round win, otherwise he'll get pushed back.
As long as he takes a green under the car's own power, he can put himself through to the next round. Oh, it's fired.
Well, it's a long way to come, and to have a niggling little failure to put you out of competition is not what you want. So the custom gang looks like they will be able to take the spot in round number 2. Well done, Patrick.
Does just what he needs to.
Yeah.
And no more.
Nervous moments then for the custom gang. So they got it done. It's a silly thing. I'll just look at that run for a moment. Okay. He wasn't trying. The car left the line on virtually tick over. He just drove up the racetrack. And I've only ever been a tenth quicker than my life when I run my car flat out. It's just insane. 1096 at 120. 158, 60 foot. My best is 156.
Yeah, and it did look like he was just pulling on.
How bizarre. Right, Jens Konecki and Mark Coulsell. Right, your number 2 qualifier, actually, Mark Coulsell. That's when the dial-in was chosen by Harley. And Harley didn't tell Mark what he was going to do until he came around the corner.
Yeah.
And the number appeared on the board. Mark obviously accepted it. And it's exactly what he ran, 8:18. And that's what he stuck with today. Alongside Jens Konecki, 8:21 with the Oldsmobile Rocket. Just 300ths of a second dial-in difference between these two.
Yeah, Mark and the nostalgic slingshot dragster, the way we used to do things.
Yeah.
But makes just such a good super crocker.
Well, Mark with his nose in front. And he keeps it there, 8:22. And that's right, 8:22 a pair. But, in effect, a whole shot win for Mark Coulsell. He had a 0.12 reaction compared to a 0.22. Jens was close to the dial-in, but Mark Coulsell got there first.
Yeah, the 10th difference on the tree there, man. Jens was really not eligible for the win at any point down the track. Yeah. Mark was just always on for that.
All right, Dave Russell, 8:68 on his own. No Alan Schofield, unfortunately. 8:65 on an 8:68, and he went red. He did everything he could, but it didn't matter because he was on his own. Quick shout out, actually, because mouth-watering pairing, isn't it?
It is.
Ron Bartlett and Alan did well. No, one person I just want to do a very quick shout out. He was here on Thursday for the first day, but unfortunately not well enough to attend the rest of the event. And that's a good friend of everybody here, Martin Stanbury. Mark, I know you wanted to be here, mate, so I know you're watching it all online today. Wishing you well. and I promise I will see you at some stage, and look forward to catching up with you in due course. But a good friend of everybody, Martin Stanbury, proper race fan, tuning at home. So let's have a look at the dial-in zone. 8:26 Ron Bartlett, 7:58 Alan Didwell.
So Alan, at the moment, leading the championship. Ron, I'm not racing this year, Bartlett, doing way, way better than I'm not racing.
You can't keep them down, can you?
Certainly not. Still on a borrowed transmission from Pete Lane, I think, as well. I'm sure Ron wants to thank Pete for the trans again.
Well, Alan Didwell is in the lead in the points chase. He wants to go rounds, but he's got to get past Rocket here. Oh, he does so on a hole shot. Ron Bartlett hits his darling. 8:26 with a 4 on an 8:26, but a 7:63 gets the job done. Alan Didwell into round number 2.
Alan with a 62 light against Ron's .155.
Yeah, I think racing's going to be very, very tight. Street Eliminator into the pole list. Did you just say that, or did you just remind me?
No, my microphone wasn't on. I just reminded you.
Right, okay. Yeah, can we have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Right, Matt Peters and Paul Marston. Matt doing really well in the National Championship. He's number 3 coming into this event. But Alan Didwell, who's leading the championship, he's through. Team Timers Money, they are through. And Dave Russell, who's 4th in the points, they're through.
Yep. And Matt's got a really hard one here. Paul Marston is never to be underestimated. No. He's been around bracket racing for a long, long time and knows it backwards. Matt only started bracket racing last year.
Well, Matt goes red, unfortunately. That was a big red, 0.22. So it is Paul Marston that's going through. That's 8:42 on that 33. And, well, Matt Peters broke out as well, went 7:54 and a 55.
Paul with a really good racing light as well, was 50 on the tree. Was going to be hard to get around.
Been looking forward to this one, actually. Elodie Dubois, 7:45 against Scott Hauser, 7:30.
This could be another one of those that's won and lost on the tree. They're both good on the tree. And they both know how to run the car right on its dialing. This could be quite tactical. So Scott, even as the faster car, dials 730, which is pretty honest. I don't think he's keeping anything in hand there. So he's hoping the car just runs exactly what it says. No tactics for Scott at the top end. Elodie goes red and hands Scott the win. Like I said, won and lost on the start line.
Yeah, look at the ETs as well, though. They both went 300s under. Oh, this will be interesting. John Turner's going to fog the start line out in a moment. John Turner, John Tepperden, I mean. Really enjoying his time in the Another Small Fortune dragster is Barry Giles.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the quickest bracket cars in the world, because even top dragster in the States can't go that quick.
Well, because because he doesn't get sent over here. It's 5.98. Will probably be fastest legal at the moment in the country, in the world. So
Well,
if you ran a 5.98 in top dragster, it would be an illegal run, and you would be put on the trailer and sent home.
really?
So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, their class floor is 6.10.
Yeah, you can go under the 6.10, but if you go under 6.0, that's it. You're sent on the trailer home. So, yeah, we don't have that to deal with here. We have a 6-second minimum, and yeah, with no floor.
Darling's End, 6 flat for Barry Giles, which is basically the quickest you can go. John Turbidden, 890, almost the slowest you can go. 2.9 seconds the difference in Super Pro here.
It will seem like an eternity for Barry waiting on the line.
If you ever want a graphic description of what bracket racing is, this is it. Hare and tortoise personified.
Impossible to judge where you are.
Oh! He broke out by a thou. He was there first by a thou. That is an unbelievable. The win margin is nothing. That's got to be the fastest closing speed in the history of bracket racing.
And he was off it.
Yeah, 70 miles an hour. He nearly did that perfectly. Amazing. That was actually a John Tebenham hole shot pretty much that got that.
That was a great race.
That was bonkers.
It just shows what a bracket racer Barry is there.
Yeah, he really. Well, he thought he knew he was going to catch him, and that's his first race in that car as well. At that sort of speed, catching somebody, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, that's just I've chased some slower cars, but not like that.
Nah.
Look at the speed difference at
yeah,
the stripe.
70 miles an hour.
84 miles an hour difference at the stripe. 100. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the 8th. But even so, look at that.
Well, JT actually clicked it off early as well.
Yeah.
He only ran 136.
70 mile an hour difference.
I've got to talk to him later, though, because I bet you he heard Barry coming.
Yeah.
I bet you heard him coming. I bet you could hear a big shouty thing coming down the track after him. So that was awesome to watch. Awesome to watch. Just to keep everybody up to date with what's going on, we've got the rest of Super Pro. We've got round 1 of Super Gas, a little bit of track prep and street eliminator, then it's round 1 of FIA Top Fuel, and we go into all of the very big, loud, fast stuff next. So, I thought I hadn't seen Bob Doyle again.
Now following Barry, Daniel Giles in the Giles and Hartley car, and sadly no Bob Doyle this morning. Bob's out.
So down on the checkout pass, going to look for 7.31. Having a little bit of a wander around his lane, but no issues at all. Goes 7.29 for a breakout, but at least he's had the checkout pass now.
Doesn't matter. Oh, another big shouty car against the door car. However, this door car's a bit quicker and the dragster's not quite as quick. Not that that's a bad thing. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, I was going to say, it should make it easier to put your nose ahead. Not really. So Thomas Haas in the Kestrel line, just waiting to do his back. While Nick Good backs up. Nick with a big, long, hairy banner. Thomas a little less.
Thomas is dialing.
Whoa.
Yeah, they know something we don't, obviously. 7.99. I can't remember the last time Thomas dialed in the 7s. With the Valiant from Switzerland in the Kestrel lane. So, can he keep the win streak going from last weekend? Well, actually, you won on Saturday, not on Sunday, but whatever.
Well, whoever wins this gets the bye in the next round. It's just the way the ladder's worked out. And that's game over, unfortunately, for Thomas, who goes red. Nick Good.
6.76. Well, I think the thing is that once he knew he got the win light, Nick ran it out the back door to see what it would run, see how close he was going to be. Yeah, definitely out the back door, 193. Well, no matter how dialed the car is, if the driver has a malfunction, well, it's a big shame for Thomas and Natalie. They've had hopefully they've had a terrific time over the last 2 weeks.
Brilliant time over here and profitable, I think is the way to say it.
Might be able to afford a drink on the boat on the way home.
Yeah, but hope you've had a great 10 days or so here.
Well, no Jack Brewster for this one, so Billy Gaines is going to be, well, not taking it easy. He gets a tune-up run for the next round. The only thing for Billy, though, is he didn't enter the first 2 rounds of the championship, did he?
No, because he didn't have an engine.
That'll be one.
He's just still building everything up. But certainly back with us now, 8.24 on that 8.20.
Ah, well, Jack. Good practice, though.
Well, here is Jack. I'm on what we call a time trial run. Obviously, would have been alongside Billy, but we're lucky to get it started this time.
I can only think he's obviously not happy or comfortable running in competition just yet.
Yeah, I think they're just, so trying to get the car to do what they want it to do. They deemed it much better to try and get a time trial running.
Okay, we've got super gas pairings around there. So once again, if you're out there milling around in the trader area, in the pits, we've got super gas to come, street eliminator, and then round 1 of FIA Top Fuel. The first 8-car elimination ladder we've had for a while. So meticulous adjustments to make sure everything's okay. I'm sure everybody's cast their eye over this at some point. It's just it's really difficult as a driver in moments like this as well, because you're kind of waiting for the car to do what you think it's going to do.
Yeah. You kind of start expecting it to do things you don't.
Not well, that carbon copy of just about every run for the last few days, unfortunately for Jack Brewster. Car leaves with just about the same 60 foot. Right, complete class of takers is super gas.
I've been looking forward to this.
I'll see you later on over there.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Right, Andy Dibley, who got the perfect ET in qualifying, 9.900.
It wasn't perfect,
According to
two
Dave.
on the end, yeah.
Okay, so number 1 qualifier there. In actual fact, the whole field was covered by less than 300ths of a second. It was insane.
So it's run as an all-run ladder, i.e. 32. Whoa, he was glad there wasn't anyone in the other lane, I think. Put straight right.
Still under 9.9 of some description, though. Oh,
978.
Wow.
Got tune-up runs
Way
of 4.
quicker, yeah. Right, this is where the fun really starts, and we got two guys who do it very differently indeed. Mark White and Wayne Hiscock. Wayne was number 1 qualifier for ages, and then eventually Dibs pipped in front of him there. Mark White with the FX Vega. So much experience over the years in this class. But I'm sure Tony Morris is tuned in from the States as well, even though it's very, very early in the morning over there. But they are sponsors of the class. And Mark White got there first, but broke out. So it is Wayne Hiscock with the 997 going into round number 2.
Look at Wayne Hiscock's mile an hour, though. He was still doing 136 at the finish line.
Yeah, that was a little bit unusual, actually.
Well, he was having a bit of a wander around his lane, so perhaps he lifted early and thought, well,
Yeah.
I'll just run it through the back door.
Well, not only that, Wayne gets a bye in round number 2. It's just the way, because it's an all-run field, but with 17 cars, you're running on a 32-car ladder, so there will be buys slotted in. This isn't, though. Jasmine Tunstall, Bob Bolden.
Well, you heard the throttle stop come off for Jasmine.
And Jazz takes it at 9.95 to a lose-out 10.02. The win margin 0.007 at the stripe. The closing speed 146 for Jazz, 100 for Bob. 46 mile an hour difference, and Jazz took it by 0.007. Next pair, it's the Huxleys, represented by Mark in this one, alongside Ronald House. The House Brothers Racing wagon there.
Yeah, I was speaking to Mark last night, and he was saying how he was really happy with his 992 pass, and then realised he was still last.
Yeah, it's mad. Mad. Different way of doing it though. Throttle stop kicks in for Ronald, now releases. Oh, it's a double breakout, but Mark Huxley does it by the lesser amount. 981 beats a 978. Battle of the breakouts.
Yeah, Mark actually got there first, but Ronald House broke out by more, trying to run him down.
Okay, Dave Fulton against Stu Doiney.
Well, Dave is through in Pro ET. He obviously wants to go through in Supergas, but he's got a tough customer in Stu Doiney.
Yeah, in actual fact, Stu bought that car off Dave.
Oh.
Last year. Oh no, early this year, I think, actually. Now, is he going to regret it? We'll find out. Oh, double breakout, but it is by the lesser amount. Stu Doiney is through, Dave Fulton is out. Yeah, should have lifted Dave. 83 and an 84, how tight was that one?
Tim Moore on a solo, it seems to be. Unfortunately, no Dan Page. He had issues with his oil pump yesterday. We saw a lot of smoke coming out of the car on his final run, but
in actual fact, it was quite serious damage, unfortunately, for Dan Page. So Tim Moore is through. In actual fact, just looking at that previous pairing with Dave Fulton and Stu Doiney, it was like a battle to the stripe. Stu took the stripe, but joking aside, if Dave had lifted, he wouldn't have broken out by as much and would have taken the win. It's a real game, but when you're only 0-2 at the stripe, very, very difficult.
if you're already
to judge.
behind, you're not going to lift.
Yeah, very difficult. Stefan Raffletrap and Dave Cherritt, your next pair. Now Dave Cherritt will probably try and run up and hide. Stefan closes it down. Well, not by much actually, because Dave will lift now. 983 against 989. Battle of the breakouts again. Stefan goes through. Right. This is Pete Creswell and Andy Harrison.
Yeah, Pete was #1 qualifier for a long old time, but he's been bumped down to the #3 spot. Could you imagine qualifying number 11 with a 991?
I know. We could imagine qualifying with a 992 and be last. That's the crazy thing, but so tight this weekend. But when you get 9 goes at qualifying, you're going to hit your numbers. Bit of a staging duel. Oh no, Pete goes in.
Long old roll start for Pete Creswell.
991 with a 3 beats a 991 with a 9, and they both had 0 lights. Wow, that was awesome racing. 03 compared to an 04 on the tree. Slight advantage all the way down the track for Pete Creswell there. Well done. Good race.
Yeah, that's what that could have been a final.
Yeah. Right, your final pair, Simon Fulton and Stuart Morris.
Simon Fulton, this is his 19th run of the weekend. I think he's got one more run in Super Comp. I asked him if he was bored yet, and he went, yeah.
Oh, and he's going to have another run in this class because Stu Morris goes red.
Yeah, so he's guaranteed his 21st run. Of course, he is double class in this weekend at Super Gas Super Comp. He breaks out as well, 987, but doesn't matter.
Yeah. Right, pairings, round 2 in Super Gas. Andy Dibley will be taking on Tim Moore. Stefan Reffeltraff taking on Stu Doyney. Wayne Hiscock gets the bye run. Simon Fulton against Mark Huxley, and Pete Creswell taking on Jasmine Tunstall. Okay, little bit of prep work going on out there very shortly indeed. We need to put some extra glue down. So it will be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and then you want to be making sure that you are on the banking or in the grandstand, because there's only, 5 pairs in Street Eliminator, and then it will be Top Fuel Dragster for round number 1. I tell you what, whilst they're just doing the track prep, and it's only a little bit of gluing and that, it won't take long. Get yourselves on the banking, get yourselves on the grandstands, get yourselves ready for Top Fuel coming soon. But Street Eliminator first. But before that, a tune or two maybe from Nitro FM. We'll take it back with eliminations coming at you.
Brown and Passenger with the 2-seater dragster. Thought that was a perfect then, but it wasn't. 0-1 light for Paul.
It's still good by anyone else's standards, really. And a 790 at 170 miles an hour. Brilliant, isn't it? Well, unfortunately, this first pair, Marie Mills, was due to be racing Thomas Bublitz, and Thomas didn't make the run. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, there's something on the racetrack. The car was leaking down there, so he wasn't able to move forward and take his place against Marie. That gives him a little bit of wriggle room, though, doesn't it, at the finish line? Well, no reaction time prizes.
The win margin,
I was just going to
0-0-1.
I was trying to work that out because he had a 6 of it. Warren Watts takes the win. Jason Pickett as well dials a 1070. That's a little quicker than he's dialed up to this point. Jason's a member of the Gasser Circus, another one of the great classes in UK drag racing. When's their next event actually? Is it Dragstouting? Blimey. Sorry?
3 inches.
3 inches that win margin, the last one. That's amazing. Jason Pickett breaks out. What an unbelievable race.
Points chase. Lee Morris was leading. And he's out in round 1. Laura Bainton taking the win.
It's a moment like that at the end of the year when you're totting up all the points at the national finals.
Yeah.
That may make the difference. 10.36 on the 30 for Laura. 9.47, 9.62 for John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. John's going to go first by 0.15. When he stages. There we go. They both go green, which is always a bonus, especially in elimination. On a whole shot.
Golden. Bob at 9.38, Dave 9.40, just 0.02 of a second difference on the tree.
We'll see both of these in action in Super Gas in a little while
Yeah.
too. However, this time they can actually run all out, can't they? They don't have to try and run the same number, although it ain't far off, is it? Look, 0.02 of a second. Nothing in it on the tree.
Side by side all the way, and it is Dave Fulton that takes it on a 41-40 dial. Bob Bolden breaks out by a hair's breadth. 9.37 with an 8 on a 9.38.
Big match up for round 1, actually, this one.
Yeah, look at the dial-ins. Only 200ths between them. It's going to be practically a heads-up race. I can't see the difference on the tree.
Well, Mark Huxley is out in front for now, but probably not
Backs
now.
off.
Oh, he takes the win. Look at that. Perfect ET win margin. Look at that.
It's
7-8.
Yeah, they're 9.60, 9.58 to 9.60 normally for that car.
Well, that's what he had been dialing in, but the car kept missing. Against Tom Kay with the black belt. My goodness me. Oh, Tom going for a big wander. He's still going, though. And he takes the win. My goodness me, look at that. I tell you what, that's as close to as a perfect run. Another man that could pull it out the bag as well, Nick Mugridge. You believe Dave Rudd qualifies number 2 and get Nick Mugridge in round 1. Goodness me. So Nick Mugridge does a 10 flat in the little junior comp dragster. Dave Rudd with the Cobra.
Nick's a long way out in front.
He's still there. I really have to feel for Dave Rudd. He's so good in qualifying, not near the top. Against Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger. Help. I can't even find him.
Oh,
wow.
Huge wheel stand for the Charger.
And a red light, unfortunately. Yeah, Brett Featherston's way down the order, Carl, I think.
Yeah.
And he breaks out.
I mean, if you're going to go red in style. That was a huge win. Yeah, Ronnie with the nitrous back on, dials 9.00 and a 904 from Majuli. Alfie Rutten. That is in the Slictrix lane. 400th difference on the tree. Oh, Ronnie goes deep.
But he did go red. My goodness me.
They're awake this morning, I'll tell you what.
He's going for a big wander at the top end. They both are, actually.
Whoa, yes.
Right, Neil Watkins, it's his turn now to see if he can stay in, because he's going to start hauling the points if he can.
That was a classic moment. You go, hang on, who's moved the off button on my phone? Oh, yeah, it's not mine, that's one.
Right, Dave Cherritt, is his stellar double weekend going to continue?
Well, Dave Cherritt is currently undefeated over the last couple of weekends.
This might be the first time, though. Neil Watkins backing off and does it perfectly.
Yeah, so Rob Carter, one of these cars with the very aggressive falling setup. We've seen it in the past where he launches and you can watch the rear end of the car stand up away from the rear axle, helps plant the car and lean the weight forward. Obviously, these cars, you can't have wheelie bars on the road, so these don't run them. A little bit of wheel spin.
Yeah, you did well to catch that. Still goes 880 at 167 miles an hour.
In a Passat.
Right, Mark Sheridan.
Now, this car has everything to be a 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour contender. He's done the 200-mile-an-hour part, but he's barely dipped into the 7s, I don't think, ever. Has he, Colin?
Oh, no, he has.
Oh, he has, okay.
But he didn't have the 200 mile an hour to go with it. That was the strange thing.
Unfortunately, no James Murray. I think that's who should be racing.
Yeah.
Of course, these guys all went on a 26-mile cruise yesterday. They've come back. The guys you see racing are the ones that have completed it.
God, listen to that power come in. 820. Look at the speed. 207 miles an hour there for Mark Sheridan.
And he had the brakes on as well, did you notice?
Yeah. That was a phenomenal run. 8:20.207.
Yeah, look how slow the 60-foot was. A 1.73.
Yeah.
That's a tenth slower than a junior dragster.
Don't say it like that. You upset him. Deary me.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. This guy is not slow at all. This is Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister. Here comes Rob Slater.
Yeah, your newest member of the 8-second club. 8.90 is what he ran.
Right, so basically Rob messaged me and he said he's had an amazing weekend, achieved our goal, the 82nd. We have discovered we are blowing through the converter and need CO2 for boost control, so some more work to do. So we have lowered the settings for round 1 against Andy. Still got to drive home.
Yeah, a little bit of issue staging.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset, so both the Tri-Chevys go in together. It is amazing, isn't it, that he drives this 57 all the way down here from Stoke-on-Trent and home again.
Lovely run from Andy Bond. He's going to go through over 200 mile an hour. 7:38, 203 mile an hour.
And 203 miles an hour. That was really nice. Al Williamson just warmed my feet up for me. That was lovely. 200. That speed by Andy Bond was not even the fastest speed today by a street car. How cool is that?
Yeah, amazing. Well, safe journey home to Rob and Trudy. But as I say, they were lowered the boost settings for that one. Right, so Al qualified with an 8:27. Nick with a 10:57. But anything can happen out there. We know it normally does.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether you said, guys, as well, they still run on street tyres. So those 200 miles an hour runs you just saw were on full street tyres. They could effectively turn off the end of the racetrack, admittedly not with a parachute still attached, but could turn off the end of the racetrack and go straight back on the street.
Yeah, so as I said before, issues for Nick Hale. No such issues for Al Williamson. Lifts early before it goes over the line. 8:67 at a slowing only 138 mile an hour. A bit of a nitrous backfire for Nick Hale, unfortunately. He's going to be sent on down the track. Yeah, as I said before, these guys did go on a 26-mile cruise, and one of the rules is how the car runs on the track is how it has to go on the cruise. So they do have to run street tyres. They can't run wheelie bars. Who have we got under the tower, Darryl?
It should be
It's
Al
our
Mack.
Mac. It is
Ah,
indeed,
okay.
yeah, it is our Mac, yeah. Because if they were allowed to run wheelie bars, they could drop the pressure on the tyres and hit it a lot harder off the start line. thanks ever so much for Julian, the excellent photographer for Eurodragster.com, for giving us the lowdown on this car, because he said there were no two-door 162s that came into the country. So this car, he very expertly sussed out. This is kind of a collaboration of all sorts of things. But Al got this car when he was 18. It's been in his family for that long. Let's just say he's not 18 now. Yeah, he first put a blower on it as well, because his mum bought him one. I think everyone would like a mum like that, wouldn't they? Buy your superchargers for Christmas or your birthday. However, this car now is a solid 7-second performer.
Yeah, he's driven this car to Sweden before in the past. That was when it had the blower on it, I believe. It was a strong launch, but a bit of a misfire.
No need to try to keep going, because just backs out of it, believe it or not. Yeah, that was an 8.5-second Volvo, 146. So, yeah, that's street eliminated. Matchups for round 2, Colin.
Andy Bond gets the bye. Mark Sheridan against Al Williamson, and Al Mack against Rob Carter.
Okay, so we're pretty much on schedule. Let's have a quick look at the time. Yeah, it's just gone 12 o'clock. And if you look behind the tower, you see those very loud pointy cars coming round underneath it. So this is going to be the first round of FIA Top Fuel. We have an 8-car elimination ladder, and what a couple of days it's been, Colin.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. A new European speed record for Suzanne Kalin. I say a 6-car field. It's the first time in 4 years we've had this many cars in Top Fuel here at the pod. Amazing.
Absolutely that.
Matchups, I'll just give you those very briefly. Suzanne will be taking on Stig Neergaard, and Ida Zetterstrom against Dennis Nilsson, and India Urbacher against Duncan Micallef. So we've got 3 pairs in round 1. There will be a bye in the semi-final, and that will go to the winner of either Suzanne or Stig. And then obviously there'll be another match up the other side. Okay, so information here. Suzanne is only the 2nd driver over 320 in Europe and the first over 1,000 foot. Andy Carter did that at the 2010 at the finals. So, yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable information there.
Well, okay, Colin, we are about ready to go in the Slick Tricks lane. For Monster Energy and Switzerland, it is India Urbacher. She was in the 3s in qualifying. Just missing out on the 3-second run was Duncan Micallef from Malta in the Kestrel lane. If this is your first time here, welcome. These things are pretty much the 8th wonder of the world. They do 0 to 100 miles an hour in less than 1 second. So if you see me stand down here on the start line, by the time they get to just past the Christmas tree, they will be doing 100 miles an hour. Half track, round about 3 seconds. About 270 miles an hour, and on a full chat run, you see the orange blocks towards the end, 300 miles an hour in under 4 seconds, all being well. So this is the first elimination round. There are 6 cars and 3 pairs that you're going to be seeing around about now. But before we get to that, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please stand for the national anthem. So, time to quench our blood with some nitromethane. All those press guys standing in the middle about to have the rudest awakening of their entire lives, I think.
Oh, it's a swarm of... I've never seen so many TV crews, press crews, ever on the start line.
Just very quickly, Colin, that's Archie Hamilton down there on the start line, and he just introduced himself to me, and I said to him, right, where your organs are at the moment, check out where they are in about a minute's time. So the first pair, Duncan from Malta in the Kessel lane, India from Switzerland for Monster Energy in the Slick Tricks lane. This is going to be some seriously fun afternoon of racing here. Just as the sun comes out as well to warm the racetrack up nicely. All being well, 3 seconds, 300 mile an hour runs is what you're going to be seeing. However, it's first to the finish line wins. This is race day.
India went 391 in qualifying, 407 for Duncan, but it's all about the race. Whoever gets to the top end first goes into the round number 2, goes into the semis here at the main event.
What a race!
385 for India Urbacher.
And Duncan has got a bit of a bonfire going on at the top, and that was one hell of a race. Well done, Gary. Well done, everybody. But 385, 316 miles an hour for India Urbacher. My friend, well, without further ado, welcome back. This has been a great weekend. That's a fantastic number.
Yeah, it's great for us after this long break we have. Run that fast with that badass car. It's great. The crew works like hell. And yeah, it's fantastic.
It is really, really good. You also move on to round 2 as well. We haven't said that for a long time, have we?
Yeah, that's a long time. I win the last championship in 2011, and now it's India's time. And we are sure we're winning the championship this year with her.
Good man. Urbacher, everybody, give him a cheer. Give all of the teams a massive round of applause, please.
Right, got to give you some numbers here.
Away you go.
Right, 83 to 84 on the 60 foot. Duncan was ahead at 3:30, 2:15 to 2:17.
I think he left on it, didn't he?
He did, yes, by a tenth actually. But the 8th for India, 3:08, 280 miles an hour. Wow. That was hauling, and at the stripe, as we know, 385, 316 miles an hour against 410 at 213.
Well, I'm down on the start line with a young man named Archie Hamilton. Archie, that was your first experience at top fuel. I said to you just a second ago, remember where your organs are because they won't be in a minute. How was that?
I've actually never experienced anything like that. I mean, I've done things like Le Mans, 24 hours and stuff, but I've never witnessed anything like that. So I had respect for the people that do what they do here, but that is just unbelievable.
Yeah, the great thing about drag racing as well, diversity. That was a young lady beating a young man. We don't need any diversity stuff in drag racing. We've had it forever.
It's, I mean, full respect to her. I mean, you wouldn't pay me to do that, but, you know, look, these people are so experienced in what they do, and there's a massive respect. And Keith has been looking after me and showing me your world, and yeah, massive respect to everybody.
I know it is different to a lot of other motorsport as well, but I always, mistakenly or not, I always describe it as the most rock and roll end of motorsport for that reason.
I think until you actually feel it inside you, I think that's one of the things which I've just realised. I've stood here, I've seen them, and when they took off, I was just like, I thought something was going really wrong in this world. So yeah, huge thanks for having me, and yeah, massive respect.
We hope you enjoy your time here, and go and tell all your friends it's not just as easy as going in a straight line.
No, I'm going to tell everybody they need to get down here and watch it because that's ridiculous.
Thank you very much indeed, Archie. Excellent stuff. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it is, but that's why we love it so much, because it is that ridiculous. But the 385 at well over 300 miles an hour once again. Just having a quick look in the shutdown area. Actually, both cars have disappeared. It's just a little bit of a tidy up down there. So we look behind us to see the next pair. Dennis Nilsson. He sat there waiting patiently for the order for his team to fire up the dragster. He'll be taking on Ida Zetterstrom for Edelbrock, for KW, and for Mistrand. And Compcam's on the front car as well. She's on a mission this year, But then, having said that, so is everybody else.
Yeah, I was just going to say, India just went 385 at 316. That wasn't even low ET and top speed of the event.
No.
Well, I hate to say so far again, but so far. So Duncan looked like he had a little bit of a bonfire going on down there in the Kestrel Lane. He was ahead for quite some time, wasn't he,
Yes,
Colin,
yeah.
on those numbers?
Yeah.
He must have got to 330 first, but I'm guessing after that was when it went south.
Yeah. Unbelievable, though. But then, well, saying that, to the 8th, they had the same time, but Duncan's run was starting to come apart and India just went straight by.
What we've got to do as well, we've got to get somebody from the press to film all these press guys down here, because I can't imagine any of them didn't jump about 10 foot in the air after that. They're all giggling like kids down here. If you never experienced Topfield before, how was that? Was that good? That was pretty damn good. We've still got 2 more pairs to go as well. And yeah, the track crew at the top end doing a bit of clean-up. The engine started coming apart for Duncan just before half-track, I think, wasn't it, Colin?
Yeah.
So he did have a bit of a... It was probably a bit warm behind him. Topfield is really, really brutal. Duncan's been champion before and didn't get to put in a 3-second pass this weekend. But he will be back. I think he's racing at Hockenheim later on in the summer, and the plan is for him to be back here to the finals at the end of the season. I'll tell you what I'll try and do. I'll try and get some words with some other people as well, if that's okay.
Yeah.
While we've got a couple of moments. Any idea how long that one's going to be, Colin?
I don't think it's going to be that long. As I say, both cars have disappeared, and it looks like the tractor is coming back down, but they have got the Berrymans out right, sort of like exit 2 in the shutdown area. So, yeah, by all means, if you can catch anybody.
It doesn't actually take that long in the shutdown area, because it really is a comparatively simple case of putting down the grease sweep, dragging it in a bit, and tidying up. So the tractor will make a couple more passes here. It does have to be free of oil and any sort of fluids all the way down the racetrack and in the shutdown area too. We can't have any sort of moisture around to runners. So I'll see who I can grab. Well, the tractor's actually going back on station, which is always a good sign.
Well, it looks like the teams could actually be getting ready to fire up.
It's when we bring Ida forward, you know it is.
There is something, I don't know what pre-apocalyptic, I think I'm going to use that word. When you look down from the tower and see 2 Topfield dragsters lining up, getting ready to start, you sort of think these landlocked missiles are just about to take on the racetrack here. It is an amazing moment. And of course, when they then fire up, and then the nitro kicks in, it's just absolutely unbelievable. So fortunate that we're able to do all this.
Yeah, it's always nice to introduce somebody like Archie to the straight line sport, because there is a general consensus in circuit racing that drag racing is easy because you just go in a straight line. All of us that have been here for a while know that that's absolutely not the case. And the fact that in other forms of motorsport, it does actually make me smile every time I see on the BBC website something to do with, yes, we're trying to get women into Formula One. Well, we've had women winning in drag racing for decades now. And after that run by India, who is a young lady from Switzerland, her dad owns the team, and he's been a previous European champion. You can see why, because it's no different. And we have another young lady coming up underneath into the Kestrel Lane. That's Ida Zetterström from the island of Åland in the middle of the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous place. They are actually technically Finnish, but they speak Swedish. She's sponsored by Edelbrock, KW Parts, and mstrand.ax. Got Comcams on the front as well. She's going to be taking on Dennis Nilsson from Sweden. He lives in the southern part of Sweden. The family's company, owned by his dad, Johnny Nilsson there. You can see it on the side of the car, Auto Art, and also Dak Important as well. It's great to see Martin Boyes back after, well, a long, long time. Martin was back involved in Topfield in the 90s. So this is Dennis's first ever race here at Santipoli. He's been here a couple of times before, got his licence here and had a couple of really good qualifying runs. Trying to kill him with consistency this weekend as well. Well, hopefully, for a lot of the season too.
Well, he was scoring loads of little points in qualifying, actually, on the first day of qualifying, way back when on Saturday. He was the quickest in both rounds of qualifying, so he's picking up all these points as he was going along. And at the end of the season, you start adding up all those points, and if he has a good showing here this weekend, And you never know, could get a full season from him. So it's all depending on how things go for him. It's as we all know, it's a very expensive sport. And if they can get the funding together, let's see how far he can go.
Well, there's actually, a couple of teams here this weekend that said exactly the same thing. Depending on how this weekend goes, depends on, next race after that and that sort of thing. They've got some definite races in their schedule, but all of them really, really do depend on how they do here this weekend. But not everybody can win, obviously, that goes without saying. But it's fun watching them try. Well, everybody's strapped in race cars, and there's not many people milling about to talk to, so let's hope the track crew won't be too long.
There's a couple of people I'd just like to say hello to, actually. Probably tuned in watching the live feed, and that is Anita and Tommy. I bet they are tuned in watching.
It's got to be.
We miss them. We really do wish they were here this weekend, and we do hope that we get to see them again at some stage. And if we do, we just hope they bring a car with them.
We very much hope that, and as well, personal, very huge thank you to Anita and Tommy as well for the massive favour they did me last December. That was very, very kind of them. A couple of big hellos as well to the Deep Pros family up there on the balcony. Darren, thank you for all the messages over the weekend. I'm really sorry I still haven't had a chance to stop by, but I hope you and the family have had a fabulous time. Also to the French family as well, James, Janine, out there with the kids, Oliver and Harrison. I hope all you folks are having a wonderful, wonderful time too. First ever time at the drags this weekend, taking in monster trucks and 300-mile-an-hour top fuel drags. And so you go, the first time you ever got to see a top fuel car run, it went 316 miles an hour. Absolutely fantastic.
Still a little bit of work going on down in the shutdown area.
Good news is the tractor is back on station, and hopefully we aren't going to be too much longer. So these two in qualifying, Ida Zetterstrom went 3.84. The belt actually came off just before the finish line, so the speed was slightly down, only 300-ish miles an hour. But it should have been faster than that. But Ida was very, very happy with that indeed, and that was her first full run for some time, actually. So, she's looking forward to this round one matchup against Dennis Nielsen. I think Dennis went 420.
He
was
did,
that right, Colin?
Yep, spot on.
Okay. So the winner of this race will race India Urbacher, who we just saw go 3.85 in that first round matchup. And then the last pair, because we have a slightly odd lot field, the winner of that race between Stig Neergaard and Suzanne Kalin, who is #1 qualifier and European record holder now at 320 miles an hour, will get the bye run on that side of the semi-finals.
Just to give everybody a rundown what's happening after this, we got top field, then it'll be top methanol, and then it'll be next round of pro modified. So yeah, all that's to come. We've also got nostalgia funny cars, we've got fuel funny cars, and then the bikes, top fuel bike, super twin bike, pro stock bike, super street bike, and of course the junior bikes, and the session will be rounded off by the jets. So yeah, full on, it really is. So as you say, Darryl, there's so many journalists here covering the sport this weekend. It is so good to see.
Seems like all on the start line,
actually.
Yeah. But there we go.
Oh dear, absolutely phenomenal. Well, obviously that the work in the shutdown area just taken a little bit longer than we thought. Yeah, they're still working away, so I can only assume that where the fluids came out of, I'm assuming, Duncan's car after the as Darryl puts it, the little bonfire that was going on up there, just taking that a little bit longer to clear up.
Yeah, but the good thing again is the racetrack itself is clear. The shutdown area doesn't take nearly as much. It doesn't have to be re-prepped afterwards. That's the big, big difference. Is once the oil is up and all of the ore dry stuff is out of the way, we can continue with the racing as soon as we possibly can. That's Angie driving the sweeper up the top end. Those guys and girls up the top end there never ever stop working. They, they're on it all day, every single day, no matter what.
Darryl, have you ever been in a situation like, just thinking about this a moment, you're sat in the car, you're waiting patiently.
Yes.
You're cocooned in there, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you sort of totally ignore what's going on outside the world, or literally you just sort of focusing on the run? Do you Do you nod off and things like that? I
Do you
don't
know
know.
what?
What's it like?
That's a very, very good question, and probably having the announcers talking about it doesn't help because they can hear us sitting in the car. They can hear it. But no, for me, my biggest mistake was when you get strapped into these things, you get strapped in incredibly tightly for obvious reasons because you don't want to be moving around, and you get strapped in. I was talking about this, funny enough, the other night with somebody, and you get strapped down pretty tightly, and then when you get brought round actually to run, you get strapped in properly, really tightly, and it does hurt, makes your spine shrink, and that's no joke. I used to be 7 foot tall. It's not a funny thing,
Right.
but yeah, it really does. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, you feel part of the car. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, all you can do is just, it's one of the most peaceful times of the weekend because there's nothing to do. All you can do is just sit there and wait and relax, and there's nothing else you can do. You do have probably too much time to think about it, but it is what it is.
Yeah. So both drivers now will be fully strapped in as such, yeah?
That depends on what they've done, but I'm guessing they probably will be, so they're
Right.
probably itching to get on with it like all of us are.
Yeah. Because suddenly they're giving the signal to fire. You're not going to let somebody just reach in and give the belts a final target.
It could be that as well. I know some teams that actually do it that way. Yeah, you've got it.
Well, it's obviously because when you have a slight delay in this, does it affect any temperatures that they put into the car in the warm-up or anything prior to this?
Well, the engine does stay warm for some time. It doesn't also, because there's no cooling on them, it doesn't take very long at all for them to come back up to temperature. They might run them for maybe 10 seconds longer before they move forward, just to put a little bit of heat back into everything. The clutch will be set. That won't change much. Everything to do with the engine, again, won't change much at all. And yeah, but then when you're strapped in the car, that's the cruise job then, so you don't have to worry about it. Well, the good news is the sweeper is nearing the top end.
Well, I've got a bit of news for you, just been given. Obviously, with only 2 fuel funny cars that have qualified, they are going to be running their final. But also in the lanes will be Kevin Chapman and Steve Ashdown. So they're going to get runs in as well. But obviously, they'll be running the fuel funny car final before then. So, yeah, your nitro fix isn't just going to be with Top Fuel. Basically, we short the wheelbase, cloak the chassis in a carbon fibre body, put the driver behind the engine, and then you have a fuel funny car.
Exactly. I'm standing here looking at them. Actually, some of the bike guys might have been milling around just very, very quickly. I think we still have time, don't we, Colin? You can see better than me from where you are.
I'll have a look, and I'll let you know. Yeah, still down there, so yeah, you've got a few moments.
I've spotted somebody I definitely want to talk to. She won't want to talk to me. Okay. Come here this time. It's all right. We just have to put a face to the voice that we heard yesterday. Right, ladies and gentlemen, just while we've got a couple of moments while we're doing some clear up, the young lady that just ran 385 at 316 miles an hour is towering over me, standing next to me. Please put your hands together, everybody, for India Rohrbacher. Well, India, that was your first competitive race since last summer. How much fun was that?
It is amazing. I mean, if you just watch the crowd staying here all weekend, watching us racing, us having a chance to run such good times and such a great track, it's just good to be back in the UK racing, seeing all the faces and having a good time.
Well, that was definitely a good time as well. The only thing that you miss being in the car at the other end is the reaction of your dad, because your dad is he's just, honestly, I'm sure he's so proud, but he's just so happy as well.
Was he dancing? I don't hope so.
I'm not sure. Dads don't dance, do they, Urs? No, dads aren't allowed to ever dance.
Yeah, sometimes he dances a little bit, so I'm sometimes a little bit embarrassed. But no, it's great. It's just, I miss the emotions of the team, obviously. But it's also pretty cool at the back end when you see the guys coming down, getting you out of the car and just celebrating with you.
Well, that wasn't your quickest or fastest run ever, but it wasn't far off, was it?
It was. It felt pretty fast, and it might could have been gone a bit faster. But we're happy with this. It's race day. We want to win, and this is what we did, and let's see what's happening in the next rounds.
Just for the rest of the people that will never get a chance to run 300 miles an hour in that amount of time, what is it like in the car?
Well, basically, I couldn't see very much at the top end. It was just shaking, and I was just sitting in the car and thinking, okay, just hold that throttle down and let's go. We get that. So it's one of the most impressive feelings I've ever had, and I can't compare it, maybe like a bungee jump, but I'm too scared to do bungee jumping, so I prefer top fuel cars with nitro.
I know other top fuel drivers that don't like roller coasters, but they'll drive top fuel cars.
Of course, like, I like roller coasters, but this is much better.
Much better indeed. So you're going to be racing the winner of this pair behind. Who would you like to race, or just whoever? It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter because both of them are great drivers. They did a great job. All of us deserve it. So I'm just ready to face my competitor.
Yeah, ready to beat whoever's in the other lane.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, isn't she wonderful? India Urbacher, everybody. That was terrific to see earlier on. That really, really was. And yeah, dads don't dance, do they, Urs? They're not allowed to dance, ever. Yeah. Okay, also down here on the start line, how long do you reckon, Colin?
Difficult to tell. You can still see there is a plume of dust coming from the sweeper at the top end there. But yeah, you still got a few more minutes down there.
Good stuff. Okay, well, I'm down here with CEO of Trackback Racing, the man that puts on everything here at Santapod, Keith Bartlett. It must be wonderful to see 300-mile-an-hour runs again and proper open top fuel competition.
Yes, back to where we should be. I think the track's been, of course, the weather helps a lot, but it's been, the cars are on it, you know. It's great to see 6 top fuel cars back. You know, it was a struggle after COVID and the supply problems, which teams are still suffering. So I think the teams are doing really well. Of course, I'm pleased with Suzanne's 320-mile-an-hour run, but I'm also very pleased at India. You know, they've come out and run that number, and you know, Aaron Brooks is a top tuner in the States. I'm not surprised, and if you want my opinion, they're going to be hard to beat.
They are going to be very, very hard to beat indeed. Good thing is the fire crew have come back on the start line with their masks on, so we're just about ready to go, which is the good bit. But yeah, this whole weekend, a friend of mine actually messaged me yesterday, and it says it feels like the old Santapod. It feels like pre-COVID. It feels like it always has again.
Proper racing. Go in a straight line, go 300 mile an hour, nothing can beat it.
And all the whole atmosphere this weekend with the bands, with the teams, so many people here is good to see.
Yeah, the place was rammed yesterday and Saturday. You know, the sunshine, it was absolutely full. I mean, yeah, it's fantastic atmosphere. And as always, I said it yesterday, to all you fans out there, without you being here, we couldn't do it. So on behalf of everyone who works here and me at the top, thank you, everybody. We can't do it without you.
And on that note, we're about to fire the next pair.
Excellent stuff. The top end has cleared. The signal has been given to the next pair of cars. Wishing them both the best of luck. But the winner goes through into the semi-finals. And the loser will be ruining the day. They thought, oh, I could have done that. So here we go then, it is our second pair. The winner, as we know, will be facing India Urbacher in round number 2. But who's it going to be? Is it going to be the European record holder for ET? Ida Zetterstrom down there, the only driver in top fuel in Europe to go 3.7 on the 1,000 foot.
So far.
So far. Or is it going to be the gentleman in the other lane, Dennis Nilsson?
Well, the idea for Dennis and the team is they're going to try and be consistent. They're not going to try and go out there and set low ET, but they're going to go and get down the racetrack. Dennis is going to try and cut a line, and if anything happens in the other lane, other than a perfect run, he will be there.
Okay, so final adjustments as they bring the cars up to the line then. Dennis Nilsson and Ida Zetterström. This for a place in the semis in Top Fuel. Phenomenal run, 3.80 at 317 miles an hour. Low ET of the weekend. Dennis Nilsson up in flame there, 575 at 108.
Well, Dennis, actually, it erupted in flames almost straight away off the start line. I can see some green stuff down here, so we will have to sort that out. I wandered over here to talk to somebody from Ida's team, and they've all gone. Have you noticed?
Sprinted.
Everyone's just hopped it. But there we go. They've got to get ready for round two. Give them a big cheer. That is them in the pickup out the front. That's not her quickest ever run, but it's her fastest ever speed. 317 miles an hour out the back door. So that's 2 out of 3 ladies into the semi-finals. Well, unfortunately for Dennis, I can actually see the splatters start almost instantly, and that's where the flame erupted from, because it was the hot oil that caught fire out the back of the car, and that's what happens when the flames aren't contained, shall we say.
Right, Daryl, I needed to give you some short numbers on that.
Go on then.
The numbers have disappeared, but it was the speed at the 8th that caught my eye. 287 at the 8th.
Yeah, half track 287. I'm pretty sure that's going to be, unless Suzanne ran faster the other day, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the fastest ever half track speed we've had.
Phenomenal speed.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Well, it was most importantly for Ida and the team, it was a clean run. The engine stayed in one piece. The belt stayed on it. And it went all the way through.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the slick tricks lane will take a little while. It is a bit slick, unfortunately. But the slick tricks lane will take a little while to clear up. We still have one more pair to go, which is Stig Neergaard in the slick tricks lane and Suzanne Callan, your #1 qualifier in the Kestrel lane. However, she's just seen low ET going. They really are on it this weekend, aren't they? Everybody. Absolutely everybody.
Yeah, 287.39 that was.
This could be a moment for Dan, the T-shirt man, I think.
Is he down there?
No, he's not down there. If he's not, kick him into action. Away you go.
All right. Okay, we've got some of the bike riders coming out to have a wander around the start line. Well, as I say, you can see a fair bit of...
a very dangerous place for Rickard to stand.
Yeah.
When I'm standing next to him with the microphone. See if he's... Can you see me yet?
He hasn't seen you yet.
No. He's not listening, that's what it is.
He's seen you now.
See, watch how quickly he runs. Look, he's going to run. He's going to run. There you go. No, it's all right. I did talk to him at the top end yesterday briefly, so I'm not going to bother him because he's going to be coming out here and running very, very soon indeed.
Well, I'll tell you what. Everybody's sort of concentrating on the racing at the moment, and there is a lot of work going on in the slick tricks lane at the moment. So I'll tell you what. We'll just take a breather just for a moment, and. What we'll do as soon as we find other people or engines fire up, then we will come back at you.
I will see who I can find, but everybody's really tucked away at the moment. So.
Yeah, okay. Right, so just a... and actual fact, no, Dan the man, the T-shirt man who can, he's coming out. Here he is.
And he's smiling.
He's smiling. I didn't know if he was going to make an appearance, but he has achieved legend status already with this. So he's going to come out and...
yeah, the only slight problem is today, he can't walk over to both sides of the racetrack because they're clearing up on one.
Yeah.
But it might just be everybody in the grandstand that gets aimed at. So, yeah.
So, yeah. You're going to have some fun with this because not only that, you have got quite a strong breeze as well. We've got that tailwind, so the wind is actually going to take the T-shirts in a fair old distance. And they will go, depending on which way they go actually. If they're aimed into the grandstand, they will swerve right. If they're going into the banking, they will go left, purely because of the wind direction. Okay, so The cannon gets loaded. Now then, is it a fresh canister, or let's see how much force this comes out with. Here we go.
Oh no, it seems like it's a dud.
So I missed where that first one went. Where did it go?
I don't think he's fired one yet. I think the cannon's dead.
Oh no. I have to use his right arm. Let's see how strong the right arm is.
Come on, Dan, let the real cannons out.
Flex some muscle.
Here we go.
Let's see if Dan the man can launch one.
Sun's out,
with
guns
arm
out.
power. Here he goes. Let's see if he can do it.
Ooh.
Ooh, here he goes, here he goes.
Whey!
Hey, well done, Dan.
Ooh.
Oh, he hit the wire. Oh, he hit the wire. Yeah, normally Dan is up here as part of race control, but he's out there today. He ain't going to get one into the banking area from there. We need an American baseball pitcher or something. But no, maybe the gas canister has depleted its contents, and we need a change of canister. Or if you see somebody walking around the site laughing a lot, you know they've had. I can't say that, can I?
Well, Dan's walking away with the cannon, but the T-shirts are still on the start line.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when we get downtime like this, it's sometimes very difficult to fill it, and other times it's quite easy. But there's quite a lot of clean-up in the slick tricks lane there. Commiserations to Dennis, because what they didn't want to do was hurt parts or anything like that. So obviously they'll get that car back to the pits. Although they are done for the weekend, they will still strip it down now. They will still go through it, see what the problem was, bolt it all back together, get it back to the workshops, and then get themselves ready for the next event. So they will take this opportunity to go through it all now instead of, oh, just shove it all back in the trailer, we'll take it back to base and forget about it. No, they'll go through it straight away. So yeah, still a lot of work for the teams to do. A lot of work for our start line crew as well, as Dave is out there cleaning up in the slick tricks lane.
Yeah, well, hopefully they won't be all that much longer, because the good news is everyone at the top end is done, and all the drivers are strapped in the cars. Normally, when it's going to be a long time, they will get out and have a wander around, because you don't want to be, as we just talked about, Colin, you don't want to be strapped in for too long, because it's not that comfy.
So have you seen anybody unsuspecting down there, Darren, at all?
Loads, and they keep running. I'm just going to go and have another quick look while we're at it. Yeah. Oh, Dan's reloaded. Is that right? No. Dan reloaded. That should be a film, mate.
Yeah, it must be gas canister.
We don't want
purely that.
Yeah, we don't want the sequel.
I just realised they switched to red T-shirts today, so you can actually see them coming.
Sit before it whacks you in the face, probably. Yeah. Something like that. Okay. Can I borrow you, mate? So I have actually found one unsuspecting person. If we could just walk out the front there, because, you know, that'd be good.
Right, so...
Well, I found one unsuspecting person who is just standing about watching, which is always a bit fatal, like I said, when I'm hanging about too. I'll just let them cheer the bloke with the T-shirts. What do you reckon, Jace?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, why not? Let them get on with it. There we go. I'm down here on the start line with Jason Phelps. I'm sure some people can hear. No, I'll tell you what, should we just commentate on Dan chucking T-shirts? I think that's probably the best.
T-shirt.
You want a T-shirt? I think you've earned one, mate, haven't you? Definitely done. So we'll just have a chat anyway, so whoever listens. How's it going this weekend?
It started off nice Saturday, and everything was going okay, and then we hopped it up a little bit and spanned the tyres, and then we hadn't lost the blower belt, but we're okay. So, yeah.
All in one piece, which is the most important.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm just watching them clean up my lane.
Clean up your lane, is that it?
I think so, yeah. That's how it started.
Yeah, well, it's always good fun. But you're out racing Kevin. He did run very quickly indeed, but you're not that far off yourselves, are you?
It's a drag race, man. It's the first one to the other end. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it never goes to plan, does it? That's always the thing. You've got to be in it to win it.
It's a drag race. Anything can happen.
Anything can. Jason, thank you very much. There we go. I think Dan's just creating his own atmosphere. He's creating his own magic out there. We'll just leave him to it, I think. It's really, Jason, thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, Dan the man has a very powerful T-shirt cannon now because it looks like it's being reloaded. So here we go. He's teasing them. Oh, they certainly want the T-shirt to come over to them. Oh. Oh, the build up to that moment was fantastic. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Let's try again. Not that it's live and it's being covered all around the world. To see Dan the Legend with the T-shirt cannon.
Oh, it didn't even come out of the barrel that time.
Maybe that canister didn't work.
Oh, Callum went down the stairs.
Oh dear, Callum gets involved, throws a T-shirt into the crowd, misses it completely, and it goes straight down the stairwell. Oh dear. You couldn't write this stuff.
That was for the ushers, that one.
Take a bow, Dan. Take a bow. That was awesome, mate. Absolutely brilliant. And the trouble is, I haven't got enough people in the grandstands to do a full-blown Mexican wave today yet, so maybe we'll try that a little bit later on. But thanks to Dan and Callum for their outstanding efforts out there today. Absolutely outstanding. But it does remind me of the day that Daryl and I went out there, and Daryl was sort of this. I was further up in no man's land, but it was such a strong wind that we were firing T-shirts. We were almost aiming for the finishing line, and they kept blowing back. And then I threw a T-shirt to Daryl. It must have been literally 50 yards. And I literally just launched one like an American footballer. And although I did have a powerful arm back in the day, because of the wind, it made me look like an Olympic thrower. Daryl caught it beautifully. And it was like, that was definitely wind effect. The wind gave it another 25 yards. So it was unbelievable, but good fun. But the stories of Daryl in his T-shirt cannon days were memorable. And it was one of my highlights here when Daryl got one right into the beer cup of one unsuspecting spectator that wasn't watching what was going on.
I know, the best thing was she didn't come down and ask me to replace it. That's what the bit I was impressed with.
No, it was good fun. Very, very good fun.
Thank you very much indeed to my lovely ladies at home. Kelly just sent me a picture saying I never had that problem when I did it. She sent me a photograph of me doing it. But Evie, Kyra and Elodie, Hope, Nanny and Mummy are looking after you very, very well indeed, and you're having a lovely day watching him. We will be out to racing in a couple of moments. And sorry that Daddy's replacement is rubbish with the T-shirt cannon. We can't help that.
Well, he did earn legend status today. Maybe he's just come down a little bit today. Well, still working away out there. The tractor's sort of coming back towards us, but we sort of think, yes, it's coming back, yes, it's coming back. Then it turns around and goes back up the other way. So what we're waiting for is the third and final pairing of round one top fuel. And then we look over in lanes to see Nitro Funny Cars are down there. Top Methanol are down there for their first round of eliminations. We've got bikes in the lanes as well. It's all still to come at you here, folks. Although this has sort of put a slight delay on the proceedings, it won't stop us from getting everything done today. And of course, it is Bank Holiday Monday. What's happening out there now is starting to warm up a bit. The sun has started to come through.
It's pleasant, actually.
It's right. Really, really nice out there. So final bits of glue just going down in the lane there, in the Slick Tricks lane. And as Jason said, well, they're doing my lane for me.
So the last pair, just to give you a little bit of introduction, in the Slick Tricks lane for Lucas Oil, and for all the way from Denmark, his first time here in 3.5 years. It was the finals in 2019, actually, which was pretty much the same for India as well, I think, wasn't it, Colin? Finals in 2019 was the last time that we saw India. It was the last time that we saw Stig, but obviously a couple of things have happened since then, one of them being COVID. Second one was we left the EU, which made it a lot more difficult for the teams to come over with their rigs and everything else as well. However, we found a way around it, they found a way through it. Racers are notorious for doing things like that, and yeah, it's great to have Stig back in the Lucas Oil Top Fuel car in the Slick Tricks lane. He's going to be taking on a young lady by the name of Suzanne Callan, who was unbelievably happy with a new personal best of 3.84, but even better, the speed, new European record, 320 miles an hour out the back door through 1,000 foot. It was amazing to see, wasn't it? I've already noticed the reel that's on Facebook and Instagram and everything else as well has had thousands and thousands of views, and justly so.
Well, the question that everybody's asking, we've seen a string of 3.84 second runs. We've seen 3.80 this weekend. India, 3.85. Are we going to see another 3.7 this weekend? You don't expect speed records because you just don't know how fast the cars are going to go, but you always hope for ET records. And you know, 3.7 is outstanding.
Well, Ida set the ET record on a run where it didn't run that fast, which is quite strange. I mean, it still ran 300 miles an hour, but it wasn't nearly as fast as she went then. That is her personal best read, that 3:17 that you saw just a little bit earlier on. Ian Blackett just showed me a very interesting sequence of photographs as well, because he was following Ida in the other lane, and Dennis came past him, and it was like he said someone stuck a blowtorch in his face, because the flames were massive right in his face, and he said it was very, very warm, and he got a lovely photograph of it going past. And I hated to point out, I've got a photograph like that of me, unfortunately, as well, doing exactly the same thing to some poor photographer over at Avon Park a number of years ago.
Well, it looks like they're nearly done, actually. There's nothing going on the shutdown area at all. It's just the track. And
yeah, the other thing to factor into this too, obviously, India ran some time ago now. That crew, once again, folks, if you've never been before, go and check out the pit area between rounds, because they take these engines, well, when they don't take themselves apart, the crew will actually take them apart, completely rebuild them. If you have a winning run, you've got to be back in around about 2 hours for the next round of racing. That's exactly what India's team are doing at the moment, and it's exactly what Ida's team are doing too. So the tractor's going to have a couple of sweeps down here, provided it's A-OK, and the traction is back to optimal. We'll be ready to go.
Would it be, I think where you were going with that, Darryl, was that the two teams that have already run have now got a time advantage because they can work on their cars, where obviously the final pair are delayed.
Exactly that, yeah. So they've all got to be back down the same time together, but the other teams have got a distinct advantage because they've got more time at it. They're just, you know, just that bit more relaxed. So whoever wins out of these two will just have less time to turn around for the semi-final round. But they're well used to doing it. They're very well versed in stripping them down and rebuilding them again in expert fashion. So yeah, they'll make it. They'll be fine.
Yeah. When do they actually start doing the rebuild? Because obviously we see them in the States. I mean, they're stripping them as they've been towed back to the pits.
Same here.
They do
yeah,
they?
Same here. Yeah, the crew, especially on a winning run, as happy as the crew are, they get up the top end. The first thing to do is take the spark plugs out, bar the engine over just to make sure that there's no nitro puddled in any of the cylinders as well. They take the can off the back of it normally and just basically hitch it up and tow it back to the pits as quickly as possible. And then once it's there, yeah, it all comes apart in record time.
Yeah. No, it's quite something to watch.
So it looks like they're pushing Stig's car out the way, which is actually a good thing because it means the tractor is going to be going back on station again shortly.
Yeah, Stig with the Eye of the Storm dragster with Lucas Oils on board. And, it'll be Suzanne Callan for Slick Tricks Racing. The house top fueler in a funny sort of way. And it's so good, actually, that you know, Runa's cars are based here because of some of the events throughout the year. we get to see exhibition passes from them. And notable one was the Festival of Power, not this year, but last year. And Suzanne proceeded to run three 3-second passes at the Festival of Power that year. It was absolutely unbelievable. Set it up beautifully for the year. Okay, so track crew.
Yeah, and you had an event. We had an event here the other week during the week as well, didn't we? On a Tuesday, something like that. It was a sold-out event, and Suzanne made a couple of runs. So did the jet car.
Yeah, there's quite a famous video now going around the internet of a few of the British YouTubers' reactions to the jet car and to the Top Fuel car.
Yeah, a little bit out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was it Kebabs and Cars it was called,
yes, that's what it is, yeah.
Yes, and that was last Tuesday, wasn't it?
Tuesday before.
Tuesday before. And yeah, totally different demographic of people coming up here. And but very interesting to see the types of vehicles that they're all running. It was a moving hypercar show, if you like, with all these Lamborghinis and stuff like that taken on the quarter mile.
In normal language, slow cars.
Yeah, yeah. Which was, you know, we talked about this last weekend, funnily enough, Darryl. We don't want to go off beat too much. But yeah, we got those Lamborghinis and things like that running, and they're going in the tens, something like that. And then you get this car running in True Street at door slammers, 4-wheel drive, Lamborghini Huracan going 7s.
Yeah.
It was just like, what? Yeah, it was a bit of a difference, that one. It shows what can be done compared to what they do when they come out of the factory.
It also helps show how quick some of the cars running this weekend are.
Oh, yeah.
If you think about it, a Lamborghini out of the factory will go and run a 10. Well, a Top Fuel dragster will do the same distance in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I remember one from years and years ago. Do you remember a program called Nationwide? You won't. You might have heard of the building society called Nationwide. Colin might remember Nationwide.
I remember it, yeah.
Yeah. They raced the Nationwide van against a funny car.
Oh,
seriously. Well, with predictable results, obviously. The really funny part of that video that I always remember was the announcer trying to convince everybody that the van was quite fast.
Right.
Doesn't really work like that, does it? No,
not at all.
Unless you come here, actually. Unless it's a transit van and your name is Ash Cooper.
So just a little bit longer of track prep. You can see the tractor down there still sledding. In fact, I can see Andy Bond down there back on the start line. Obviously come down just for a little bit of a look.
Okay, so it's one of these things where we don't know how long it's going to be. Going to go to Nitro FM just for a moment, just pay an advert or two. Probably when the moment I do that, the track to go back on station and we'll get ready. But Nitro FM, just going to take the airwaves over for a minute. We will be back with you soon. India went 391 and qualifying 407 for Duncan, but it's all about the race. Whoever gets to the top end first goes into the round number 2, goes into the semis here at the main event. What a race! 385 for India Urbacher.
And Duncan has got a bit of a bonfire going on at the top end. That was one hell of a race. Well done, Gary. Well done, everybody. Just while we've got a couple of moments while we're doing some clear up, The young lady that just ran 385 at 316 miles an hour is towering over me, standing next to me. Please put your hands together, everybody, for India Rohrbacher. Well, India, that was your first competitive race since last summer. How much fun was that?
It is amazing. I mean, if you just watch the crowds staying here all weekend, watching us racing, us having a chance to run such good times on such a great track, it's just good to be back in the UK racing, seeing all the faces and having a good time.
Well, that was definitely a good time as well. The only thing that you miss being in the car at the other end is the reaction of your dad, because your dad is he's just, honestly, I'm sure he's so proud, but he's just so happy as well.
Was he dancing? I don't hope so.
I'm not sure. Dads don't dance, do they, Urs? No, dads aren't allowed to ever dance.
Yeah, sometimes he dances a little bit, so I'm sometimes a little bit embarrassed. But no, it's great. It's just, I miss the emotions of the team, obviously. But it's also pretty cool at the back end when you see the guys coming down, getting you out of the car and just celebrating with you.
Well, that wasn't your quickest or fastest run ever, but it wasn't far off, was it?
It was. It felt pretty fast, and it could have been gone a bit faster. But we're happy with this. It's race day. We want to win, and this is what we did. And let's see what's happening in the next rounds.
Just for the rest of the people that will never get a chance to run 300 miles an hour in that amount of time, what is it like in the car?
Well, basically, I couldn't see very much at the top end. It was just shaking, and I was just sitting in the car and thinking, okay, just hold that throttle down and let's go. We get that. So it's one of the most impressive feelings I've ever had, and I can't compare it, maybe like a bungee jump, but I'm too scared to do bungee jumping, so I prefer top fuel cars with nitro.
I know other top fuel drivers that don't like roller coasters, but they'll drive top fuel cars.
Of course, like, I like roller coasters, but this is much better.
Much, much better indeed. So you're going to be racing the winner of this pair behind. Who would you like to race, or just whoever, it doesn't matter?
Well, it doesn't matter because both of them are great drivers. They did a great job. All of us deserve it. So I'm just ready to face my competitor.
Yeah, ready to beat whoever's in the other lane.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, isn't she wonderful? India Rohrbacher, everybody. Which is 6 or 7 times your body weight, which for me and you would be a bit worrying, Colin, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 or 7 Gs. As the clutch progressively comes in down the quarter mile, that lessens slightly as they go down the track. Even going through the finish line at full chat at 300 plus miles an hour, it's still about 3 Gs pinning you back in the seat. And that's the great thing about top fuel cars. The way the clutch progressively comes in as they go down the racetrack, it just never lets you go. It keeps you completely pinned in the seat. You cannot move. One of my favourite stories about that was a guy in the US who was licensing in a top fuel dragster, and he stupidly moved his head towards the Christmas tree to see it. And he planted his right foot, and when he went through the finish line, he was still looking in the same direction because he couldn't move his head. Yeah, his head got absolutely stuck in the same place and he couldn't move. But anyway, yeah, through the finish line, you've got about 3 Gs. If both chutes come out at the same time, it goes from 3G positive to 5G negative, and that's the bit that really hurts, actually, not the launch. It's about an 8G swing from one side to the other, and it really does beat you up a bit. So here we go with the next pair. It's quite funny, actually, talking to Archie Hamilton down here. He said, I'm not entirely sure I'm ready for another pair. I can take another one. So, Suzanne and Stig. Well, big throttle stop again for Stig. You could actually hear him back off that time.
Yeah.
I'm guessing because it was just that bit too high revving. You want a nice clean burnout, you want a nice wide track to launch from, although these days, like you said yesterday, Colin, I think, they don't actually launch from the same tracks. They burn out onto the side and then launch in the groove. So this race, actually, you know what I said about turnaround times? The winner of this one gets a buy run.
They do, actually, yeah, you're dead right. So not quite as critical as normal.
Interestingly as well, Stig's just watched his own lane get completely redone. So I don't know if he's made any tuning adjustments to adjust for that, but that's something he's going to look out for.
So your third and final pair in round one for Top Fuel. We know there is going to be India and Ida battling it out on the other side of the ladder for a spot in the final. Whoever wins this will get that predetermined bye run into the final. But will it be Suzanne Kalin, #1 qualifier, European speed record holder, against Stig Neergaard, the first man in Europe ever to run a 3-second pass? They're both into pre-stage. Let the racing do the talking. Here we go. Top Fuel, your final pair. And that is Suzanne with a flash of flame at the end there. 388 at 275. Stig, 745, coasting at 64 at the stripe.
Well, Stig actually got some serious tyre shake before it went into tyre smoke down there. But Suzanne does move on. So the 3 winners in that round of Top Fuel, I'm not entirely sure we've ever had that before. Every single run was in the 380s. That in itself is pretty amazing. Only 275 miles an hour. Give the Slick Tricks team a round of applause, please. Don't go anywhere. Anybody who's thinking about going to get lunch. We've got Top Methanol coming next. We've got the funny car of Lynn Floydsvik and the dragster of Johnny Lag right next to her. It's going to be fun.
60 foot for Suzanne was 0.83.
Wow.
2.16 to 330. She was over 280 miles an hour at the 8th mile.
What did Ida run earlier? 287. I think that was, I'm guessing, I can only guess that was because, or was it 278 Ida ran?
Yeah, 278.
Yeah, so Suzanne just went 280 in the 8th mile. That's unbelievable.
Well, if Suzanne's car had stayed together all the way through, that would have been another assault on 320 miles an hour. Pretty convinced of that. But there we go. As you say, Darryl, the 3 ladies dispose of the 3 gentlemen.
So it is only ladies left in Top Fuel.
Is,
there we go.
Course, yes.
So don't worry, folks. This isn't a clean-up. This is a very simple sweep of the start line just to remove all the clutch dust that sat on top of it after the Top Fuel cars ran. So it won't be that long at all, provided there's nothing out there in the Kestrel lane when Suzanne's car started leaning out towards the top end. But and the sun is making a very welcome appearance too.
Yeah, well, the top end is already clear. Both cars have exited the track. And so it is Top Methanol that will be coming around the corner next. And we wondered yesterday what would happen in Top Methanol. Would it be 2 funny cars and then 2 dragsters? Would it be one of each racing each other? And that's what we got. We got one of each in the end. So you could have 2 funny cars in the final. You could have 2 dragsters in the final. You could have one of each because you've got Sandra Ballio, qualified #1, taking on Silvio, qualified #4. And then Johnny Lag and Lynn Floysvik, because he's racing the other side.
Yeah, this is the first pair, and I hope Sandro has actually made it down for round 1, because that was a big pop through the finish line yesterday. And some more. He is there, yeah?
Well, yeah, he's there.
Fantastic effort. Yeah, there were, it did look like it wounded itself at the top end yesterday. We've also got the bikes as well coming. Well, I can see them actually lined up in the staging lanes. You won't want to miss Top Fuel bike, especially after yesterday. Rikard Gustafsson, second fastest on the planet, 260 miles an hour yesterday.
Yeah, and he only qualified ~2, which was rather bizarre.
he wasn't overly impressed with that at the top end, I think is the most family-friendly way I can say that. That was the first thing he said when he came round the corner, was, what did I run? Did I beat Neil? And I just went, no. And stood back.
So it will be Top Methanol. Johnny Lag taking on Lynn Floysvik. Of course, the 2 different combinations and 2 different chassis types. The funny car of Lynn with the screw-blown Hemi and the injected nitro dragster of Johnny Lag. They'll do the burnouts, they'll come back, and then you'll hear Lynn bring the RPMs up in the funny car, roll forward. She will launch first. Well, her tree will run first by 0.22 of a second. It's just a little bit of a handicap that the dragsters have due to just being a little bit more aerodynamic.
Yeah, they generally look at the performances of the cars, and they come up with a formula which determines, obviously, the 0.22. But then if you look at the record runs, the dragsters are normally quicker than the funny cars. And that's the same actually for Top Fuel as well, compared to Nitro Funny Car. Oh,
well, I think we are about ready to go indeed. You're going to hear the 2 different start-up procedures as well. The methanol funny car in the Kestrel lane. They spin the engine over. It's very straightforward, comparatively anyway. They spin the engine over, engage the ignition. I've just got to give you a little bit of background as well. The young lady sitting in that car, she's in her 30s. She's a young mum, and she drives the wheels off this thing as well. She comes from the west coast of Norway. It's one hell of a trip for the whole team to get here, and we really do appreciate that they do it. And we really do, Conrad. It's a hell of a trip, and we're always happy to see our friends from Norway. She went 5:58 in qualifying, which is very, very close indeed to her personal best. She's taken on Johnny Lagg, who's been doing this since, I don't want to say quite since, but possibly since Lynn was born. Actually, I think he probably has, yeah. But yeah, Johnny Lagg with an awful lot of experience. Johnny with the NGK dragster from Sweden, such a nice guy, been doing this, like I said, a long time, and very, very successfully as well. So the A fuel car starts up first, and it will go from that noise to a cackle when the nitro kicks in. Unlike what you've just seen, there's no supercharger on top of the engine. It is just injected. I say just injected, it's not like it hangs about at all. But yeah, diversity in drag racing, we've been at it since forever. I'm amazed that burst panel stays in. More and more I see that, I really am amazed that burst panel stays in, dearie me. So, two of the Reed brothers helping out, both Glenn and Tim helping out Johnny Lagg in the Slick Tricks lane. Now what you're going to see here is a staggered start. Basically, this is the world's first fastest comp eliminator class. 0.22 on the tree in favour of the funny car, because there is a performance advantage with the dragster, and then it's a heads up first to the finish line wins kind of thing.
So tension building down there on the start line then. Lynn just clearing the throat of the engine on her car. The crew chiefs have done all they can do. Chris is just bringing Johnny up to the line. There'll be no revs build up at all for Johnny. He'll just nail it when the tree drops. Lynn will build up the revs and then she'll bring it into stage. That's the difference between injected nitro and of course a screw blower. Tyre shake for Johnny Lagg is going to be Lynn all the way through. Lynn takes it with a 5:54 at 262.
Well, new personal best both ends very quickly. Conrad? Yeah, come on then, why not? Well, first of all, it's great to see all you guys and girls back as well. Lynn's doing such a great job of driving.
Yes, she's good. It's knowing how to listen to the car and everything, so she give us messages with something's wrong, so.
Well, nothing wrong on that one. 5:54 at 262, that is your quickest run ever, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the best one, yeah, perfect.
And you're in the final too. Is it going to be an all funny car final, or would you like to race another dragster? What do you think?
It's the same.
It's the same, okay, no problem. But anyway, congratulations, Conrad.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. That's Conrad Ree on Lynn Floysvik's team. So she's a young mum, and she's also a finalist as well. Congratulations, give them a round of applause. They do come a long way to do that. Real shame for Johnny Lagg to bow out like that. It shook almost instantly, didn't it, Colin?
Yeah, those are horrible, horrible tyre chatter marks there. They really are. And you say the chatter marks actually start behind the start line, so that was pretty instant.
Well, the thing is, what that means is it didn't get any wheel speed at all. It just hooked, which is a bad thing, believe it or not, because it does need a little bit of slip, because otherwise the front of the, how can I put it? The tyre, if it doesn't release the pressure, you get a bump at the front of the tyre, and then you run over it, and when you run over it, that's when you get tyre shake. Silvio Strauch and Danny Bellio. Now, both of these two qualified in the 550s in qualifying. However, the dragster does have the .22 handicap. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Sandro, on his last run yesterday, it was a pretty good run. It was still another 5.5, but he popped the blower, and I mean blower. I don't mean burst panel. I mean the whole thing. Came off the top of the engine through the finish line yesterday. There was a lot of oil on the track, and they've worked miracles to repair everything for today's races. Take it on Silvio Strauch, who put in, well, a couple of good runs in qualifying. He went 1.58 and 1.550. He's going to have to wait till the funny car leaves the start line like Johnny Lag did, and then try and run him down. That must be fun. I like the sound of that.
It's probably more nerve-wracking for the funny car being chased down by a dragster.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, with Sandro, with the performance that he's got, it's going to be hard work for the dragster to actually close in. He'll hear it coming, but hopefully he won't see it until the shutdown area. Well, from Sandro's point of view anyway. Silvio wants to catch and go past Sandro. Here we go then, the other semi-final in top methanol.
Sandro Bellier with issues. Silvio Strap's going to drive round him. 551, 263 mile an hour to take the win. And actually the upset, only a 660 at 148 for Sandro. He had a .94 60 foot. He was away well.
I thought I heard someone go pop down there.
You did. You certainly did.
That's Sandro. That's Silvio's quickest run for a long while and his first ever top methanol final round, I think. Actually, his debut weekend in Tierpi went a long way, but I'm not sure whether he has made the final before. 5:51 is definitely his quickest run at the weekend, and he's going to be up against the funny car in the final of Lynn Floysvik.
I mean, also, Sandro's reaction, 0.4 off the line. He had 0.2 off the line. Oh, plus the handicap, but it wasn't enough when the car's not performing to its full potential.
Well, I think Sandro, they haven't had the greatest weekend by their high standards anyway, the team from Belgium in the Kestrel lane. There does look like there is a little bit of sweeping up to be done up the top end in Sandro's lane. You can see all the track crew, the marshals, they haven't stopped working for about the last 2 hours, I don't think, have they?
Not at all. Just a point of reference on this one. It's number 1 and number 2 qualifiers out, and it's number 3 and number 4 that have made it through to the final.
That's what Jason Phelps kept saying to me down here. He said about 3 times, it's a drag race. You go out there and you race, and whoever gets there first wins. Nothing to do, no, qualifying counts for nothing. Yeah, so you can see the crew standing with their legs akimbo in the Kestrel lane. It's all being well, won't take too long. We'll try and find out for you how long it might be.
Okie dokie. I'll tell you what, just a pause actually from Nitro FM. There's a couple of things we need to do up here. So I'm going to give the airwaves straight to Nitro FM, but we'll take it back as soon as we possibly can. So for a moment, it's Nitro FM.
Shake as well.
And you will shake again.
From the Netherlands, Mark Hartveld, Kestrel Lane. From Sweden, Mickey Goldquist. Round 1 FIA Pro Mod back at Santa Pod in style.
Who goes first?
Burn down going on the start line. Someone's got to break soon because they can't sit there forever. Mickey goes in, Mark goes in.
Mickey's off.
Mark Hartveld nails it.
Yeah!
586!
Wow.
241 miles an hour.
What a start.
Well, the thing was, Mickey 60 foot. That was probably why he shook.
Wow.
0.948. And he goes in first, followed by Bob.
Oh. Come on, Bobby.
619. I thought the car sounded like it was labouring.
Yeah.
235 miles an hour. Andy Robinson was off the line first by 500 in the slick tricks lane. If anyone's watching in from Estonia, it's time. Going to build up the boost. Got to move in quick. They've only got 7 seconds.
Wow.
Well, nothing wrong with the right lane.
No.
6:06 at 2:37. Probably it's Holland. Fred's already in stage. Here we go. No mistake from Michelle at all with a 581.
Oh, wow.
That was mercifully quick, that clear up. It's also turning into a breezy but beautiful day down there. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Well, I know I say sometimes that there's a big throttle stop. I think they're the smallest throttle stops I've ever seen, both of those, to be honest.
Well, it's the first time I've seen Jason, or actually any of these funny car drivers, pedal the car on the burnout. You can't pedal a nitro car under load.
Yeah, of course not. No. Very bad. Well, you can, just if you expect to be wearing the blower, then
Yeah.
it's not a bad thing. So Jason Phelps, Mark and Jackie Hawkins, Gladiator Funny Car races the body and do the last checks on the engine.
Kevin Kent back from his burnout.
The quick chat with John Smith is Kevin Scrucci down there on the start line a little earlier on, and he said, I think the sun's going to come out for us just in time. But then you saw what the fuel dragsters ran.
Yeah.
And that was spectacularly good. Okay, this is the final of Fuel Funny Car.
Yes. We do have 2 more for your view of pleasure, but that would just be time trials. Jason being brought to the line. Kevin just being brought to the line.
So Nicky Hales puts Kevin into the beams. Mark Hawkins does the same for his driver Jason Phelps. To 1,000 foot Fuel Funny Car final. Who's the trophy going to?
And what a race, side-by-side issues for Jason Phelps. No issue for
It's
Kevin.
4.30, 282 miles an hour. Jason took out the block with his parachute, I think. That was a really good race till about 3:30. Jason's car was chattering the tyres for a long way, as was Kevin Kent, actually. Jason with a reaction time worthy of a supergasser. 0.5 on the tree for Jason Phelps. 0.13 for Kevin. However, look at a 60 foot for Kevin Kent. 0.90. 8th mile for Kevin. 3:44 at 2:42. 3:83 at 159. For Jason, he was off it by then.
Yeah, he was moving over towards the centre line in quite a big way. In fact, I can see both cars stopped on track at the top end.
Well, that was a pretty good race for a while. They both gave it absolutely everything that they had. Well, the block will go back in place for Kevin's lane. That wasn't quite what he ran in qualifying, but that 282 mile an hour speed is pretty good for Kevin Kent. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Kevin's team. Winners here at the main event. Well done to Nicky. Everybody on the team. Also, well done, and also commiserations to the whole of the Gladiator bunch down there. They gave it a good run. trying their absolute hardest. Mark and Jackie Hawkins and that world record-setting pickup. By world record, I don't mean speed, I mean the amount of people in it. Obviously.
I tell you what, that's going to be one of the best first-round matchups I've seen for a long time.
I had to double check because I couldn't quite see, but Kevin's actually gone into the field. He's gone off the end of the track.
Oh, is that what everyone's gone for?
I don't know how far he's gone, but he has actually.
He's done that before too.
He's gone agricultural on us, so nice. Yeah, hopefully he hasn't gone too far and we can bring him back. But yeah, that's what's happened at the end. They couldn't stop the car in time, and has gone into the field right at the end of the track. But that's where we are so fortunate here at Sandpod, is that we have a very, very long shutdown area.
Not long enough, apparently.
Well, it's one of the longest, isn't it, to be fair? Half a mile or so. But yeah, then we do have fields after that, so there's no big obstacles. Just
no. Well, you can't have big obstacles because obviously they have like kiddie litter and catch fencing at some of the racetracks that run out of real estate effectively around the world. We're very lucky we don't have that, and I think Kevin's probably quite grateful for that at the moment.
Yes.
The brakes are probably glowing. Then again, I'm sure he's probably glowing as well after taking the win.
Yep. Yeah, well, either way, he'll be later on this evening when we do our presentations. He and the whole team will be down here lifting that big trophy. Next up, we do have more funny car action. We do have The Undertaker with Steve Ashdown, and we also have Kev Chapman as well, both on time trial runs. And then we have Nostalgia funny cars in the lanes. And then, of course, the bikes will be putting in their first round of eliminations.
You do not want to miss the first round of Top Fuel Bike, especially, and I'm not being rude, but my goodness me, they were just outstanding yesterday. Yeah, they were outstanding yesterday. I can see Chris Hanneman, Neil Midgley down there. They went 5.70, 245 miles an hour yesterday to nab that #1 spot. Rickard tried to go quicker, but we do it on ET, we don't do it on speed. He went faster.
Yeah.
260 miles an hour. So, yeah, retrieval job at the top end. You can see all of the folks up there. Really, it is just a simple case of disengaging the rear end on the funny car, hooking it up to a quad and pulling it backwards out of the field. And hopefully not too much scraping and ouching goes on in the meantime too. They probably take the body off as well.
Yeah.
Just to make sure the body doesn't get even more banged up, probably.
Well, it's probably a good thing that, well, usually between rounds on a nitro car, the engine is completely stripped down anyway, because I know when some of the pro mod teams go into the field, they have to do one hell of a job of cleaning it, of dirt and rubble, of stuff that gets in the engine and all around the car.
Yeah, well, it's a field.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The funny thing is, there is actually sort of like an access road right at the bottom down there. And I went for a run up there the other day, and it's just very funny to see like a beware crossing sign when that's just happened, obviously.
Yeah.
And a funny car's gone through there, hopefully not at a very great speed that far down the shutdown area. But yeah, I had a little lad earlier, I think it was Oliver. Hope you're enjoying your day, Oliver and Harrison, by the way. But he asked me a question about, do they need parachutes or not, or do they have brakes? And, well, yeah, they need both,
yes.
Obviously, definitely. I'm sure Kevin was on the brakes as hard as he could, but just couldn't quite get it stopped in time. The problem is, though, when you're going nearly 300 miles an hour, you're covering ground so quickly that even if you've got half a mile to stop, the biggest problem is you hit the chutes and you wait for them to hit. And if they don't hit, you're probably halfway down the shutdown area before you actually start to do anything about it. And then the next issue you have is if you grab the brake, which obviously you're going to do, let's face it. But if you grab the brake hard, because it turns those rear tyres into big rubber balls, and guess what? You start bouncing. And if you're bouncing, the tyres aren't in contact with the racetrack, or the shutdown area, if you like, so you can't slow down. Right, Jason Phelps is going around the corner. If I could borrow your bins for a second. Mr. T, thank you very much indeed. Let's have a quick look. So, yeah, Jason Phelps has gone round the corner. I can see Kevin's team and the recovery team, if you will, right down the other end of the racetrack. So we've had some stellar runs for first round. I think that is the first time we've had all of our winners in round 1 Top Fuel run in 380s.
I'm actually speechless by the Top Fuel round we've just had. Because It's very rare the cars run the same as what they, or even faster than what they did in qualifying in the first round of eliminations.
Yeah. Well, it's just whether it's runs. It's because for a lot of them as well, like Urz's team, Stig's team, and some of the others, it was and Dennis as well. It's their first runs of the season, so it just takes a little while to get everything set up right. That's the best way to put it, isn't it? Yeah, just to square everything away. And I think I can see, Kevin's car is out of the field. It has actually got the body on, and they will be pushing it back. Yeah, they are. They're just pushing it back round the corner. And the fire crew, everybody else as well, will be going back on station right now. So we're not too far away. This isn't actually a pair. These are both test runs, folks. They're not actually racing. Both of them. Unfortunately for Steve Ashton with the Undertaker, didn't get to take the green light at any point over the weekend. Tried a number of times, but everything's new. And when everything's brand new, sometimes something is not aligned right, and hey presto, it was just one of those days. I hope it goes very well for him this time. Same for Kevin Chapman with the Thermareg Mustang. Kevin just getting comfortable in the car, rebuilt after a year ago. Right, the track is clear, so I'm pretty sure the track crew will wander out there to the start line again very shortly. Thank you very much, indeed, Cole. Now I know why you have bionic eyes if you use those. So the 1,000-foot blocks are still out there. That's the distance they race to with Big Show Nitro cars, which these are. Right behind them is round one of Nitro Nostalgia funny car. I think that's going to be Tim Garlick on a bye run, and Tony Betts is going to be taking on Paul Harris in the Battle of the Haircuts, which I said yesterday. Well, it was accurate. I mean, they both have the same haircut, don't they?
What was that? Lack of?
Lack of, yeah, exactly. Like no haircut. They don't need their haircut. So Kevin Chapman will be first with the Thermareg car. Now, Kevin's main goal this weekend is getting further down the track under power each time.
Yeah, the car seems to be moving around quite a bit after the 60-foot. One of the runs, it was actually before the 60-foot, it started moving towards the wall.
Yeah, it did yesterday, didn't it? Good looking burnout rev, still sounding quite high. Ah, that's better. There we go. That's a bit more manageable to get it in reverse. The clutch in these cars is, well, there is a clutch pedal in there, but it doesn't do a huge amount. It basically just disengages forward or reverse so you can get the car from, well, one into the other. So that's what Kevin's in the car doing at the moment. He's got his foot on the clutch, hand on the brake, and trying to move the car from forward into reverse. Not having much luck at it by the looks of that. They're the most finicky things in the world, they really are. There we go, he's coming back.
Well, the thing is, the way to get it into reverse, you can't have too many RPMs, otherwise it won't go.
Correct.
Too little RPMs and the car's not running. Sometimes it gets jammed between gears,
Yep.
so you'd have to rock the car to get it into reverse.
So all in all, not the easiest thing to do. I always used to describe it like, you know when, right, you're sitting on the sofa and you lose a quid down the side of the sofa. If you try and get it out with your hand without actually moving or looking what you're doing, that's what getting reverse in the car is like.
Yeah.
Because the lever is just down by the side of your leg. You can't look, you just have to do it by feel where it is. It's not easy. Takes a bit of practice. Once you've got the hang of it, it's fine, but it's always fun learning in these things, definitely. So the team raising the body on the car, doing the last minute checks. The computer will be switched on. The RPM device or the RPM recording device will come off. And the body lowered back down over the chassis and the engine. So good luck to Kevin and the team. Once again, not sure how far he's going to be going on this. Best guess would be about 330. The main goal being everything works well. Kevin's comfortable. Here we go.
Well, that was a much better launch.
Yeah,
quite a
launch.
lot of smoke out of the car. It seems to be clearing itself away now. Still puffing a little bit out at the top end. That was a 0.93 60 foot.
That was not hanging about in the slightest. So Kevin rolls through the shutdown area. He's going to probably take the second turn off. The track crew will do a bit of checking, but well done to the Thermareg team. You can't believe the amount of work that goes into it just to get it to do that. I say just to get it to do that. It's not easy in the slightest. The amount of work for the amount of reward with these things is just pretty epic. Okay, we've got Steve Ashdown behind us with the Undertaker. Mr. Marshall is running for the tractor, so not sure what's deposited on the track. Give the Thermareg team a round of applause, please, everybody. They have worked their tails off for, well, goodness knows, for the last year pretty much, getting everything back together and getting the car into racing. Well done to the team. The good news is it is just a quick drag of the racetrack by the looks of it. That shouldn't be too long. We've still got round 1 of all the bikes to go. We've still got round 2 of Pro Modified not far away as well. We've got all of our sportsman racing. Round 2, I think we're at round 2 for just about everything actually. Or pretty much all of it.
I haven't seen Super Comp this morning, I don't.
Yeah, but it's, sorry, I beg your pardon. I should have said for 32 car elimination ladders. Yeah. 32 car elimination ladders. I think we're all down to 16s and 8s for everybody that's left to go. So it tends to sort of pick up pace as the day goes on, and the turnaround times shorten noticeably, don't they, between everything. So hopefully the track should be coming back just one more time. So Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. If you weren't here in September last year, just to give you a bit of a brief rundown of what happened. Really unfortunately for Steve, the car went through the finish line, erupted in flames, and did an awful lot of damage. Steve, the most important part of the car was fairly fine. He did hurt himself a little bit, but that was when he got out the car, not from the smoke or the flames or anything like that. It's because he jumped out the car post-haste, as you would, though, if you were on fire. And the team have just worked their backsides off for the last 8-9 months, there or thereabouts, putting everything back together, rebuilding it. The biggest problem a lot of the time when you have a fire in one of these cars is the wiring, because there's so much, the fuel lines, the wiring, everything else as well, are very intricate, and it takes ages to do. It's not something you can do between rounds. It's definitely a between event or over the winter type job.
Yeah, obviously a car with a data logger and one ignition system is difficult enough to wire, but these cars have got data loggers and 2 ignition systems.
Yep.
That they've all got to wire in. They have to be in sync as well. Not an easy thing to do.
And it all has to work properly too. That's the most important thing. So, Steve Ashdown looks like he gets the thumbs up. A huge good luck to Steve, Dave Bryant, everybody on the team. His lad Tyler down there as well, Marie. They're very experienced at doing this. They do know what they're doing. They very much know what they're doing. Hopefully it all comes together this time.
So just doing a couple pre-flight checks on the funny car. They are all on station, ready to go. Just waiting for the final word. There we go. A little bit of fuel going into the injector hat right now. So I'll spin the car over, turn the ignition on, and we will be away. There we go, switching to the nitro.
Can you see, Tom? It spat a load of fuel out the front when the pumps came on. There's
Yes,
a
I
little
did.
plug
Yeah, I
under the
noticed
front,
that. Yeah,
It's from the overflow. I've never ever noticed that before. So good luck to Steve. Let's hope it goes forwards and backwards.
the car's still idling high, but he's got the car stopped. Lee out front's running over to the car. I'm sure they'll clamber onto the butterflies. There we go. The RPM has dropped. The car is in reverse. Finally, for Steve Ashdown.
That must be a huge relief. The thing is, it still did the same thing, though. It's still stuck high idle. It just must be a geometry thing or something like that. And he said to me up there earlier that everything on it is brand new.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why they haven't run this year as of yet, was because of parts, getting parts for the car, get the right parts for the car. And this is the first time he's successfully backed up from the burnout, don't forget, so this will be a test pass, hopefully for him.
I think the thing is, 60 foot, maybe 330, no further than that, pretty much the same as what you saw from Kevin Chapman a little bit earlier, all being well. But because, again, everything's brand new, this is also Steve's first run since last September. First time he's going to nail the throttle, so very, very best of luck, Steve. Tyler's walking away, shaking his head as well. So good luck, Steve. Dave Bryant walks away and says, go get Steve. About to stand on the loud pedal with about 11,000 horsepower. Here we go. Wow, drop cylinders on the right bank straight away, which drove the car for the wall. Steve had hold of it, though. Still went 105 to 60 foot after about 0.5 of a second on the throttle. Yeah, the car drove almost instantly right. That wasn't a traction problem. The reason the exhausts on these cars, we call them headers, come out of the side and point upwards is because it helps with the downforce on the cars. And if one cylinder doesn't fire and the other ones do, it pushes you one way instead of the other.
Yeah, in the NHRA, they had a new rule regulated, so they pushed the headers back slightly to try and utilise the thrust of the exhausts.
Unbelievably, yeah. Well, they were running way quicker and way faster by angling the exhaust back. It helps the cars go really quick and fast just from the force out of the exhausts.
So there's Steve's team going to collect him up the return road. It's good to see Steve back on track and finally get to make a test hit in his car. Of course, this isn't the kind of thing you can just fire up outside your garage.
Very much not. So, the quickest bit of track prep, and we've got Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars about to start, and then the first round. Was it Pro Mod before the bikes, is it, Colin?
Sorry,
right.
Microphone was off. Yeah, it should be Nostalgia Funny Car, then into Pro Mod, according to my run order.
Don't go anywhere.
Or the other way round, but one or the other. It's certainly going to be cars coming round. And actually, I can see Pro Mod's just moving forward now. But yeah, we've got one of our bikes tucked down there as well.
And as if by magic, the skies are clearing. We've got that lovely little tail breeze. And yeah.
So just watching Mark Hartbelt climb into his car. It's really interesting. Usually, by the time they get to the front of the pairing lanes, they're already strapped in. I know he's not next, but...
He won't be far away, though. I mean, you need to get strapped to... You need to do most of your routine quite a while before you come round. As soon as you're here, you need to start getting ready.
Yes.
You need to start getting ready straight away, because even if you get into the car, even if you don't do your belts up or anything like that, it's getting your crash helmet on, getting your gloves on, getting all the other stuff ready. That does take a little while. And I remember a couple of times where instead of being strapped in, I was milling about and I got telling off because obviously it was a bit manic getting me in time with everything else the crew had to do. Because that's the other thing. The crew got loads of other jobs to do, sorting the tyre pressures out, the engine out, and their normal pre-run routine without having to sort the driver out as well.
Yeah. Do you feel I can imagine you being a bit of a nuisance on the team, wandering around?
Way more nuisance than help, definitely that. And I also the only I don't know one end of a spanner from the other. One of the funniest moments I had when I was racing was I think I just got my license. Actually, I was just licensing. And I was just standing down there in the collecting area, and it's very weird when you haven't raced before to when you start racing, because you're not used to doing racing stuff. I know that sounds really obvious, but it's true. So normally you can walk around and talk to everybody. When you're racing, you can't, because you have to be strapped in. Anyway, so the call went out for all the top fuel drivers to get in the car, and I looked round at all the top fuel cars, and I thought, oh, really cool, top fuel cars are running. Then all of a sudden I went, oh, that's me. And my heart just sank, and I went, oh, God, no, really? Okay, yep, let's get on with it then. And, that was definitely a licensing. After that, I was fine, but it was a licensing moment where I was just thinking, oh,
yeah, that's me as well.
Help, you know what I mean? You must have, I mean, you've raced plenty of times. You must have sort of had that initially, I guess. But you were young, so maybe not.
Obviously, I started racing when I was 8. I have had it, though, where my sister has given me a very big telling off, because it's been like one car ahead of me and I'm still not in the car yet, and they've just fired up.
Bad. That's really bad.
I'm sorry about this. I'm really going to change the subject totally.
Sorry, bud. Go on.
This is totally random, because as you know, we all get messages, and I've got to read this one out actually. And as everybody pretty much knows, I wasn't here for the first 2 days because my daughter got married, and she has just jetted off on her honeymoon. Well, somebody else that's just got married is a chap called Paul Moy, and his new wife, Dina. They have just gone on their honeymoon. Where have they gone for their honeymoon? They've come here.
Oh, wow.
Now, there are some decisions in life that you make correctly, i.e. Paul and Dina Moy have come to the right place. I'm not saying my daughter has gone to the wrong place, but Paul and Dina Moy. They got married last Tuesday on the 23rd. And they couldn't think of a better place to go to have our honeymoon than the main event at Santa Pod. So Paul and Dina Moy, congratulations, and it's so good that you can join us for your honeymoon here at the pod.
Honeymoon at the racetrack?
Yeah. How good is that?
Well, I think Chris and Becky had they had their stag do. Or it wasn't a honeymoon, it was stag do. I'm sure Chris will tell me when he comes back up, because he'll be listening. But, yeah. So we're back to quarter mile racing. The orange blocks have disappeared. It's about getting to that wonderful Santa Pod sign first. I was going to say as quick as you can, but it's not. Get there first that matters. All about win lights. So I think it's Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car by run for Tim Garlick.
And then Tony Betts and Paul Harris going to be fighting out for that other spot in the final. Oh, Josie's going to have a passenger ride, and
it's not a passenger ride you want, though, is it?
I don't know. People bid good money for that at the charity auction last year. Oh, yeah. It went for a few £100, that did.
Josie with the camera on the live stream is actually...
Yeah, so this is a different view on the live stream. You're going to see the Bluebird with Ian, and then Josie doing the filming.
That's a great shot, though. Basically, that's like sitting in traffic. Possibly, well, not really sitting in traffic because it's moving, but you know what I mean.
So come on, Josie, spin the camera around. Let's see everything.
Maybe under instruction just to give only one view, you know.
We said it got good range on the live feed camera. Look at that.
Yeah,
it's way down into the
absolutely
shutdown.
everywhere.
Ian's normally turned round by now. Mm-hmm. Where's he going?
Where is he going?
Was it a taxi?
There we go.
Bear in mind they only spray the racetrack, not the shutdown area too.
Yeah.
Colin, just while we're at it as well, pairings for Pro Mod of this round, because I can
you
see
you want the appetite whetted already.
I do, because I can see.
Okay, well, let's see who's head of the lanes. Mark Hardfeld. He has got Jan Eriksson.
I just got a very worried text from my wife saying, no, we're not honeymooning at Santa Pod. And I said, I know, because we didn't get to go on our honeymoon because of COVID, unfortunately. Right. It was just that time. Anyway, yeah, don't panic. We're not coming here. It's fine. Go on, sorry. Mark Hardfeld and Jan Eriksson.
This one is going to be a real good race, actually. Michel Turenne taking on Bruno Barda.
They're all good.
Mouth-watering.
All good.
Dave Vector has got Bobby Wallace. And the final pair,
Gulp.
by process elimination, is going to be Mats Eriksson against Andre Arnova. Andre's had to change his transmission, lost first gear on that run.
That's why it only ran 6-0. I mean, it wasn't exactly slow.
No. Yeah, just caught up on his social media. So switched transmissions out. They've had a busy weekend, that lot.
Those boys have been at it for 3 solid weekends, weren't they? I think he's going to have to take his crew on holiday after this. I think their holiday is going to be the boat home.
Yeah, probably. Of course, he's talking about bikes down there. They've been down there a while waiting to come round.
It's all right. It will pick up speed significantly, and it's about to now as we go to. Looks like it's going to be Tim Garlick with the Apache. I think he's got the bye run by virtue of being a number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, he might as well have entered Super Pro this weekend. 6 O's all the time. So the track having a little bit of a sled.
Yeah, the big difference as well from round 1 of Pro Modified to now is it's a lot warmer. The track has also had the top fuel cars down it too, so there's quite a bit more rubber on it. And the tuning decisions for this round are going to be a lot more like these. The conditions are much more like what they have seen or have seen for most of the weekend.
Yeah, the air will have changed as well.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, because this morning the DA was what they said was minus 200. So in effect, it was like 200 below sea level. I'm not an expert on that. A good friend of ours, Steve Kelly, is very, very good on that sort of stuff, and he'll explain it to me. But yeah, it's what they sometimes when you get really, really low air, like we'd had when everybody was like really getting some numbers down. It was minus 900, which is mine shaft. We had those conditions.
That's why it's called mine shaft, because the only time you get that air is when you're underground.
Yeah. So the other thing that you really don't want is like Everest conditions. If you like 29,000 feet up, there's just no air at all. The cars can't breathe, and you just get nothing.
That's what they get a lot in. Well, they get that a lot in the States. Actually, it's Pro Mod first.
Oh, switched it round. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Well, it's because they've still got 3 more rounds of racing to go. I think that's probably why. Whereas the funny cars, they've just got 2 races effectively. So, a nice surprise. Mark Hartbelt taking on Jan Eriksson.
Well, we only get to see awesome runs from now on. Well, it was round 1 as well, but this is going to be crazy.
It's been amazing. Jan Eriksson taking on a drifting Mark Hartbelt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now the thing I always find hilarious about this is the orange car isn't Dutch. You need to have a word with them, okay? I thought the whole idea of being Dutch was everything was orange.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly. Every football match, everything we see is always endless orange, and it's the Swede with an orange car. What can you do?
Yeah. Well, yes, class.
So is everybody back for this round that you know of? Yeah? Good. Were they all happy?
Yeah, very happy, especially Michel with a very good time and enormous speed, almost 251 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's very good.
That's awesome, yeah. Yeah, David is happy, the engine looks okay, not really happy.
Really?
It's a little bit hurt, but I think he hopes he can make it to the final, otherwise you have to take it apart after this round.
Well, so we got Mark Hartbelt with the Voodoo Hemi from the Netherlands. Ran a terrific 5.8 in round 1. However, the man in the other lane, Jan Eriksson, looking to extend his round win streak to 18. That is mad. Is Mark Hartbelt going to be the guy to stop him at 18? Mark Hartbelt with the whole shot. Can Jan Eriksson run him down? The answer is yes. 5.78 at 250 miles an hour.
What a drag race.
That was terrific. That really was. 5.95 at 2.42 for Mark Hartbelt. He was 0.39 on the tree. He did everything he could to outrun that orange Camaro. but it just wasn't enough. Jan Eriksson was 0.102. Half track, yeah, Jan had already caught him by half track. 393 to a 381, but still fabulous side-by-side race from both of those. I don't think the Voodoo Hemi guys are going to be hugely upset because they still had a terrific weekend.
Yeah, a lot of personal bests. So
every run for Mark was in the fives, wasn't it? I think. Yeah. I think that was his slowest run of the weekend, actually, 595.
But well, they learned a lot. They have a lot of data from the last 2 weekends, so they are very happy, and they can go to Tierp with a good feeling. They are competitive.
Well, so one Dutch team go down. Can the next one move on? So Michel Turenne ran an absolutely outstanding. I must admit, he probably surprised himself with a 581 at 250. Yeah, I mean, because they were in the low five. They've chopped over 1/10 of a second off their quickest ever run just this weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, that's great. They're so happy, and the engine is also happy, and that end speed they run, that's enormous.
That's really. I mean, to run 250 with a blown car is well. You just saw Jan Eriksson do it there with a 578 at 250.
Yeah.
He's taking on Michel Turenne from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane, taking on Bruno Baarder, who also went 585. This could be won and lost on the start line.
Yeah. Well, all coming rounds will be probably decided on the start line.
Well, that nearly was. If Mark ran what he did earlier, he would have been really close.
Yep.
Really close. So Bruno Baarder, one of the first in Europe to run a converter car for a long while, and then everybody slowly but surely started changing over.
Yeah.
I think there's only a couple of clutch cars left, aren't there, these days?
Michel, Mark, and Jan Eriksson. And Andy Robinson.
Andy, I think, yeah. Everyone else converter.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Bobby Wallace. He could have a clutch.
So 2.580 door cars. Netherlands taking on Switzerland for a place in the semis. Bruno's in. Michel's in. Bruno gets the whole shot, but only just. He's also going to take the win with a 584. Wow. Even quicker for Bruno Baarder. 245 miles an hour. Michel Turenne falls off pace for some reason. 598. Still, big speed, 248 miles an hour. It wasn't like he was slow, but when the guy in the other lane's going 5.8, there's not a lot you can do about it, really.
No.
Well, Bruno, they weren't exactly quick on the tree either. Bruno was 0.15, Michel was 0.16. So there's still a bit of wriggle room there. But again, another Dutch team going home after a really great couple of weeks here. Door slammers included, obviously.
Yeah. Well, one Dutch team to go.
Yeah, against the guy from the UK, so he won't be winning. So it would be all the Dutch teams going home.
No.
I'm only joking. Hey, come on. Right, Dick cheers for all the Dutch teams, doesn't he? Well, there we go.
But I cheer for all teams.
Yeah,
believe me.
I know.
I'm just a promo fan.
David, I've known David for years, and well, what more can we say? Yeah. They're all good friends. Bobby with a really short burnout again.
Yeah, and David started very late on his burnout.
Yeah, well, the tyres will still be warm. It should still be okay.
Yeah,
now,
but he had tire shake here in the burnout. Because he started so late. There's so much grip on the track that you really have to start your burnout right after the water box, or you will, well...
Because the tyres dry out. So even with this much power, it's still difficult to get the tyres spinning?
Yeah, it starts... they do the burnout in high gear.
Okay.
So you need some help from the water.
But the further you go forward, the tyres dry out really quickly because of the track. Yeah. Well, he did at least get the tyres spinning, so they're not cold.
No.
But probably maybe not optimal. We'll see. So that's David Vector from the Netherlands, back in the 5.7s again in round one in the Slictrix lane. Bobby Wallace from the UK, he's been in the 5.80s, but not this weekend yet. Went 5.88. Actually, he's got a pretty good win streak going as well, back to the national finals.
Yeah, they're doing great.
I think the only one to beat him was, guess who? Jan Eriksson at the European finals last year. So So the Wallace family from just down the road in Bedford in the Kestrel Lane. And David Vedser with a blown car from Holland. Bobby with a massive start line advantage. Can Dave make it up? The answer is no.
With a 577.
Oh, my
God.
word. What a fantastic race. I think you have just seen the quickest and fastest side-by-side race ever in European Pro Mod, and Bobby Wallace wins it on a hole shot. He was 08 on the tree. Dave was .21. Yeah, we're going to shake our heads for some time with that one. That was mad. Bobby Wallace, though, where the hell did a 583 come from? And, do you know, they're just, racers are just such a bunch of liars, right? I said to him yesterday, so what are you doing? He'd go, oh, only small steps. Only, we're just creeping up at it just a tiny bit every single time.
Yeah.
Wax a tenth of a second off.
What a tenth of a degree of ignition makes a whole lot of difference.
That was
especially at these ETs they are running now.
Well, Dave ran 577 and he was still 07 behind at the finish line.
Yeah, but look at the reaction time.
Goodness me. Well, Bobby was 08, Dave was .2. Round of applause for the Wallace team from the UK, everybody.
Yeah. Bobby Wallace is now your quickest UK Pro Modified.
That's it, easily. A new personal best and speed as well, 248.
What a race. Who does he get in the next round?
The winner of the next race, Matson on Andres.
So it's going to be
Jan and Bruno.
I know I keep saying this. Give your hands a round of applause, please, for the Dutch team as well. Don't think anyone can hear us, but there we go. That was a fabulous race. One of the things that I always was amazed about as a racer, when you come round, you don't get this from any other vantage point because you're strapped in behind there. You don't know what the pair in front of you ran. You come round, and the first thing you look at is up the racetrack. You look at the scoreboards, and I bet these two have looked at the scoreboards and gone, wow.
Yeah, something's wrong in the timing system.
My goodness. Yeah, and also the win light is in the lane that didn't run 577.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh.
I think there's something wrong with the timing system, but wow.
Wow, Max Eriksson with the Green Goblin in the Kestrel lane. This has to be the single greatest round of Pro Modified I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And we still got one more race to go. Turbo car against blown car.
Well, every single car so far has run a 5 in this round.
The slowest winning time is a 580. Yeah, I think the slowest winning time is a 584, which was Bruno. God, blimey. Whatever you're doing in September, cancel it and come here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Andre Arnova, turbo car from Estonia, Slick Tricks Lane. Could this be back in the 5.8s? We shall see. He's got to move in quicker. Here we go. Mats Eriksson double steps on the start line. Andre Arnova clicks it early because he saw the red light and still goes. Oh, my goodness me. That one was going to be huge.
599 with
yeah, look
190 miles an hour.
Look at the numbers, Dick, until he shut it off.
Wow.
With a back half of a turbo car, that was on for a 570. Yeah. 0.96 to 60 foot, 3.83 at 197 to the 8th mile. He will race Bobby Wallace in the semi-finals. Is that correct, Colin?
Yep.
There aren't many times where we don't have words, but that's got to be one of them. Mats Eriksson double stepped on the start line and went red, unfortunately. He just tried to get a too quick jump on the start line over Andre, but man, oh man.
I'm going to need to pick my jaw back up off the floor now.
I can't find mine.
Oh dear. We are witnessing some serious greatness. Give the cream a cheer from Estonia. This time yesterday they didn't have an engine. Today they're in the semis. Dick.
Well, I'm going to have a word with David.
Well, that's the problem. You can't be disappointed after a round like that, but at the same time, you would have really liked, with a 577.
It's not just the engine that does all the work, you also need a driver.
I'll let you
but
tell
I'm
him
sure
that. Yeah, I'm sure he knows. He knows. He knows.
Well, I hope to see you for the next round.
It depends on the time, yeah.
Okay. See you guys.
Right.
Well, we've
collectively found our jaws after that, and it is now Tim Garlick on a solo to book his spot in the final of Nostalgia Funny Car here at the main event.
You see like 380, 300 mile an hour top fuel runs in, and you think, now we can't top that. Half an hour later or an hour later or whatever, that was just I cannot believe a 577 just lost. That's only a few hundredths away from a European record, and he's going home. That's
But
just mad.
Bobby's burnout wasn't there, but we've seen him do that before. He doesn't need them.
No.
And to be now the quickest British robot as
yeah.
well.
Yeah, by a
Well,
long
spotted,
margin.
yeah.
Yeah, Andy Robinson previously with a 586. He went 583, so he tops it. Tim Garlick bringing Apache to the line. He went 6 flat in qualifying. He doesn't need to do anything like that now. However, knowing Tim,
He'll give it a go.
He likes the track time.
Yeah, of course. Well, he tried to save it. Went up in smoke just before 60 foot. That's the first busted run I've seen for that car from a long while. Fortunately, it was on a bye. Goes through at 10.56, 82 miles an hour. Hey, we'll be in the final against one of the next two. The Venom team of Tony Betts taking on Paul Harris with the Chi-Town Hustler. I had the pleasure of talking to Paul at the top end. He's such a nice guy. You look at him and you think, yeah, he's a plumber or something like that. Not a Nitro Funny Car driver, but boy, can he drive. He was really, really good yesterday. He said that he might need to change some jetting on the car for the simple reason that the car was running out of legs a bit at the top end. He said he ran quite well with Tim most of the way down the track, but at the top end, Tim really pulled away. And it was noticeable.
So the matchup you're about to see will be Tony Betts with the Venom taking on Paul Harris with the Chi-Town Hustler.
The other thing I've just realised as well, Bobby Wallace is now only a couple of hundredths away from being the quickest nitrous car in Europe now.
Yes.
It is,
Yeah, good point.
Well, there's only 3 of them left or thereabouts anyway, but it's still not the point. It's still amazing.
Only 0.06 of a second separates these two cars in qualifying. That was a strong burnout from Paul Harris then, shaking the tower.
Just thinking about the work that all of these teams have gone through this weekend. Going back to Pro Andre Oliver, having John Webster weld a block for him and things like that. But even things like Paul Harris lost the windscreen.
Yeah.
And had to have that replaced. So, yeah, it's all been a bit crazy this weekend for everybody.
Well, Tony Betts is facing the wall. I'm sure they'll sort that out in a minute. I went and had a chat with him this morning quickly, and really nice to catch up with John. John's birthday. Happy birthday to John Wright. Uncle John Wright, as we always called him. But the Venom team have, what they have, they've got some colouring stuff for kids and all sorts of stuff. So stop by and see them. It's really, really cool. There we go. Tony straightening it out. So for a race against that pesky Apache car. Pesky Apache, say that after you've had a few.
Or pesky Pontiac.
Something like that. That's slightly easier.
Paul Harris, Tony Betts, a race for the spot in the final in Nostalgia Fuel Funny Car. And it's side by side the whole way up the track. Tony Betts got his
Nothing
nose
in it.
front.
It's Tony with a 6:28 at 2:23. Paul Harris with a new personal best in a lose-out, 6.36. Only 203 miles an hour. Once again, he said the same thing. It's sort of run out of legs at the top end, but that was such a great side-by-side race. Tony Betts chunked it in deep, which probably took a few hundredths off of the elapsed time, but it was still really nice, good side-by-side strong race for the Nostalgia Cast to the finish line. And they both made it off the top end. Looks like the track is clear, and we're about to go with Top Fuel Bike round one. Well, by far the most popular commentator choice, way above us, is back in the tower. Mr. Dolex, morning, old chap. Sorry,
I even know
morning,
what button
afternoon.
to press now.
Sorry,
I even know what button.
You do know what button to press. That's really good.
What day I missed.
I was just going to say, I bet you wish you were here yesterday.
And what matchups we got? We got the perfect scenario: funny bike, top fuel bike, funny bike, top fuel bike, all the way through this round. So, and the top fuel bikes are on their game,
to say the least. As in world beating, to say the least. Give the teams a big cheer, folks. So, Neil Midgley in the Slick Tricks lane. I can't remember who posted it last night, but whoever posted it, thank you. An updated version of the list.
Yeah. So that puts him in the third fastest in the world.
Yeah.
But the bike is actually the second fastest in the world because Fast
Phil's
Phil.
been quicker.
So he's not a million miles away from it. He could do it. Conditions are good. But that bike there has put more riders in, the top positions in the world. It is the bike to own.
Up the top end, when I spoke to him yesterday, he said that was a fantastic run, but I'm still only the second quickest on this bike. He's the third quickest ever.
Yeah.
Third quickest.
You'll do a lot to get these boys excited. You've got Rickard, you've got him, and
they were bound. Honestly, they give you a run for your money yesterday.
Really?
They were absolutely on top of the world at the other end.
And
yesterday.
they are on top of the world.
You bet. Against Thomas Pedersen. Great to see Thomas back out here. I spoke to him yesterday. He didn't think he made the show, but for whatever reason, Mike Ollie, is not in the show for round one. He did run a 6 yesterday, but Thomas Pedersen, Neil Midgley.
Oh, it's on.
Rolls through to a 6:02, 198. I say rolls, goodness me. 0.97 to 60 foot, 386 at 195. That was a bit of a pooch, Chris. What happened there? Taking it out, I know, just to get the round win. Thomas Pedersen bows out with a 9.74. Thomas, I had a chat with him up the top end yesterday, and he said they're on their second engine. When he was stopped up there as well, it is heartbreaking to see. We've all been there. But the tray at the bottom just filling up with oil, and you just want to.
Yeah, it's devastating.
It's just dreadful, and to bring it all the way from Sweden.
Oh, and Thomas is a top competitor. Funny bike against funny bike. You don't want to be lining up against Thomas when he's on his A game. He's a 6'5" rider, and can be very consistent. But this game is evil, and when it goes wrong, it hurts. And it don't just hurt your pocket. It hurts all the hard work and everything that goes into it. And he hasn't had the best of weekends.
I think as well, his crew guy, Peter, I've known for a long time from Pro Stock days, turned up at the top end and just took one look at it and went, it's dreadful, isn't it?
And you got a long night ahead of you.
Mark Smith, René van der Berg. Mark Smith yesterday, how big was that? 650?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he's pushing up, and Craney's creeping him up and everything like that. Rene's run low down in the numbers this weekend, but anything can happen. That's what I love about this class with the funny bike and the top fuel bike, is if Rene gets it slightly wrong and Smithy's turned up and he cuts a light, the race is on.
Yeah, you bet. And also, this is going to be, all being well, you're going to see the funny bike versus top fuel bike scenario, where the funny bike leaves like a scalded cat and the top fuel bike takes a little bit longer to get going.
Yeah.
But then when the power kicks in...
I was telling you on Saturday, and when they come past you, it's scary. You can't hear your own bike. All you can hear is just hell.
So how do you concentrate?
I don't think you do really
keep
concentrate
going, yeah?
on them bikes. You just hit the throttle and go.
And hang on. Yeah, that's the one.
You ain't got time to think about it.
So Mark Smith, these are your numbers 4 and 5 qualify. However, there's nearly half a second between them. But it is a race.
You know, if Craney's creeped him up a little bit here, we could see him going to dip into the 6.4s maybe. He'll only be taking small steps, but I think it makes him the second fastest funny bike in Europe at this current stage. So, and Rene's close to running a 5.
6.0 in qualifying. Can Smithy do it? Whoa, here we go.
And that's going to be Smithy through.
6.48 into the 40s.
Yeah.
210 miles an hour. He's catching stew.
Yeah, creeping up on it. And that's the way to do it in drag racing. You know, you take big steps and it never works out. Little tiny steps like that. And this is the perfect matchup, like we said. Rene gets it wrong, funny bike goes through.
Yeah, he hardly moved actually off the start line. The bike almost instantly went up in smoke, and he tried to give it one more crack at the throttle, but after that there was no way he was going to catch Mark.
That's it. Smithy's going to be on top of the world.
But Smithy, I mean, he was bouncing all over the place as much as Smithy can yesterday as well.
That's
and but to take a round win too over a fuel bike, that must be sweet. Have you ever done that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is the best feeling in the world.
Especially when you get them, because you know that you are outgunned, but at the same time,
That's David
show
and
up,
Goliath.
try hard. Yeah, show up and try hard. Well, as we just said, anything can happen.
Yeah,
we got it. It's qualifying's one thing, racing is another, and this race we have next from France, Eric Gachard in the Kestrel lane, and the second fastest man on the top fuel bike anywhere on the planet. Do you know what? I'm going to wait for Rickard Gustafsson from the west coast of Sweden. He came round the corner yesterday, and I said, "You went 260," and he went, "Reasonable." Just like that. Nothing else as well. But then when he got his crash helmet on, honestly, I think it's microphones that do it to him, nothing else, because he was just, honestly, he was like a little kid.
But if you look at the timing ticket, 200 mile an hour at the 8th,
yep,
and then making another 30 mile an hour, and then another 30 mile an hour, all throughout the increments. It is absolutely phenomenal where that mile an hour is coming from, and it's a show of horsepower.
The thing that was really good as well, because again, thank you whoever put up the ticket, I can't remember who did. Is Eric coming through? Oh yeah, he is. It's all right.
Was he?
Well, Rickard's nearly at the start line. Where's Eric? He's there. Was there? No, it looks like a bye run. Unfortunately, well, no Eric for this round of racing. Characteristic wiggle. Still goes through to a 586. 260 miles an hour again. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing greatness. Absolute greatness.
And I think you'll find that they're probably playing it safe. Race day is a whole different day to...
Steady.
So yesterday you'd have seen 70s. These boys, if they face each other in the final, if it's Midjo and Rickard, they're going to have to both be on their A game. So it could be awesome.
What I was just going to say, though, about those timing tickets, because someone put them together, and you could see where the difference was in the gearing and everything from the incrementals.
Yeah.
Because Neil Mishley's bike was quite a bit quicker to half track, but Rickard did the back half in, well, look at that back half.
Yeah.
That's 1.94 back half.
Yeah.
And he put on 65 miles an hour.
That's great. It's phenomenal. But that just shows you the difference in the gearing between Neil's bike and Rickard's bike, is that the primary drive gearing is different and the rear sprocket is different. So they're just totally tuning the bikes completely differently to each other.
But they both run almost the same numbers, but they make speed at various different points of the racetrack.
Yeah.
So Stu Crane taking on Al Smith. Funny bike against fuel bike again. 3-cylinder against warp speed. Well, can Al Smith catch him? It's like a bracket race, this. The answer is no! The quickest funny bike in Europe. 625. 218 miles an hour. Al Smith loses on a whole shot.
Do you know Stuart told me he was going to run 6.2? So,
well, he was 08 on the tree to a 0.28 for Al Smith. Al Smith wasn't slow. I must admit, I was waiting for the fuel bike to run him down. It just never happened.
And this is what I say about the funny bike. You cut the light You run, run the same numbers. It's a race.
6:25.
I know, that's absolutely phenomenal. That will put him in, the top 5 funny bikes in the world. You've got Billy Vose down at 6.0. You've got Terry Schweiger at 6.19, and a few guys have been in the 20s, but not many. That's world class. World class.
Well, matchups for the semis, Colin. Go on.
Do you really want your mouths watering that much?
Go on,
Neil Midgley taking on Mark Smith, and Rickard Gustafsson taking on Stu Crane. Both walk speed bikes still in.
Yeah.
On opposite sides of the
On
You
opposite
never
sides.
know.
Two
You never know.
Pumas, 2 warp speeds.
I'll tell you what, honestly, these are the good old days, aren't they, for fuel bike racing and funny bike racing?
Oh,
in
without
Europe?
doubt, it's back. It's back, and the funny bikes are on their A game now. It's exciting times, and I was really pleased with what we saw yesterday, and now what we're seeing today. It's going to be a good final.
You're pleased because you missed it, so it's just as good today. That's what you mean, yeah? Okay, Super Twin. Oh no, Vesa Lippinen's not going to make. He's absolutely disgusted. I'm not sure I didn't see what happened.
Such a shame the bike's got so much potential, and to come all this way and be unable to fire at this stage is heartbreaking, really.
It's horrendous. I mean, I flew to Finland and it took me 2 flights in about 8 hours. So driving, boats,
it's a long,
everything,
long way.
it's a long old way. So Chris Van Nimmen gets the gift of a lifetime, a freebie into the final in Super Twin. Looking run. Can he nudge closer to the 6s? Ooh, 7:03, 205 miles an hour.
That's not bad effort.
That's not bad at all. I think a really good 200 mile an hour speed and a 7.0 for Chris Van Nimmen. And he's going to be taking on one of these two in that final round race. Seriously, massive commiserations to Vesa Lippinen. No idea what the problem was. He just threw his gloves away in absolute disgust, as you would, obviously, after all of that. On to the next race at Tiepp in 3 weeks' time, I think it is, something like that.
Yeah, they've got a good season this year. They're moving around, and
that's right.
Europe's racing scene is really taking off. So it's going to be an exciting year for them.
So Marcus Christensen and Martin de Haas. I know we touched on this the other day, Dale, but I still can't believe no one's built something similar to Marcus Christensen's bike.
It's a phenomenal bike, and it works so well. It's so consistent, and they don't have to ride it out of shape.
Ever?
No,
I don't think ever.
I've never seen him crossed
the
up.
fact is he's run 6.1s, he's run 6.2s this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't want to say they make it look easy.
And I would say 90% of that is in chassis development and the way that the chassis works, because when these things get crossed up, it is the horsepower that is twisting the chassis that makes them get out of shape.
Well, with that bike as well, the fact the exhausts come, close to his legs, but they come round and they go up individually on either side.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the twins, you see them with both pipes off the same side.
Yeah, we noticed it years ago with the nitrous bikes that we used to dump our exhaust straight out the side, and the quicker we got, the more it pushed the front wheel over. You've got a lot of thrust coming out of them.
Oh, Martin de Haas, the bike hardly moves off the starting line. That's a massive shame. Marcus goes 6.29 again, 225 miles an hour with the most small amount of drama you can ever have.
This is so consistent.
Probably maddeningly consistent for everybody else, isn't it?
Carbon fibre wheelie bars as well.
They do look pretty, don't they?
Yeah.
I did notice those. They do look rather lovely.
They do, until you ask for a price for them.
Oh.
Because I have.
Are they not something? You did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So, what's the advantage of them other than making money for the person that makes them?
They're light.
Yeah.
And weight in this game is everything. Weight is, shave the weight off. You've got power to weight ratio and against your horsepower.
And they're strong, obviously, as well.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, with my bike being in America at the moment, we went on the scales. I'm a heavy package, and we build our bikes a little bit heavier, but there is an advantage to it. They go a little bit straighter. They're a bit stronger.
So when you say minimum weight, how much do they actually weigh?
What my bike?
Yeah, like your bike.
So with me on it, I'm the heaviest in the class at 685 pounds.
Yeah, not just you. That's you and the bike.
No, 785 pounds.
Okay.
Sorry, and the weight break for the class is 700 pounds. So I'm 85 pounds over.
Wow, that's a lot.
But I would say that my bike probably goes the straightest with the littlest interaction from me out of all of them over there.
Okay.
So it does show you that the strength in the chassis is the weight in the chassis. So I think if we lean on it further and further, we'll be able to see whether that's an advantage or not for me.
Okay.
That's
so yeah, a lot of the time, because a lot of the time, if you sacrifice weight, sometimes comes at the behest, if you will, of stability.
Yeah, you don't want to go too light.
No.
Too light. I mean, weight helps with traction, but it's got to be in the right place. So the best advantage to be in is in a weight break class, where you can put the weight. Then you're under the weight. You can then put the weight where you want it on the bike. So that's a great advantage to be. I mean, I go over to America and you see the guys who are racing on the bikes, and they're like 9 stone dripping wet. They're tiny little jockeys, but that gives them then the advantage to weight the bike where they want it.
Yeah, you wouldn't make a pro stock bike rider, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
Colin is working his way there. He's wasting away.
I don't think I'll ever get down to a weight that will get me on a bike, to be honest with you, but there we go.
I would say don't believe the hype, to be honest, but that'd be rude. Anyway, Aswell and Noble just breaking the beams. He was due to be racing Martin Newbury. Yeah, we saw Martin. We only saw him on Saturday. Never saw him all day yesterday. So, unfortunately, Martin, after a great start to the season, yeah, that's that. Sadly, up next that is Martin Bishop. That took a while, much too long. In the Kestrel Lane, going to be taking on a guy who is definitely pro stock bike rider size, isn't he? Bertrand Maurice.
Yes.
Yeah, he's even mini to me. He's he looks like he looks like a horse jockey. Doesn't he? He looks like a really slight guy.
And that is what pro stock bike's all about, you know, the little tiny riders, and because it is all normally aspirated power. So that's what all you've got to drag you down the track. So weight is the main factor in their class.
I've just got to say as well, big shame and a shout out to the De Haas brothers from the Netherlands. Not sure what made the bike stop on the sight line. As soon as he cracked the throttle, it just spat a load of fuel out one side and just quit, unfortunately. But the crew very carefully taking him off the track. And we've got our second pair of pro stockers down here on the sight line, as well as round 2 of Super Street. Right behind them, Comp Eliminator. And then what's up next, Colin? Just roughly on the schedule.
I've actually sort of just tried to put everything in order then. We have the Jets back around, then we have some sportsman racing, as in Super Comp, then Pro ET, Super Pro, Junior Dragon, Super Gas.
Then semis.
And then, into semis.
It's all right.
Yeah, they're there. Yeah, but they're actually, they were due to run before all of this big stuff, but they've just been shuffled back a little bit.
Yeah, not for long, not for long. So, did you you were checking in on what happened yesterday? Also, I just want to say very good afternoon to Pippi. Thank you very much. I know it is you that does the list, mate. Who else would do it? Thank you very much indeed, and I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you for the longest time. I hope you are keeping well. But yeah, watching in on all those numbers in yesterday.
I wish I was here. You know? I had to take one day this weekend to do a little bit of work, and it was. I was absolutely gutted because phenomenal performance and world class. The demise of Top Fuel Bike in America, I honestly think that the show over here is now where Top Fuel Bike is at. Unfortunately, they don't have that many places to run at the moment over there because they're running exhibition.
Why is that? What is it that's brought about that situation?
So as far as I understand it, Man Cup has now changed hands. So it used to be Jay Regan, and now he sold it to a guy called Hollywood, who has revamped the Man Cup. And every single one of the classes over there, if they want to put a class on, so you want to put a class on of bikes, you need to stump the money. You stump the money up for the prize fund. So a lot of the times it'll be the top riders in the class, or will go to the promoter and say, I've got this sponsorship. So it's $20,000 to put this round on or something like that. I believe they haven't brought the finances to it, and therefore they're not going to pay the prize money.
So one thing we have to say, though, is that in the States, bike racing almost runs totally separate to all the cars all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, totally separate meetings.
Yeah. Which is just really odd to us, because obviously we're so used to having everything in the same place at the same time.
Well, when they speak to me over there, over there about here, they want to come here because they can't believe that we've got top fuel funny cars, top fuel rails, pro mod cars, all running at the same meetings as us. It's like a dream come true to them. We don't realise how lucky we are to have the events that we run over here,
and the way that it's run as well. Yeah. So that's half the problem, really, is because they run bike-only events.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I'm not being rude, but they don't quite draw the other events do.
Well, the crowds aren't there. No, nothing like this. Only in an NHRA event where the only bikes that you've got running in that is pro stock bike.
Well, that and again, the crowds, the events are what pays for the racing effectively, aren't they? So that's
you got to bring the money to the table, and if the money isn't there, then so at the moment the top fuel bikes in America are actually paying to run at NHRA.
Goodness me. Martin Bishop and Bertrand Maurice for a place against Ashwin in the final. Lots of bouncing and wiggling going on. Mart's going towards the centre line. And Bertrand is long gone too. A 7:47 at 177. By no means a clean run at all. Martin was good on the tree. Went 7:90, 171. But still. So it's Ashwin and Opel against Bertrand Maurice in the final. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest difference and the biggest issue, if you will, with American bike racing is because it's run separately. And then you get into the whole thing about the certain types of bikes want certain track prep, which will keep it out of the way.
Yeah, whereas
all
here
the time.
You get a track that suits everybody. It's the it's the best situation for them all. And the track prep that is done here is what Dan, my tuner in the States, would love this.
Really?
Running out the back door, they think they could run the 5-second funny bike pass here at Santa Pod
Bring 'em
easier
over.
than they could do it in America.
Wow. Okay, Daniel Lentz by run. Oh, he was really glad that was a buy run. Just squiggled about and went nowhere.
Yeah, a 2:37.60 foot tells the story of what happened to Daniel there.
Still goes 196. Another one of those stupid ETs with an amazing speed type runs that was. Yeah, but again, one of the things Ian King as well always used to say about us not realising how lucky we are here. The weather we get here, whilst, okay, the rain is annoying, but the air, the general coolness of the air is a big thing.
Yeah, and also the adjusted altitude that we've got, everything. It's like I was saying to you, our number one qualifier is 9 o'clock at night, and that's just to get that air temperature to drop away.
So they have to move the racing around deliberately to get the better weather.
Yeah, I mean, on race day, we'll race a day like today, because you'd never get done if you were waiting for the evening, but qualifiers are done late at night. And, like I said, we were running at 12:30 at night.
Goodness me.
That's our
just,
deal.
Well, that's one of the reasons probably no one shows up then, I guess, because they have to go to work or whatever. Again, please, I'm not being rude because, racing is cool no matter where it is. But it's just, if you don't have the people coming in to pay for it, to fund it, to help with it, then
I mean, the spectators are one of the most important things in racing because it funds the facility and allows us to do what we do, And,
well, it's a perfect symbiosis, if you like, because you can't have races without the fans, you can't have fans without the races, and so on and so on and so on. But it's still really cool what you're doing. Please, once again, don't get me wrong, but it's just a very different way of doing it, isn't it?
It is. I'm a very different person,
we never would have sussed that one, mate. But so the track crew doing a bit of checking in the slick tricks lane. That was Daniel Lentz taking a bye run into the next round, which will be the semi-finals, I think. I can see the trucks rolling at the top end, so we're going to be on pause for a couple of moments. Poor old Eric was down there, actually. Eric Richard from France with the funny bike. He was there because I can see it, but for whatever reason he didn't make that run. So while they clean up out there, just very quickly, Dale, We did this the other day, but just in case anyone's here. Plans for this season? You're going to try and get out and ride again in the States, or it just depends how it goes?
I leave on Thursday. I fly out Thursday, and I'm going to Virginia Motorsports for round 2 of the XTA, which will start on Friday. So we'll race Friday, Saturday, and hopefully Sunday if I get it right, and then fly back here on Monday.
So what class is it you race in over there?
Pro Extreme. So we race the 8th on what you guys over here call the funny bikes.
Yep.
So most of these bikes over here would fit into the Pro Extreme category, and we race to the 8th. And try and go into the 3s.
Over the 8th,
so, that's what I'll be trying to hit for this weekend.
That'll be good. How close have you been so far?
I went a 420 on the last pass, and we were trying to check everything out, and loads more left in the bike. Just I didn't have any more track time, so we'll pause for that.
We will indeed. Battle of Britain Memorial fly past.
Yeah.
It is the Spitfire. Going to be banking round. I can't see where he's gone, actually. Going to be banking round and coming back over us once again. I would say we normally stop racing for this, but we don't have to. Sorry. It is the Hurricane today, is that right? Yeah. Bang on time. Well, you'd expect it to be bang on time, wouldn't you? So, coming back round for another pass from the top end. Coming straight at us. Go up, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. We're used to jumping out of those, aren't you, don't?
Yeah, not out of one of them, but...
What a lovely noise.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Right, I'm going to endeavour to find out how long before we'll be back. Hopefully the Hurricane will be coming round again. And... Anyone in the radio station? Yeah. Sorry, could you just take it but don't say anything to the plane stuff, if that's all right? I'm going to try and find out.
Little bit of wheel spin.
Yeah, you did well to catch that. Still goes 880 at 167 miles an hour.
In a Passat.
They've come back. The guys you see racing are the ones that have completed it.
God, listen to that power come in. 8:20. Look at the speed, 207 miles an hour there for Mark Sheridan.
And he had the...
Yeah, a little bit of issue staging.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset, so both the Tri-Chevys go in together. It is amazing, isn't it, that he drives this 57 all the way down here from Stoke-on-Trent and home again.
Lovely run from Andy Bond. He's going to go through over 200 mile an hour. 7:38, 203 mile an hour.
And 203 miles an hour.
Yeah, so as I said before, ooh, issues for Nick Hale. No such issues for Al Williamson. Lifts early before it goes over the line. 8:67, a slowing, only 138 mile an hour. A bit of a nitrous backfire for Nick Hale on it, I believe. It was a strong launch, but a bit of a misfire.
No need to try to keep going because just backs out of it, believe it or not. Yeah, that was an 8.5 second Volvo, 146. So, yeah, that's street eliminated. Matchups for round 2, Colin.
Andy Bond. India went 391 in qualifying, 407 for Duncan, but it's all about the race. Whoever gets to the top end first goes into the round number 2, goes into the semis here at the main event.
What a race!
385 for India Urbacher.
And Duncan has got a bit of a bonfire going on at the top, and that was one hell of a race. Well done, Gary. Well done, everybody. Just while we've got a couple of moments while we're doing some clear up. The young lady that just ran 385 at 316 miles an hour is towering over me, standing next to me. Please put your hands together, everybody, for India Urbacher. Well, India, that was your first competitive race since last summer. How much fun was that?
It is amazing. I mean, if you just watch the crowd staying here all weekend, watching us racing, us having a chance to run such good times and such a great track. It's just good to be back in the UK racing, seeing all the faces and having a good time.
Well, that was definitely a good time as well. The only thing that you miss being in the car at the other end is the reaction of your dad, because your dad is just, he's just, honestly, I'm sure he's so proud, but he's just so happy as well.
Was he dancing? I don't hope so.
I'm not sure. Dads don't dance, do they, Urs? No, dads aren't allowed to ever dance.
Yeah, sometimes he dances a little bit, so I'm sometimes a little bit embarrassed. But no, it's great. It's just, I miss the emotions of the team, obviously. But it's also pretty cool at the back end when you see the guys coming down, getting you out of the car and just celebrating with you.
Well, that wasn't your quickest or fastest run ever, but it wasn't far off, was it?
It was. It felt pretty fast, and it might could have been gone a bit faster. But we're happy with this. It's race day. We want to win, and this is what we did, and let's see what's happening in the next rounds.
Just for the rest of the people that will never get a chance to run 300 miles an hour in that amount of time, what is it like in the car?
Well, basically, I couldn't see very much at the top end. It was just shaking, and I was just sitting in the car and thinking, okay, just hold that throttle down and let's go. We get that. So it's one of the most impressive feelings I've ever had, and I can't compare it, maybe like a bungee jump, but I'm too scared to do bungee jumping, so I prefer top fuel cars with nitro.
I know other top fuel drivers that don't like roller coasters, but they'll drive top fuel cars.
Of course, like, I like roller coasters, but this is much better.
Much, much better indeed. So you're going to be racing the winner of this pair behind. Who would you like to race, or just whoever? It doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter because both of them are great drivers. They did a great job. All of us deserve it. So I'm just ready to face my competitor.
Yeah, ready to beat whoever's in the other lane.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, isn't she wonderful? India Urbacher, everybody. That was terrific to see.
Phenomenal run. 380 at 307 17 miles an hour. Low ET of the weekend. Dennis Nilsson up in flame there. 575 at 108.
Well, Dennis, actually, it erupted in flames almost straight away off the start line. I can see some
Move into pre-stage. Let the racing do the talking. Here we go. Top Fuel, your final pair. And that is Suzanne with a flash of flame at the end there. 388 at 275. Stig, 745. Coasting at 64. Lynn will build up the revs and then she'll bring it into stage. That's the difference between injected nitro and of course a screw blower. Tyre shake for Johnny Lag is going to be Lynn all the way through. Lynn takes it with a 5.54 at 262.
Well, new personal best, both ends. Very quickly. Conrad? Yeah, come on then, why not? Well, first of all, it's great to see all you guys and girls back as well. Lynn's doing such a great job of driving.
Yes, she's good. It's knowing how to listen to the car and everything, so she gave us messages with something's wrong. So.
Well, nothing wrong on that one. 5.54 at 262. That is your quickest run ever, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the best one. Yeah, perfect.
And you're in the final too. Is it going to be an all funny car final? Or would you like to race another dragster? What do you think?
It's the same.
It's the same. Okay, no problem. But anyway, congratulations, Conrad.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. That's Conrad Ree on Lynn Floysvik's team. So she's a young.
Sandro Bellier with issues. Silvio Strap's going to drive round him. 551, 263 mile an hour to take the win. And actually, the upset, only a 660 at 100.
To 1,000 foot, Fuel Funny Car Final. Who's the trophy going to?
And what a race, side-by-side issues for Jason Phelps. No issues for
It's Kevin. 4.30, 282 miles an hour. Jason took out. Kevin's comfortable. Here we go.
Well, that was a much better launch.
Yeah,
quite a lot of smoke out of the car. It seems to be clearing itself away now. Still puffing a little bit out at the top end.
Come up here and be in a totally different capacity, and yeah, but they're stepping up their game here, so I best step my game up over there, so when I come back I'm on my, on the performance of these boys.
Yeah, well, wish you all the best of luck next weekend, where you'll be strutting your stuff, and everybody over here will be trying to find a result service over there. So yeah. But no doubt you'll be on your social media and keeping us all updated.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so this is round number 2 for Super Street Bike, and it's Mark Hope taking on Al Morrison Jr.
So the Hope family have been at this a long while, haven't they? With Dad Chris, who's directing traffic at the front. There we go.
Well, fair to say, Alan Morrison Jr.'s got a 10th on the field at the moment in qualifying. If he can carry that performance all the way through eliminations as well, he's going to be tough to beat.
So what do you do on race day, Dale? Do you just try to leave it alone, make the same run every time?
What, over here or over there?
Either or, really.
Well,
I mean, it's
really. I mean, even here we're working with Dan Wagner. So he looks at every pass we do.
Whoa! Sorry, excuse me. Mark doing a great job of hanging on to it.
That's what we like to see.
680 at 223. I'm sure Mark's gentleman's area probably doesn't agree. 731 at 192. Just on rails, Al Morrison. What a team. Sorry, anyway, go on, you were saying.
Yeah, so Dan Wagner works very closely with us, and Steve Nichols, who's the main agent for the Max ECU. All the time, all of our data is being shared backwards and forwards, and they're working with us. Even if we're here in the UK, they're looking over our data, working with us. So at all times, Dan is very much involved in it, and Steve with the Max ECU. And one of the main performance enhancers that we have had over the last few years is the Max ECU itself. Mark Hope is using it. He works very closely with Steve Nichols in the States, and it really has given us that little edge to work where we couldn't before, and so it is a very international thing that we're doing, you know.
Other than the racing, obviously.
Yeah.
Mogensland taking on Jake Michel, UK against Denmark, this pair. Oh, big hole shot for Jake. That could be the end of the weekend for Morgans. Good looking runs in both lanes, but it is Jake with a 685. 217 miles an hour. Morgans at 704. Good effort. 204 mile an hour. Was never going to get round to 685 though. So Jake was 08 on the tree. Morgans was 0.25. Last pair, I think. So Ross Morrison. You've already seen Al Morrison Jr. go through.
Well, if Ross wins this, he's got Al in the semi-finals.
Well, there'll be a Morrison in the final if he gets past Matthias Bolin, who keeps running massive speed with a bike in the slick tricks lane. He's from Tullinge in Stockholm in Sweden, just outside. Wow, look at that. Matthias Bolin with a great 121 to 60 foot. Is this going to be a 6-second run? It is. 693. Check that speed out. 219 miles an hour.
It's phenomenal on that tyre that they pull that mile an hour and what they do. It's
what sort of horsepower does it take to get to that level?
It's above 600. Wow. 700.
And a lot of power management, especially considering.
Yeah. And that's where it's all at. Power management, suspension, with these.
Rider management too sometimes.
Oh, without a doubt, they're a rider's bike.
You got it. So we've got junior drag bike round number 1 coming up. We've still got lots of racing to go. Obviously, we've got our Top Fuel semi-finals and final to go. We've got Pro Mod, all the other FIA and FIM classes now are pretty much set, apart from one, which is this. So Richard Wilcox, Kestrel Lane, basically the same as junior drag stir. Just they're running to the 8th mile on a dial-in, trying not to break out. So Harry Isaacs is going to go first. That's hard to do on a pro tree as well, especially sit there and wait like Richard was doing. He did a really good job.
Yeah, I've never raced a pro tree, but I'd just be getting too overexcited. I'd be gone and I'd be red lighting all the time.
That was a breakout as well. Number 1 qualifier, Harry Isaacs, just missed on the ET. Richard did get there first, though, in complete fairness, because he had a good reaction time and run close to his number. Well done, Richard. Okay, Jackson King in the Kestrel Lane, and Alia Lester. I think Ollie was lifting him up and getting him to wave to the crowd just to do that. It was a really cool moment. Well, he's got those Union Jack leathers, which we all love.
Yeah.
So there's only a 10th in it on the tree between these two, so it's almost a heads-up race, apart from that.
I thought we were getting a staging duel from the kids then.
It wasn't far off, was it? They were both pretty even on the tree, although it does appear that Jackson King got the better start and he's out there in front. But Jackson King goes the best part of 3/4 of a second too quick almost. Alia breaks out as well, but nothing like. That's why he was so far in front, wasn't it? Much too quick.
The craziest thing is it won't be that many years that they're going to make you feel old, because they are going to be the big names on the boards racing the bigger bikes, and that's a good thing about the class.
You letting your kids race? I guess you are, obviously.
Oh, yeah, they can. I encourage racing in my home.
Right, who's the first in the bathroom to brush their teeth?
Yeah.
There you go.
Everything's a race.
So Anouk Bergerin goes first, followed by Leah Morrison. Can we have another Morrison in the semi-finals in the bike classes? About to find out. No, Anouk takes the win by breaking out the least. Over the line first was Leah Morrison, and she had a whole shot as well. But Anouk, 500ths off of her darling, too quick, but still not as quick as the other lane. Last pair. Brad Morrison, Holly King. Brad Morrison, Kestrel Lane. Holly King has got to wait for 5 seconds. It is very difficult to wait for that long with a sportsman tree that counts down. But with a pro tree, you've got a rough idea when it's going to run, but you don't know. That's the problem. That is the problem. It's not straightforward at all. That might be doing that for some time. There we go.
I don't think it's going to catch.
I don't think it's going to happen, is it? As long as Brad Morrison doesn't break out, which he does.
Oh.
By some margin.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one to take. He had a win margin of 1.5 seconds. Yeah, Holly King a little bit off her, darling. So we're all through with the bikes. Runs to the two-seater. Dale, pleasure as always, mate.
No, thank you very much. And I'll see you up here for the semi-final.
You certainly will do, sir. That was awesome. Thank you very much.
Cheers,
indeed.
guys.
So good to have Dale up here. Listening to him, great personality, but also knows his stuff. Kieran Buckingham from Surrey. It's his 40th birthday gift, this passenger ride. And after this, I believe it's going to be Comp Eliminator. Yep, they are ahead of the lanes. We've got 2 races and 1 bye run, and then I do believe it's going to be our sportsman classes with Super Comp having their round 1.
Did you say this was another birthday present, Colin?
Yeah, most of them are actually.
Yeah.
Kieran Buckingham, this is. The only difference, this one, between the previous 2, this is only a 40th birthday and the 2 were 60ths.
Right, well, if anyone's listening out there, when I turn 40, can someone buy me this, please?
Yeah, but the idea is to get people an experience. You've driven a slingshot into single-digit numbers, so...
Yeah, that's true. I haven't been in the back of this, though. Well, Paul Brown was asleep on the tree.
Most people would be proud of that reaction, 04. That's 788, 171. Okay, Comp Eliminator. It's going to be Brendan Clancy on a bye run into the semis here. It wouldn't have been a bye if everybody was racing, but we had so many breakages in Comp. Brendan had a solo in round 1 with Ahmed Jamshid, couldn't make the call as such. But then it would have been Kevin Jenkins and Luke Stevenson racing for a spot next to Brendan, but both of them had actually broken before round 1.
Yep.
Even though Luke did make it down, he came up to the line and there was fluid underneath the Golf, so couldn't make the pass. So Brendan had a bye in round 1. He gets a bye here as well, even though both of them weren't predetermined. Yeah.
Yeah, so of course this is a heads-up race. Well, not this pass itself.
Yeah, doing the sensible thing, just clicking it early. All you need to do, because obviously the turnaround time is going to get quicker.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're trying to get everything done.
So this will be a heads-up race, I think.
Well, if Matt Davison is down there, but I can only see Spencer.
Right, I'm just sounding silly now. Right.
But the next one we've definitely got to race.
Yes, I can see them coming around the corner now. That
because
will be fun.
they've been wanting to do this purely for the photographs. But anyway, here we go. Spencer Tram would have been alongside Matt Davison, the Mr. Boost Civic, but unfortunately for Matt, unable to make the call. So Spencer Tram going to be racing, assuming Spencer just takes the green. Always not assume anything. Right, so that's Spencer through. Yeah, Spencer racing Brendan now in the semis. Right, this is where we guarantee we are going to get a green Camaro owned by Nick Williams into the next round. But which one? Is it going to be the Copo, which Nick is driving, or is it going to be the 69 Camaro that Dan is driving? Now, Dan did start the weekend in his own car. It broke. I think it was rear axle. So Nick's car was actually in the trailer, bizarrely. So here we go then. For VP Lubricants, both of these guys are under that umbrella, and the first time these two cars have been side by side on the track. Index 9.1 and 10.25.
The older vintage Camaro will be leaving first. It is a heads-up race. First to the finish line will win. They do have to protect their indexes somewhat, otherwise they will drop. Nick with a huge wheel stand again has to pedal it. Dan with issues. Nick's already backed off the throttle, as you can see. Yeah, bizarre one for Dan there.
He had an 0-1 light, but I think I heard it spin. So Dan was very quick off the gas there. So Nick going through into the semis where he gets a bye into the final. But then maybe Nick had wired a remote kill switch that Dan didn't know about and fired it as soon as Dan left the line.
Labelled you're not beating me in my own car.
That's it, yeah. But I do know that the brothers do chat a lot, but then they're both quite coy, shall we say. Never try and guess what they're going to do. But normally it's all-out race for them both. But anyway, Dan appreciated the chance to have Nick's car this weekend. He did actually say he preferred his own. So oh dear, still quite amusing. Right, jet car time. It is Fire Force number 3 with Martin Hill. And then, of course, we'll be back into some more sportsman racing. And they'll be coming at us thick and fast. But we're not far away from the next round of our pro classes as such. We have semi-final in Top Fuel to come. We then, obviously, we do have semi-final in Pro Modified to come. We have our bikes to come round once again as well.
Well, I can see Roger Gorin's tow car around the corner. I'm not sure if he was scheduled to be in the other lane against Martin.
Well, I think he was, but
anyway,
here we'll see what happens.
Yeah, someone's just hopped into the tow vehicle now. They will be pulling around, so it will be a side-by-side exhibition.
Thought so. But once again, incredible weather. It was a cloudy morning, but the conditions have really come on strong now, starting to get very, very warm again. And I think, I am no expert on this, but looking pretty fair for the rest of the week, to be honest. So fingers crossed.
Especially where I'm going.
You actually then realise just how big that Chevy tow truck is. It's huge.
Well, interestingly, the Ford funny car has got a Chevy tow car, and the Chevy funny car has got a Ford tow car.
Yeah, but Martin's Transit, legendary.
Oh, it's just as legendary as the Bluebird, I think.
Yeah, not getting there.
Ooh, I don't know.
That's controversial. That is controversial.
Well, Martin's tow vehicle is award-winning. In Transit Mania, I think it came 3rd.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know that.
They drove it around there when Transit Mania was here, one of the national finals, and entered it into the show. And because it's so immaculate, because obviously this is what it does for a living.
Yeah.
And it's very rust-free. They went, oh, yeah, no, that's 3rd place.
Brilliant. But the Bluebird is one of the most legendary vehicles. Over the years, we sort of think, oh, yeah, time to move it on. But now it'll have to be preserved forever.
Hermetically sealed somewhere.
No, it needs to do its work out here. I don't know the full story, but I do believe it. You was Ian Marshall's road car before, wasn't it? So a G plate, what's that? 1990, isn't it? So it's be 33 years old now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ian's road car. And so G plate would have been 1990. So that car, 33 years old. And it's probably been the Bluebird for at least 15, 16 years. I can only remember that car ever towing the glue. I've never known any other vehicle do it in my time being in the commentary box, so it's probably longer than that.
Well, it is still all original bar one part, which is the rear window.
Rear window, yeah. That's and it did have a freshen up in 2006 for the 50th anniversary. So it was all done. Hence, you can still see the 50 numbers on the door there of the Bluebird. But the bizarre thing is, in 1990, I had one of them as a company car. So I know that car very, very well. So a Bluebird 1.6 LX 4-door. But yeah, good car.
It is funny how something meant to the vehicles that go down this track. Like, we've got 2 jet cars beneath us right now, and we're more impressed by the Nissan Sunny or the Nissan Bluebird.
The Bluebird, yeah. They even had, because back in the day, there was the Bluebird, the Sunny, Stanza, Cherry. There wasn't a name in the Nissan range that had a G in it. So somebody had to make a G, and they took the B off Bluebird and put a G there instead. There we go. Random fact for you. Let's get back to what's actually on the track. Jet cars. And it's a pair of them. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. And of course it's Roger Goring with Firestorm. I had a chat with Rog this morning. I haven't seen him in ages. And he's just loving life being up here. He talked to so many people over here this weekend. And every time he comes, and he just appreciates it so much that people take the time to go and see him, go and see the car, all the positive comments. Really, really is enjoying it.
So the 2 vehicles backing away from the start line. They'll pull round to the side of the track and out of the way of the fire that is about to be thrusted towards them.
Yeah, those of you that join us on the live stream, you have got a fantastic view of those 2 jet cars. And I think this is the best motorsport live stream for free that you can get anywhere in the world. I can't think of anything better. It is absolutely superb. Full HD, sound is awesome, and look at that. So you got the flame show from our 2 jets. So they throw flame at each other. It's absolutely crazy what the jets do to the tower and us and everything up here. But as Helen now brings Firestorm up to the line, her man Roger going to be piloting Firestorm down the Kestrel pit lane. And of course Richie bringing Martin Hill forward. He's going down the Sling Tricks lane. Jet car exhibition here at San Juan Raceway. The main event, it's finals day. Let's see what these 2 have got for us then. 2,000. And I think that one is for Rog. 499 at 248 to 1,000 foot. And Martin goes 504 at 236. But great entertainment from our Jet Funny cars this weekend.
Well, it suddenly got warm in the tower. I've had to take my jacket off.
It has a habit of doing that.
I wonder what it was. It's weird. I think the sunshine might have just come out.
Show your appreciation, folks, as Martin Hill's team go to collect him. And then, in a moment, Helen and the gang will go and collect Rog. There they go. Oops, nearly run Dave Warren over. Don't want to be doing that. Okay, let's have a look at the things. It should be Super Comp. Yes, they are there. They're round 1 eliminations coming up. Your number 1 qualifier, Steve Hudson. He's the one who gets the bye. And then you got Martin Kirbishley taking on Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes. Clement Dubois against Richard Tunstall. Stu Doyney and John Turner. But we believe John Turner, is he? I hope he's still here. We got Leah Kellett taking on Marcus Oshner. Simon Fulton taking on Steve Field. And then Lee Huxley taking on Paul Hudson.
Yeah, I can see the nose of John Dalrymple's car as well, so we'll have Pro ET coming up after Supercomp.
Seemed ages ago they last run.
I know.
But yeah, you're right, Pro ET, round number 2.
The conditions have completely changed since Pro ET round 1, so the dial-ins are going to be all over the place.
Yep, so bring it up to speed. Supercomp, Pro ET are in the lanes. I'm having a guess Super Pro will be there as well. But we've got lots of sportsman eliminations to get through as well. And then, of course, we'll be coming up with our semi-finals with our pro categories.
So just a little bit of a track sweep going on. This isn't any prep or anything. Just after the jet cars go down the track does need a little bit of a sweep. So it won't be too long at all. In fact, we do have race cars running behind the tower.
Yeah, the jets have a habit of sucking and blowing dust all over the place. So, yeah, we do need to give it a bit of a sweep. So, yeah, nothing on towards there whatsoever.
Well, interestingly, yesterday, I don't know if you remember, the screen turned off in there. Well, Martin Hill with the jet car actually blew the plug out.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what it was? Yeah. Oh, this afterburner pops were so fierce that when the tower rocked, the plug popped out.
Yeah.
Wow.
In fact, just looking at the live stream, monster trucks going on in the live action arena on the back of the bank. That's Tony Dixon with Swamp Thing doing a
donut.
Cracking cyclone donut in a monster truck.
Nothing much left of the cars that were parked there in the middle. I hope that's not your transport. How about that? He does the donut in live action arena and then just leaps up and plonks a car plumb. Sorry, the truck plumb on those cars parked in the middle there. Nice one, Tony. Yeah, a little bit of action from the live action arena.
That is the unmistakable sound of open headers on a slingshot. So
here they come.
Martin Curbishley and Andy Clifford up first for their first round of elimination in Supercomp 890 class. That is an index, so every car will run, or try and run, as close to that number as they can. Once again, cannot go too quick. If they both go too quick, it will be whoever does it by the least will take the win.
That Snake Eyes slingshot is just so cool.
He broke out for the first time ever yesterday.
Yeah, new personal best as well.
8:89.
Fortunately, I think the car's lost fire. He will try and get it to start up. There we go. So we'll just try and click it into reverse, back up. There we go.
So Martin Curbishley with the more traditional, now, anyway, rear engine dragster.
Yeah, so this is more like what it was back in the 60s and 70s, and actually into the 80s as well, compared to what we run now. Although the car of Martin Curbishley is actually the older of the two, by a long old margin.
Just not in a
So it's a green light drag race. Andy Clifford is out. Martin Curbishley, I think it's already gone round him. He's shadowing him up through the line.
That's the best reaction I've ever seen to a losing run. Well done. 886 at 150 for Andy Clifford. Don't think they care though. 893 though for Martin Curbishley. He was 07 on the tree. He did have that in the bag actually off the start line. So Marcus Oxner with the Oxenator Dodge Ram. Kestrel side of the track. And Leah Kellett. I do think that's seriously on point that we have all three of the top fuel cars left in competition are all ladies.
Yes.
Leah would like to make that a few more with a round win against the defending event champion.
Yeah, Marcus came over for, well, last year, wasn't it? And he won the event.
He did. He is defending event champion. He was here last year. And he took it.
So the throttle stop will come off right about now for Leah Kellett.
Very close together in reaction time. Leah takes it with an 8.91, bang on the money. 163 miles an hour. She did actually have 200s in the bank off the start line. So with running an 8.91, there's no way Marcus was going to win that. He still went 8.97.
Oh, double round win that was. Leah gets a bye in the next round, so she needed that one.
We've got a bye now from Lee Huxley. Should have been against Paul Hudson. I saw him round the corner, I think. It's a Steve Hudson. Oh no, Steve Hudson's below us. Yeah, so issues for Paul Hudson with the dragster. Lee's just pootling down the track. I believe a Super Pro in the middle of the 2 Pro sessions in a minute. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I can see Joe is actually was down there in his race suit. So yeah, Leah's going to get that car back down here for Joe to run in Super Pro. Right, here's your number 1 qualifier, Steve Hudson, predetermined by. So he, assuming when he goes through here, he'll be taking on Martin Kirbishley. .95, 148 there.
So Joe Dorney is supposed to be taking on John Turner. No John Turner in either class today. So commiserations, John. I'm really sorry, mate. I know you worked your backside off all weekend.
But there's quite a lot of byruns in this first round of Super Comp. Simon Fulton's just come around the corner by himself.
Yeah, so no Steve Field then.
Oh no.
Well, that was a lovely launch from Stu Dorney. He had the wheels up to 60 foot before the throttle stop kicked in.
.886. He was 0.21 on the tree, which you'd kind of expect from him. Okay, yeah, Simon Fulton should have been racing Steve Field with the dragster. There will be a pair after that. Mr. Dubois, Clement Dubois with the dragster against Richard Tunstall.
So Simon Fulton will be taking on Lee Huxley in the next round. Steve Hudson will race Martin Kirbishley, as we know. Leah Kellett gets the bye, and it will be Stu Dorney taking on the winner of the next pairing here of Clement Dubois or Richard Tunstall.
985 breakout. Yeah, 985 breakout for Simon.
I'm guessing this is going to be the last pair before we slide into Pro ET. Richard Tunstall with the jammy Dodger, Kestrel Lane, against Clement Dubois. Clement, after being all over the place initially in qualifying, by that I mean miles away from 890, pretty much bang on by the end of it.
Yeah, he's one of these guys without a throttle stop, so no doubt he'll be shadowing Richard the whole way down the track.
Quite difficult to do, because Richard runs a throttle stop of some sort. Don't know how long it kicks in for, though.
Well, the good news is for Clement, both of these cars will run the similar thing flat out. He is slowing at the finish line. Oh, look at that.
98.
Yeah, Richard Tunstall takes the win by 0.2.
Yeah, 98 beats a 99. Richard was 0.9 on the tree. Clement was 0.1. It's really good having the custom gang with us this weekend. The whole team from the Rhone Alps.
Right, Pro ET, round number 2. Laura Bainton with the Capri against John Dalrymple, the full tilt Willis. Laura will be leaving first, 10.30. John looking for a 9.82, just under half a second on the tree. John Dalrymple breaks out with, what was that, a 9.63?
Yeah.
Wow. 10.24 win there for Laura.
Look at the tyres on Sean Law's car. They've got two very distinct stripes down each side of the tyre after the burnout.
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that before in my life. Because obviously the tyres do grow on the burnout, but you can sort of see where that ends at the edge of the tyre. But I've never seen the two dead stripes down the... Actually on both tyres. So, Sean Law with the Wicked Lady in the Slick lane, dials 9.00. Warren Watts dials 9.01 with the Camaro. 1/100th of a second difference. The Camaro will be leaving first. Well, might not be leaving first, but his tree will definitely run first. If you can spot the difference, you've got better eyes than I do. Yeah, in fact, it didn't launch first.
Yeah, Sean takes that 9.12 to a 9.11. But 0-2 on the tree with Sean. And he takes the win. All right, Brett Featherstone and Mark Huxley.
Now, Mark Huxley does something that is very smart, but not a lot of people do, understandably. He tests his trans brake before he goes up to the line. Obviously, in most of the classes, you go past the finish line and have to back up. And to engage reverse on most of these cars, you have to engage the trans brake. So that's when you test it in a larger car. But obviously, Pro T, you can't burn out over the line.
Yeah. Both away with green light reaction times. Last thing you need is a red at this stage of the event. Very close at the stripe. It's a 9.41 for Brett. Not good enough. 9.74. Bang on the dial in. And that is Mark Huxley to race Sean Law next round.
Liz Malcolm with the Just for Fun Pinto powered dragster in the Kestrel beer lane. Dials 10.79 and an 11.76 for Kirsty Tran with the Camaro. Kirsty usually races in Sportsman ET, but to do that she has to lift at the... So she's popped herself up, gone into ET this weekend. So Kirsty will be leaving first by a little over a second. Liz Malcolm in chase mode.
Kirsty gets there with an 11.78, just 200ths off dial, and a low 2 light as well.
Yeah,
Liz got there second and broke out by 100th.
Yeah, Kirsty actually had a quarter of a second on Liz off the line. 0.2 reaction time takes 0.27.
Alfie Ratton and Nick Mugridge. This will be a good one, actually. They in the Pro ET, they averaged out all the reaction times in qualifying, and Alfie had the best. So he's going to be one to watch here. Dials in 9 flat, going alongside Nick Mugridge, dialing in 10.02. That's an easy one to work out. 1.02 seconds difference on the tree.
Yeah, Alfie's gone into stage facing the wall.
Not literally.
No, not literally facing the wall, but he's definitely pointing one way. He goes in stage first. Nick flashes the bulb, goes into stage.
Alfie goes red. That's his day over. Nick Mugridge takes the win. Goes 96 and breaks out. Alfie breaks out as well with an 8.97. It doesn't matter. It was decided on the tree. Nick Mugridge into round 3. Simon Innes and Neil Watkins. Now then, Neil got a huge opportunity here to really make some headway in the points chase, because basically everybody around him has fallen by the wayside. Lee Morris went out. Jess Bishop not here this weekend. Amy Watkins went out. John Beam went out. But Neil Watkins is still in, and he can really make some points.
Well,
here.
it will be a
And
bye run.
Yeah, Simon Innes being pushed back. I saw them with a, well, I don't know what it was in their hand actually. A lead of some description. Maybe it was, I don't know what it was, but Neil Watkins taking the points. He'll take him any way he can. And he's through into round number 3. He goes 11.17 on a 22 goal. Wow. Dave Fulton taking on Tom Kay.
Now, you said about the reaction times previously, but Tom Kay's reaction times this weekend have been on point. If he hasn't gone 00, he's gone 01. And if he hasn't done either of them, he's gone, granted, red, but by 00. Dave Fulton is no longer in Super Gas, so he's going to want redemption in the second round of Pro ET. He dials 9.40 in the Kestrel beer lane. Tom Kay dials 10.04 with the Junior Comp Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane. Both drivers nudge their cars in. Nothing in it on the tree. Tom Kay's having a huge wander around his lane. It's going to be close at the finish line. Tom Kay goes 9.95 on a 10.04 dial-in, but by virtue of having the lesser of the two breakouts, Don't Lift Dave is broken out in both classes.
Yeah, but where did that come from? 9.29 for Dave Fulton. That's over a tenth. That's a huge breakout.
Have you heard of his nickname?
Yeah, I know, but that was beyond nickname. That was like, what is the car doing? The tailwind and everything. My word.
So Marie Mills looking for 10.50 with the altered in the Kestrel beer lane. Mason Griffiths, your number one qualifier, looking for an 8.98 as they get to the stripe. Marie's going to get there first and wins. Virtue again, lesser of the two breakouts.
Right. Yeah, Marie Mills takes out number one qualifier there. Darryl Bradford's mission to get everybody to buy Uncle John Light a beer today has just backfired.
Oh dear.
Yeah, because you said it was his birthday today.
I didn't say everyone to buy him a beer. I just said it was his birthday.
Which it isn't.
Oh.
It's John Price's birthday.
John Price's birthday. Jeez.
Oh,
well,
dear.
actually, no, John. Yeah, I should have known that, Johnny. I'm really sorry. It's in July, isn't it? It's the beginning of July.
Oh,
sorry, John.
That's right. No, Leslie just messaged me. She goes, John's birthday.
Yeah, have we met this bloke before? This idiot sitting next to you.
Oh, dear.
While we have a quiet moment, we're just collecting race cars for the semi-finals, I think, actually, for all of our pro stuff. And juniors are not far away too. Everybody out there on the banking in the grandstands, we hope you're having a fantastic day. It's much better now the sun's come out, but please do take care. Especially in the sunshine. I, like an idiot, I managed to give myself sunstroke in 18-degree weather in the wind last year. So, yeah, please look after yourselves. Those of you who've been here all weekend do know the drill. Also, a big hello and a very good afternoon to the whole of the Cowan family. Thank you very much indeed. It was lovely to meet Andy and Kaylee last night as well. And a lot of the cars are wearing stickers for Daisy May, who sadly left us a couple of years ago as a matter of respect. And it was very nice to meet both of them. And I hope, again, hope both of you and everybody else up there is having a good day today. Right, so is it Junior Dragsters next, Colin?
Well, we've actually got empty pairing lanes at the moment, so we're just collecting vehicles, and it won't take long.
I can see an orange
car. I can see a big orange car coming down.
It's going to be...
And, there's a couple of Junior Dragsters, so they're just making their way down. So we just need to collect a few more race cars. We can see Bruno at the top of the lanes at the moment. He's making his way down to where the lanes split into those 5 distinctive... well, that's actually where we pair them, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Make sure.
Hence, that's why they're called the pairing lanes.
Yeah, Jan Eriksson in this race is going for his 19th straight round win on this racetrack. I don't think that's a feat that's ever been. I can't say that enough, and I know I say it all the time, but it's just such a monumental feat. I don't think anyone's ever done that. I do not. I can't imagine time where anyone's strung together 18-round wins at one facility in consecutive rounds of racing. So we will give back to Nitro FM very, very quickly, hopefully, but we are collecting cars, so it's going to be a few minutes, folks. It won't be too long, but it will be a few minutes. So Nitro FM, when you're ready.
India went for 391 in qualifying, 407 for Duncan, but it's all about the race. Whoever gets to the top end first goes into the round number 2, goes into the semis here at the main event. What a race! 385 for India Urbacher.
And Duncan has got a bit of a bonfire going on at the top, and that was one hell of a race. Well done, Gary. Well done, everybody. Just while we've got a couple of moments while we're doing some clear up. The young lady that just ran 385 at 316 miles an hour is towering over me, standing next to me. Please put your hands together, everybody, for India Urbacher. Well, India, that was your first competitive race since last summer. How much fun was that?
It is amazing. I mean, if you just watch the crowds staying here all weekend, watching us racing, us having a chance to run such good times on such a great track, it's just good to be back in the UK racing, seeing all the faces and having a good time.
Well, that was definitely a good time as well. The only thing that you miss being in the car at the other end is the reaction of your dad, because your dad is just, he's just, honestly, I'm sure he's so proud, but he's just so happy as well.
Was he dancing? I don't hope so.
I'm not sure. Dads don't dance, do they, Urs? No, dads aren't allowed to ever dance.
Yeah, sometimes he dances a little bit, so I'm sometimes a little bit embarrassed. But no, it's great. It's just, I miss the emotions of the team, obviously. But it's also pretty cool at the back end when you see the guys coming down, getting you out of the car and just celebrating with you.
Well, that wasn't your quickest or fastest run ever, but it wasn't far off, was it?
It was. It felt pretty fast, and it could have been gone a bit faster. But we're happy with this. It's race day. We want to win, and this is what we did. And let's see what's happening in the next rounds.
Just for the rest of the people that will never get a chance to run 300 miles an hour in that amount of time, what is it like in the car?
Well, basically, I couldn't see very much at the top end. It was just shaking, and I was just sitting in the car and thinking, okay, just hold that throttle down and let's go. We get that. So it's one of the most impressive feelings I've ever had, and I can't compare it, maybe like a bungee jump, but I'm too scared to do bungee jumping, so I prefer top fuel cars with nitro.
I know other top fuel drivers that don't like roller coasters, but they'll drive top fuel cars.
Of course, like, I like roller coasters, but this is much better.
Much, much better indeed. So you're going to be racing the winner of this pair behind. Who would you like to race, or just whoever, it doesn't matter?
Well, it doesn't matter because both of them are great drivers. They did a great job. All of us deserve it. So I'm just ready to face my competitor.
Yeah, ready to beat whoever's in the other lane.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, isn't she wonderful? India Urbacher, everybody. That was terrific to see.
Phenomenal run, 380 at 317 miles an hour. Low ET of the weekend. Dennis Nilsson up in flame there, 575 at 108.
Well, Dennis, actually, it erupted in flames almost straight away off the start line. I can see some...
Both into pre-stage. Let the racing do the talking. Here we go. Top Fuel, your final pair. And that is Suzanne with a flash of flame at the end there. 388 at 275. Stig, 745. Coasting at 64. Lynn will build up the revs and then she'll bring it into stage. That's the difference between injected nitro and, of course, a screw blower. Tyre shake for Johnny Lang is going to be Lynn all the way through. Lynn takes it with a 5.54 at 262.
Well, new personal best, both ends. Very quickly. Conrad? Yeah, come on then, why not? Well, first of all, it's great to see all you guys and girls back as well. Lynn's doing such a great job of driving.
Yes, she's good. It's knowing how to listen to the car and everything, so she gave us messages with something's wrong. So
Well, nothing wrong on that one. 5:54 at 2:62. That is your quickest run ever, isn't it?
yeah, that's the best one. Yeah, perfect.
And you're in the final too. Is it going to be an all funny car final? Or would you like to race another dragster? What do you think?
It's the same.
It's the same. Okay, no problem. But anyway, congratulations, Conrad.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. That's Conrad Ree on Lynn Floysvik's team. So she's a young.
Sandro Bellier with issues. Silvio Straut's going to drive round him. 5:51, 263 miles an hour to take the win. And actually, the upset, only a 660 at 100.
To 1,000 foot. Still funny car final. Who's the trophy going to?
And what a race. Side-by-side issues for Jason Phelps. No issues for
It's
Kevin.
4.30, 282 miles an hour. Jason took out. Kevin's comfortable. Here we go.
Well, that was a much better launch.
great
Quite a
launch.
lot of smoke out of the car. It seems to be clearing itself away now. Still puffing a little bit out at the top end. That was a 0.93 60 foot.
That was not hanging about in the slightest. So Kevin rolls through the shutdown area. He's going to probably take the second turn off. The track crew will do. Wow, drop cylinders on the right bank straight away, which drove the car for the wall. Steve had hold of it though. Still went 105 to 60 foot after about 0.5 of a second on the throttle. Yeah, the car drove almost instantly right. That wasn't a traction problem. The reason the exhausts on these cars, we call them headers, come out of the side and point upwards is because it helps with the downforce on the cars. It's taking on Switzerland for a place in the semis. Bruno's in, Michel's in. Bruno gets the whole shot, but only just. He's also going to take the win with a 5.84. Even quicker for Bruno Barda. So the Wallace family from just down the road in Bedford in the Kestrel lane. And David Vetzer with a blown car from Holland. Bobby with a massive start line advantage. Can Dave make it up? The answer is no.
With a 577.
Oh, my
God.
word. What a fantastic race.
Going to be taking on
Bruno Barda, whose car won't move up. There we go.
There it goes. Whoa.
That was a bit nerve-wracking for a second.
So Jan Eriksson and Bruno Barda then. This for a place in the final. Jan Eriksson, what a a quarter-final he had with Mark Hartfeld. Mark went 5.95, but Jan went 5.78. Bruno, what a race he had, 5.84 in the previous round. Got around Michel Terenza. Here they do battle once again.
Well, the most unbelievable thing is, this time yesterday, Jan Eriksson hadn't even run a 5.
Yeah.
And here he is staring down another final round place. Okay, so Bruno Barda in the semi-final went 5.84. Jan Eriksson, 5... What did he run? 5.78?
78.
What?
That was all right.
Still can be won and lost on the start line.
Well, don't forget, Jan went 5.77 in round 1, 5.78 in round 2.
Yeah, so Switzerland in the Kestrel lane, Slick Tricks lane for Sweden. Do you know the most, again, these two raced, if you remember, I think they raced in the final of Door Slammers one weekend, And then I think they raced pretty close to the final the next week at the main event as well, like 1 year ago. Here we go again. So can Jan Eriksson make it 19 wins on the bounce, which is absolutely unheard of in drag racing?
So Bruno into stage.
He's got to move. There we go. Well, Jan Eriksson with a big move towards the centre line, but he got it back. 249 miles an hour, 5.83. Bruno Barda with horrendous tyre shake. That was almost a carbon copy of the incident he had a few years ago at Alastaro. Unfortunately, I hope Bruno is absolutely A-OK, because that was on the hit the wall on the side of the car where Bruno sits. But the safety teams will be on him straight away. There we go. They're already chasing him down. But Bruno with a hard move towards the garble off the start line. And as everybody could see, the car just kept going down the racetrack. Jan Eriksson does keep the win streak alive. Bruno was off the start line way quicker than Jan, actually, by nearly a tenth of a second. But, yeah, the obvious result was, unfortunately, Bruno tagging the wall. So we're going to be down for...
not long.
Not long at all, folks. We're going to check out the situation. We'll give you an update on Bruno as well. The car's actually gone round the corner,
no,
though.
he took the second exit.
Oh, he has turned off the track.
He's turned off.
Well,
turned
there
off
we
second
go.
exit.
The team are down on the start line, everybody. Put your hands together in appreciation, please. They don't spend all that money and make all that effort to come all that way for that to happen, obviously. Bruno, well, obviously, must be okay to a certain extent because he turned off the racetrack.
Yeah. The timing block at the stripe was taken out, but yeah, Bruno just coasted down to the second exit and turned left through the gate.
Okay, we will hand back to Nitro FM anyway. We'll try and get word on Bruno. I'm pretty sure he's going to be okay, but before we do, we've got the other semi-final, actually, which was supposed to be Bobby Wallace and...
Andre Arnova, but no sign of Andre in the lanes, so it looks like...
Well, if they're still working on the car, Andre and the team don't stop working. No matter what it is, try and keep going and try and make it down for this round, because there is going to be a little bit of a hold while we take care of everything on the racetrack. Hopefully not too long at all, but yeah, Andre and the team, if you can hear this, you know, see what you can do. Anyway, Nitro FM, hopefully we'll be back shortly.
Do you think so?
Well, he tried to save it. Went up in smoke just before 60 foot. That's the first busted run I've seen for that car from a long while. Fortunately, it was on a bye. Goes through at 10.56, 82 miles an hour. He will be in the final against one of the next two. The Venom team of Tony Betts taking on...
Paul Harris, Tony Betts, a race for the spot in the final in Nostalgia Fuel Funny Car. And it's side by side the whole way up the track. Tony Betts has got his nose in front.
It's Tony with a 6.28 at 2.23. Paul Harris with a new personal best in a lose-out, 6.36.
Of Andre Arnova, but what a weekend he's had, to a point where had to have the block welded, and John Webster incredibly got that all done for him. So Bobby Wallace, he's going to be taking a bye run into the final.
Well, he's still going to get the points for getting to the semis, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, would have liked to make a race of it in this run.
And he's literally just going to break the beams and take his spot in the final. No burnout.
This is a rematch of the final from the European finals last year.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
It is. Bobby got all the way to the final. Jan was the one that took him out. Bobby's going to get another shot at the European champion in the final round again. There we go. He just has to take the green and move forward. There we go. It also does give him extra turnaround time for the final.
Yeah.
Do you know something? What I will say as well is that Jan Eriksson today has been more vulnerable than he probably ever has before as well. His light in that round of racing was like a 0.16, and he did shake the tyres. He ran 5.83, don't get me wrong, that's still very, very quick. But it's also, with the way everybody's running this weekend, that's very, very beatable.
Well, we do have top fuel in the lanes as well.
Yeah, they're just about ready to go and see India Urbach again.
But yeah, they are doing the clean-up still in the Kestrel beer lane. The idea being was that we'll get Bobby through, and then he can go back to the pits and get ready for his final. So commiserations to Andre Arnova and the team from Estonia, but it's going to be Bobby Wallace representing the UK in the final of Pro Modified, and he has got Jan Eriksson to contend with when he gets there. So Bobby just climbing out the car, and they're attaching the tow vehicle to the back of Bobby's car. But, well, Bobby would rather take a race win on the track with a competitor in the other lane. But when he realised he was on that solo, he needed to get that car back to the pits. Right, we've got a couple of vehicles that need moving. They are located in E field. I don't quite know where that is. But the two vehicles are KJ53FNZ, and the other vehicle is FD66. I think that's TAJ or TUJ or TAJ. Those two vehicles need moving as soon as possible, please. Thank you very much.
But Thomas Pedersen, Neil Midgley.
Oh, it's on.
Rolls through to a 6.02, 198. I say rolls. Goodness me. 0.97 to 60 foot 3. Fine. Can Smithy do it? Whoa, here we go.
That's going to be Smithy through.
6.48 into the 40s.
Yeah.
210 miles an hour. He's catching stew.
Yeah, creeping up.
Was there? No, it looks like a bye run. Unfortunately, well, no Eric for this round of racing. Characteristic wiggle. Still goes through to a 5.86. 260 miles an hour again. Well, can Al Smith catch him? It's like a bracket race, this. The answer is no!
Oh.
The quickest funny bike in Europe. 6.25. 218 miles an hour. Al Smith loses on a whole shot.
Do you know, Stuart told me he was going to run 6.2. So.
Well, he was 0.8 on the tree to a 0.28 for Al Smith. Al Smith wasn't slow. I must admit, I was waiting for the fuel bike to run him down. It just never happened.
And this is...
Good looking run. Can he nudge closer to the sixes? Ooh, 7.03, 205 miles an hour.
That's not bad effort.
That's not bad at all.
The nitrous bikes, we used to dump our exhaust straight out the side, and the quicker we got, the more it pushed the front wheel over. You've got a lot of thrust coming out of the middle.
Oh, Martin de Haas. The bike hardly moves off the starting line. That's a massive shame. Marcus goes 6.29 again. 225 miles an hour with the most place against Ashwin in the final. Lots of bouncing and wiggling going on. Mark's going towards the centre line. And Bertrand is long gone too. A 7.47 at 177. By no means a clean run at all. Martin was good on the tree.
They can do it in America.
Wow. Okay, Daniel Lentz by run. Oh, he was really glad that was a bye run. Just squiggled about and went nowhere.
Yeah, a 2:37 60-foot tells the story of what happened to Daniel there.
Still goes 196. Another one of those stupid ETs with an amazing speed.
Dan Wagner. So he looks at every pass we do.
Whoa! Sorry, excuse me. Mark doing a great job of hanging on to it.
That's what we like to see.
680 at 223. I'm sure Mark's gentleman's area probably doesn't agree in the racing, obviously.
Yeah.
Mogenslund taking on Jake Michel. UK against Denmark, this pair. Oh, big hole shot for Jake. That could be the end of the weekend for Mogens. Good looking runs in both lanes, but it is Jake with a 685. 217 miles an hour. Mogens at 704. Good effort. Saying he's from Tullinge in Stockholm in Sweden. We're just outside. Wow, look at that. Matthias Bolin with a great 121 to 60 foot. Is this going to be a 6-second run? It is. 693. Check that speed out. 219 miles.
Yeah, so of course this is a heads-up race. Well, not this pass itself.
Yeah, doing the sensible thing, just clicking it early. All you need to do, because obviously the turnaround time is going to get quicker.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're trying to get everything done.
So this will be a heads-up race, I think.
Well, if Matt Davison is down there, but I can only see Spencer.
Oh, I'm just sounding silly now. Right.
But the next one we've definitely got to
Yes,
race.
I can see them coming around the corner now. That
because
will be fun.
they've been wanting to do this purely for the photographs. Not to assume anything. Right, so that's Spencer through. Yeah, Spencer racing Brendan now in the semis. Right, this is where we guarantee we are going to get a green Camaro owned by Nick Williams. 5.
The older vintage Camaro will be leaving first. It is a heads-up race. First to the finish line will win. They do have to protect their indexes somewhat, otherwise they will drop. Nick with a huge wheel stand again has to pedal it. Dan with issues. Nick's already backed off the throttle, as you can see. Yeah, bizarre one for Dan there.
He had an 0-1 light, but I think I heard it spin. So Dan was... Yeah, those of you that join us on the live stream, you have got a fantastic view of those two jet cars. And I think this is the best motorsport live stream for free that you can get anywhere in the world. I can't think of anything better. It is absolutely superb. Full HD. Sound is awesome. And look at that. So you got the flame show from our two jets. So as they throw flame at each other. It's absolutely crazy what the jets do to the tower and us and everything up here. But as Helen now brings Firestorm up to the line, her man Roger going to be piloting Firestorm down the Kestrel pit lane. And of course, Richie bringing Martin Hill forward. He's going down the Sling Tricks lane. Jet car exhibition here at San Juan Raceway. The main event, it's finals day. Let's see what these two have got for us then. It's worth 1,000. And I think that one is for Rog. 499 at 248 to 1,000 foot. And Martin goes 504 at
Martin Kirbysley is actually the older.
From the back of that one. I think a few people tried to catch it and they missed. So down the man, he's now aiming for the banking. Oh, he's walked across the lane a bit and he's going high. He's going to drop one in. Go on, go high, Dan. Go high. Go high. Oh, that's not bad. And well caught. Respect over there. Okay, so we've actually got a guest that's just popped up to the tower. Didn't realise that she was going to put a headset on, but never mind. We'll have a chat with her in a sec. Whilst Dan the man is out there firing T-shirts at people. Just be careful. Watch which way they're coming. Whoa, is that gone? That's gone way... Oh, it was nearly caught. But that went way over the back. Apologies to anybody that was in the walkway behind the grandstand there. Just probably got donked on the head by a T-shirt. But anyway. Right, let's have a chat with this young lady that's come up into the tower. Press that red button. That one? No, the other one. That's it. Okay, we're joined by somebody that hasn't been on this racetrack for quite a while.
It has been a while.
How long ago was it since you last drove a car? And what was the last car you drove here?
That would have to be a Top Fuel dragster.
Yep.
I last drove it at the Flame and Thunder in 2014.
Was it 9 years ago, Gabby?
Yeah.
Oh, my word. I was going to say, oh, we're joined by Gabby McDonald, but it's not. And I need help to pronounce your surname now. Is it Samaratadou? Is that?
Oh, my God, you did a great job. Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Did I actually get it
Samaratadou.
right? Oh, wow.
That is, everybody tries to take a whack at it, and they're just like, and I'm like, it's okay. Nobody can get it right.
Yeah.
But no, you actually did.
Oh, thank you. And you do now have a slight accent as well.
I do. So I've been in the States now for 8 years, and, my husband is American, and so really I'm blaming him for the American accent.
So obviously you're here supporting Liam this weekend.
I am.
He's doing rather well, isn't he?
Oh, just a teeny tiny bit well, not proud at all. No, I'm just kidding. He is doing absolutely fantastic, and honestly, I couldn't be more proud of him, and the fact that he's not only leading the British Championship right now, but he's also leading the French and German, and he is just 16 years old. So, I always make a joke like, oh, I won the Triple British Championship, and, which isn't around anymore. But he's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go for a triple, but not the same one. I'm like, yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Well, Dan the man, the T-shirt man that can, the legend that he is out there now, finally got one to go sailing over the back of the grandstand. I think he's heading back to station now. I think maybe 1 or 2 T-shirts left out there. But Gabby, from junior dragster to Top Fuel, a drifting Top Fuel driver, because you are quite known for that almost pendulum 45-degree burnout that you did.
Well, it wasn't a burnout, it was a launch.
It was on the run, wasn't it? Yeah.
I launched, and I went at a pretty much 45-degree angle, and, Ian Blackett came up to me afterwards and was just like, thank you so much for not killing me. And I was like, I didn't even know you were right there. I just reacted to try and not hit the wall. So, I made a joke to my husband. I was like,
Danny's going to try and get one onto Bankside VIP. This could go very well or very wrong. Let's see. Go on, give it a go, Dan. See if you can get one on there.
Oh.
Yeah, off the back wall.
He did. Nice.
Nicely done, Dan. Props for that one, mate. Well done. So how long you hit? Well, obviously you're in the UK until you go on to the next racetrack. How long are you back in Europe for? Let's put it that way.
Back in Europe until this Sunday.
Yeah.
So we fly back to the States, and because I'm doing my master's program over there, becoming a physician associate, and so been working hard at that, and I graduate in December. So unfortunately, I can't stay for very long, but I was here for most of this event. I came in on Saturday.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Racing.
Yes.
You obviously haven't done anything over in the States.
I have not.
Do you still have that itch?
Oh, all the time, all the time. And I didn't realize how much I missed it until I came back home. And, because Santa Pod will always be like a second home to me. Grew up here and spent a lot of my teens and my early 20s here. So it's always going to be home. And I told my husband that for my 40th, he better start saving now, and I'm saying it out loud so he cannot go back on his word.
Okay.
I told him that he better start saving because I want to get relicensed in Top Fuel when I'm 40. So I was like, I want to come back so I can do it. So now I'm saying it out loud, and he's going to be like, I'm going to kill you.
There's quite a lot of witnesses to that.
I know, just
Plus,
a little
this
bit.
is on the live stream as well.
I
so
know.
it is recorded for posterity
It
and
is.
life, So, yeah.
Exactly.
Good stuff. Do you go to watch the racing in the States at all?
I've done so a few times, but not as much as I wish I could do. I've gone to Vegas, gone to Gainesville a few times. I'm living in Miami, but it's still like a little bit of a drive away. But with school and everything, it's just not, I haven't had a chance to be able to go back up. I really wish I could. And first time my husband's ever seeing Top Fuelers too. So.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
wow. Wow. Do you tune into the live stream at all?
I do.
Yeah.
We stream and watch Liam, and then watch everybody else that I've grown up with, and keep tabs on everybody. And so so it's been nice. Still do that because I love watching everybody.
Good stuff. Well, do you know what? Top Fuel, I think I'm just coming round the corner now. Actually, we're going to tow them round to get into position. But Gabby, it is so good to see you.
So good to see you
I think
too.
it was Daryl that clocked you first down there, and we thought, "Who's that? Is that Gabby? Is it really?" And then we sort of, by process of elimination, thought, well, we can't be anybody else. So, but no, it's really good to see
It's
you.
really
Love
good to
you.
see you
I
too.
just didn't realise, but then if you think about it, 9 years ago.
It has been.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it has
long
been.
time. I
Too
had brown
long.
hair then. I had hair then. I think. I can't remember.
I think I had brown hair too at the time.
Brilliant stuff. Gabby, it is so nice to see you. And we welcome you back.
Thank you.
When you come for your relicensing. Whether you do it here or the States, I don't know. But
I definitely wouldn't want to do it with anybody else but Runa, so I definitely would want to come back.
Good stuff. Okay, well, I hope the savings go well. Make sure your husband keeps working hard. And I think you might have to put some pennies in the pot as well.
Just a little bit. Just a little.
Okay, Gabby Samaratadu. And
Yes.
I can't believe I got that right.
Yes, you did.
I am
First time.
absolutely stunned by that. Because sometimes I look at your Facebook and, you sort of think, how do you pronounce that? And then I've just said it thinking, it's a bit of a gamble. But, yeah, I got it. So
You did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
indeed.
so much.
All right, Gabby.
Bye.
So, the McDonald family, represented in the tower by Gabby. Liam is doing very, very well in Junior Dragster. You never know, he might make the stop up to Top Fuel one day as well. Okay. Mr. Wiltshire is trying to get us to do a photo.
No, it's not that kind of photo. You don't have to take your clothes off.
Well, nobody was paying me that.
Well,
time.
something like that. Something like that. There we go. Andy. Oh.
You can tell when trouble's coming, can't you?
Something like that. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
And you didn't need the wide angle lens for me anymore. I'm quite happy about that.
No, you just stood further away. Right, it is. I'm going to get a smack. So, thank you very much indeed. Top Fuel semi-finals. Number one coming up. We have a race and a bye run for Suzanne with the Slick Tricks car. They had an awful lot of work to do because they grenaded an engine in that round one win. So Suzanne will just be firing up and taking the green light to take her place in the final. The crew will get their chance to work on the car and we'll be ready to go. They're getting the signal to fire up. We have all ladies left in Top Fuel. India Robacher in the Monster Energy car in the Kestrel Lane. And Ida Zetterstrom for Edelbrock, M-Strand, KW Parts and Compcams, and Orland in the Slick Tricks Lane.
So looking at what these two ran in round one, Ida Zetterstrom went 3.8 at 317 mile an hour. India went 385.
Yeah. Well, if they run anything like they did in round one, it's going to be one hell of a race. Every single car, all three of them in this semi-final round, ran 3.8s in round one. Every single one of them is female. That's what I said. Diversity in motorsport, we don't need it. We've had it for years, and it's alive and well as ever. So, Kestrel side of the racetrack for the Monster Energy car, with all the help from the US. That's Aaron Brooks. There we go, just leaning into the side. Tony Shortall on the other side. Dad Urs hanging out the back. However, on her team, Ida has all the experience of many years of running three top fuel cars of Norway's Rune Fjeld, who is just over there on the barrel valve, just doing the last setup checks. So, first to 1,000-foot wins. Who will it be? Can they repeat their runs from before as well? There we go. Rune says in you go. Same thing for India. Good luck to both of them. What a race! Look at that! It's going to be Ida with a 377. 321 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the quickest, the fastest ever run in Europe. I think Rune almost cracked a smile. Well, they were 0.12 to 0.13 on the tree, but then everything from there on in was that Edelbrock car all the way through. 0.837 to 60 foot. India was actually slightly quicker. 330, 2.14. 8th mile, 3.02 at a huge 288 miles an hour. Out the back door, 377, 321. Ida was no slouch at all. Put your hands together, folks. That is outstanding. And that's also what happens when you let Rune have enough runs at a racetrack. Yeah, definitely one of those chicken skin moments going on there.
I have got the biggest goosebumps I can remember for quite a while.
Well, that wasn't smooth either, because I can see around about 100 foot, Ida chattered the tyres as well. But we got what we wanted. We got a really good, strong side-by-side run. India, though, 3.94 only, 252 miles an hour. She was 600ths of a second behind India at half-track. Give the team a round of applause as well, please. Fabulous effort. And that is what Top Fuel Racing is all about, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just looking at the 8th mile on both sides of the racetrack. India was 282 mile an hour. Ida was 288.
It was pretty much
unbelievable.
Other than the slight reaction time advantage to India, it was all Ida all the way down that time.
Phenomenal.
So, yeah, new European ET and new European speed record as well. So all Suzanne Callin has to do and will do in the Slick Tricks car here is idle up to the start line and take the green, and then they will be back in about 90 minutes for the final round in Top Fuel. You don't want to miss that. So no burnout for Suzanne. Just going to bring it on up. She's not even staging in the groove. There we go. All she has to do is take the green. The crew look like complete spare ones because they ain't got anything to do. They've just got to wait for it to roll forwards. There we go. And the tree runs and she moves forward. That's it. Now, if you're wondering why she's done that, the crew replaced the entire engine between rounds because she grenaded it in the round one win. She's also just seen her European speed record go west.
I was going to say, she didn't hold that for long, did she? Oh, my word.
Well, she held it for a day, or a couple of days, whatever it was. It was yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. Yesterday. About 24 hours she held it for.
Yeah.
But if
what
she can...
a pairing that previous one was, though. I mean, we have seen racing of the highest order this weekend. And That was unreal.
And don't go anywhere, folks. We've got Top Fuel Bike semi-finals at the head of the lanes. You do not want to miss that as well. So congratulations to Suzanne. That's 3 finals in a row at FIA international events. She was in Hockenheim. She won. She was at European finals. She won. She's now in the final again today. Can she make it 3 in a row? Okay, 1 was last year. Well, 2 were last year, sorry, but it's still very, very impressive indeed. So we got Junior Dragster, round number, where are we up to? 2, I think.
Sorry, I just got a Top Fuel Bike to the top there.
Sorry,
yeah,
mate, I do apologise. I didn't realise the...
this is round number 2. Yeah,
this is round number 2.
16 down to 8.
Yeah, once again, folks, please don't go anywhere. We've got the bikes right behind the juniors. However, I definitely recommend you hang around and watch the juniors. They race to the 8th mile, which is half track. Run on dial-ins. This is round 2. Yep, it is round 2. So we started out with 32. We've now got 16 left, which means 8 races.
So Jack Taylor and Eva Davis, the first pair here. 7.95 dial-in for Jack. 8.05 for Eva, just a 1/10 of a second difference on the tree. It's also really good to see who is on the start line with the various people. Obviously, Nick Davis, former Pro Mod racer, fuel-altered legend with Havoc, and crew chief Rob Loring. In actual fact, both of them British Drag Racing Hall of Fame members. Other side of the racetrack, Thomas, who's up there in the commentary box with us. And, of course, Steve Taylor, super pro racer. And, racing has been handed down generation to generation in that family as well. And here it is. It's the youngsters, the next generation.
It's good to see the crowd showing the appreciation for Suzanne's team as well. They've got one more run to make this weekend. So, both away with green lights. Oh, Eva breaks out by that much. She did actually have that in the bag. She just went that little bit too quick. 8.04 and an 0.5. She broke out too quick. It was Jack Taylor moving on.
All right, Luke Mugridge and Richard Wilcox up next. So Richard Wilcox, forget about qualifying, but Richard did qualify number 2. And Luke was number 10, but then there was only 0-1 between the pair of them. Darlings, 8.50, 96. 0.6 of a second difference on the tree. Richard will be going first. And it'll be Luke trying to close him down. Close at the stripe for the juniors. A breakout for Richard. He got there second as well. Luke Mugridge goes 7.97 on his 7.96 dial-in. Well done, Luke. But Richard, I believe, is still in junior bike. Damien Redshaw and Jacqueline Bartlett in the next pair. 9.02 plays 7.95. So it'll be Damien with the Odyssey battery. Junior dragster going first in the Kestrel beer lane. And then Jacqueline in the Slick Tricks lane with the Slick Tricks car. Going to be chasing him down. Well, Damon's already gone into stage, and Jacqueline hasn't even gone to pre-stage yet. There she goes. Oh, Jacqueline goes red by 0-1. So Damien dodges a bullet there. He was a bit late, to be honest, 0.19, but obviously Jacqueline doesn't know what the reaction time is in the other lane.
So the team from Ireland with the young lady that was just on the mic up here, Gabby, with the dial-in board out front. That's her little brother in there. Liam McDonald doing very well indeed. That's Graham McDonald, her dad. Just setting everything up for his lad.
So 8 flat plays 7.94.
The dialing board had got turned around. It's
No, sorry.
907. It's okay.
I was looking at the wrong pair. Yeah, so Liam McDonald 8 flat. It's Harry Peters 907. So it'll be Harry on his way first, and it'll be Liam trying to continue this awesome streak of performances that he's got at the moment.
They both looked on time, and they were both green lights. Liam. Oh, that's quite a big breakout, actually, for Harry.
That's a huge breakout,
yeah,
Harry.
a couple of tenths. He was over the finish line first, but ill-gotten gain, unfortunately. So, young Mr. McDonald moves on another round.
Freddie Taylor and Ted Sullivan up next. Freddie sticking with that 790. That is your limit of junior dragster. Any quicker than that, you have to, what we say, go and see the headmaster. Alongside Ted Sullivan, 824. Green lights both sides of the racetrack.
One more polite than the other.
Yeah, I think Freddie's driven round Ted already. And yeah, takes that one with a 807.
Yeah, 08 to a 0.34 reaction time difference. What we're talking about there, 08 is 800ths of a second away from when the green light came on. 0.34 is, well, 34 hundredths. 3 tenths, and yeah, 3 tenths of over 3 tenths of a second. That makes a big difference in drag racing.
Ada Cassisi and Mackenzie Love. So it's the Cherry Bomb Junior Dragster taking on Mad Max himself. 990 for Ada, 794 for Mackenzie. Both of these doing quite well in the National Championship at the moment, both in the top 10.
What, in eliminations?
Yeah.
Goodness me. Right, Ada Cassisi's way out there in front as long as she doesn't break out, which she doesn't.
Wow. She had a 009 light there. That was outstanding.
That was pretty much the race, to be honest with you. That was a whole shot win because it was an 08 in the other lane. Steve, 009 light. Yeah, exactly that. There we go. Very happy, I'm sure.
Daniel Weir and Jake Cooper, your next pair.
Ada's doing so well this year, isn't she?
Yeah,
She's
she had a great year.
really getting on in the championship as well, which is great.
Well, top 3 are through into the next round.
Just make life even more difficult for everyone else.
It does, actually. And they don't meet at all until semis.
Potentially.
Yeah.
So Jake Cooper and Daniel Weir. Jake 893, 793, exactly a second quicker. I heard a double step there.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Daniel's going to catch him, actually. And he breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. But Jake Cooper was there first anyway, with a better reaction time. That made all the difference. Right, last pair of junior dragsters. We're back on 2 wheels again after this with the bikes. Then we've got the semi-finals of Comp Eliminator. And I think that will be all of our FIA and FIM final set, actually, after we run those.
Yeah. Right, Lara Bartlett and Harley Corsell. Your last pair. Winner of this one gets Damien Redshaw.
Yeah, Thomas Cruz Abbott sounds a lot better than Thomas Cook Abbott, really, doesn't it? You know? But it just fits him, that's all. I'm not saying it sounds better, sorry.
Well, let's see how Harley gets on got Lara to try and get around here. Only 0.05 of a second difference on the tree.
Ooh, deep stage.
Deep. Oh, and he goes red. Oh, 09 red.
002
002 red. The other side of the racetrack.
Is it a red?
No,
Sorry,
it's a red, yeah.
Missed the minus part, sorry. And a win light, most importantly, though, for Lara Bartlett. That was a little bit of a double step, unfortunately, for Harley that time round. Well, one member of the low funds team is in the next round, quarterfinals, actually. That's Ada, isn't it? We are back with two wheels, top fuel bike coming up. Just a very quick sweep of the racetrack, joined back in the tower by Dale Liggs. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
definitely.
Ultimate match-up now, isn't it? We've got two of the fastest top fuel bikes in the world against two
of the quickest funny bikes
in Europe.
Yeah.
And if Craney can lean on it a little bit more now, he could become the second. Oh, if he went below a 4:19, a 6:19. He will then be the second fastest in the world. A 6:05 is the fastest, which is Billy Bowes.
Well, that's going to take some reaching, but he chunked a load off the last couple of days, isn't he?
He was slightly out of it on the last pass as well, so he's going for it.
Well, if this isn't the time to go for it, when is, frankly?
Exactly.
I mean, this is the time you tip it all in because you've got a fuel bike in the other lane and you've got a chance.
And the actual fuel bikes that they've got are running world numbers, so...
Very, very much so. Well, he's. I'm sure he's going to try and... who's he actually racing up against?
Rickard.
He's up against Rickard, is he?
Mr. Mile an Hour himself.
Well,
so I spoke to Rickard, and he said he was actually taking some away to play it safe in the first round. He took it away and still ran a mile an hour.
Well, the thing is that it's still... If you take some out of it, the engine's still happy and it will still accelerate like it was. I must admit, when he went 250 on Saturday, I thought, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But, 260. Yeah, and to do it again and again.
I mean, the fastest in the world, Larry McBride, is 268. So, it's...
not far off.
I think top fuel bike is bigger now in Europe than it is in the rest of the world.
That's good to hear.
Just going through my mind thinking, I wonder if we could get Larry over.
Do you know the other thing as well that I've just remembered and realised as well is there's more bikes coming as well in this country, isn't there?
Yeah.
Because Kev Chalmers got his...
there's going to be a big field.
Yeah, he's got his new bike here this weekend as well. They fired it up, I think, in the pits for the first time. Also, the bike that Pete's building. Sorry, Phil Crossley, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah.
Is building, which he brought down and
amazing piece of engineering. I can't wait to see that run.
Yeah. So there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, the field's getting bigger. And with the funny bikes lowering the performance as well, lowering the ETs, and it's all moving on in the right direction.
Well, we're lucky that we're here to see it, aren't we? Definitely. What a time to be alive. Neil Midgley and Mark Smith. That is the four-cylinder supercharged nitro machine of Neil Midgley in the Slick Tricks lane. Could we have Super Pro ET into the lane speeds for round, I've lost count, 3, 2? 3. Thank you. He's going to be going up against Mark Smith, who is down there. They just have different routines. Just takes a little bit longer for the fuel bike to do the burnout and back up. I can't imagine they're going to hit it with a big stick yet. They probably still want to play it a little bit safe, because if all goes to plan, they've got Mark Smith covered.
Yeah.
Big if.
No matter what happens for Mark Smith now, I mean, he's had an awesome weekend and him chipping away at his PBs, but this is going to be a tough one for him to drive round if Neil's on it, But anything can happen in this game.
Well, it did. In round one, he took out Rene, who smoked the tyre straight away on the start line. So the Warp Speed Machine, turbo bike in the Kestrel lane, and supercharged nitromethane drag racing's magic ingredient. There are many in the Slick Tricks lane. Neil Midgley all the way through to a 584, 215 miles an hour. I think Mark Smith just look at that scoreboard and think, I don't think I've had much for that, really. But, he showed up and he tried. He red lit by, bunch actually, 0.2 of a second. But still, a 6:48 personal best.
He'll be going home with a smile on his face.
You'd certainly hope so as well. Getting to the semi-finals too, and taking out a fuel bike is always a good day, isn't it? But yeah, no stopping Midjo that time. Short numbers: 0.97 to 60, 8th mile 3.82, 197 miles an hour. Now the back half was 2.02, which means it took 2.02 seconds to get from the 8th mile to the finish line. That's how much difference it makes when they're up to speed. It's almost twice as fast, if you like, isn't it? Yeah, it's. He's got to be in your future somewhere. I can't believe that you're never going to do that.
I'd never say never. They do interest me. Yeah, I'd like it.
Yeah, but so does getting arrested apparently. So I think it's
we were off the microphone when we spoke about that.
Yeah, funny enough, I'm the one that has been, but whatever. Anyway.
Oh dear.
Right, so Rickard Gustafsson from Falkenberg on the west coast of Sweden against your good buddy, mentor, I'm sure.
Yes.
Engine builder and just about everything else for Warp Speed.
Yeah, the big boss.
So Rickard runs his own engineering firm, like I said, on the west coast of Sweden. The stuff Stu Crane does, what's he actually done with cylinder heads to make them this, well, quick, reliable, everything else?
So actually, the cylinder head that you're talking about is on my bike. So we all designed it and everything like that. So it's a billet cylinder head, and we were struggling to get hold of Vortexes, but Stuart's still running a Vortex at this current
really?
moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's still running the old stuff. He's not running his own stuff at the moment.
Yeah, no,
is that
not
right?
at the moment. Yeah.
Well, wait till he gets hold of the new stuff. Then.
Exactly.
Well, it is definitely world leading, isn't it? So that's Stu Crane from the UK in the Kestrel Lane for a place in the final against Neil Midgley. Oh, we're going to have an all-fuel bike final. Or can Stu Crane play Giant Killer again? A matchup you'll see nowhere else on the planet. You lucky people. Stu gets the whole shot. Can Rickard run him down? I think he's going to get there, and he does at 5.77. 256 miles an hour. Stu Crane did his very, very best at 6.40 at 2.04. That was a proper race, wasn't it?
And that was just what we were talking about earlier. Stuart getting out in front and then the fuel bike hunting him down.
I think he was in front till about 3.30.
Yeah.
And then it was all nitro.
Yeah, storming past.
But lane choice in the final round goes to Rickard, 102 to 63, 83 at 187 to the 8th. We just roll off 577s like they're everyday occurrences now.
I mean, hopefully we have a side-by-side 5.7
in the final.
I mean,
because that would be the quickest side-by-side run on the planet if they do that,
I do believe so, yeah.
It would, because anytime Larry's run really quick, the bike in the other lane's been in the 80s.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun. Super Street Bike semi-finals. Matthias Bolin taking on Al Morrison Jr. Yeah, this is semi-finals for place in the money round. Matthias with a whole shot. He has to bring the bike down again. Could that be the end of his weekend? The answer is yes. 6.87, 2.24. He had an 0.1 reaction time, Matthias.
Wow.
Went 7.13 at 2.15. Al Morrison took the strike by 0.14. So, one rider from the UK in the final. Are we going to get two, or is it going to be one of those pesky Hungarians? Daniel Lentz from Hungary in the Kestrel Lane, and Jake Michel. Both of these two been in the 680s all weekend. Daniel Lentz hasn't dipped any lower than that, which is a little bit of a surprise because that bike is the quickest in Europe. Jake with 700ths off the start line, but I think Daniel's gone past him already. He did, and he does, and it's Lowy T of the weekend. 6.72, a massive 226.91.
Just a mile an hour. I mean, he made more mile an hour on that pass than Midjo did with the fuel bike. I mean, it's
phenomenal, isn't it?
It is.
Absolutely phenomenal. Jake was off the line 700ths of a second first, so that made it a win margin of 0.4 at the finish line.
That's a race.
Well, Jake still went 223.
Yeah, Jake wasn't exactly hanging around either, and he gave it everything.
Oh, the progression that Jake has made over the last few years as well, with building his own bike and everything like that, it's phenomenal. And the engineering in the UK is world class.
The funny thing is, as well, he didn't 60 foot like usual. He's normally much quicker than that, but still, anyway, terrific run, and well done to Jake. But it is Hungary against the UK in the final. Junior drag bike semis. Richard Wilcox and Holly King. Richard's out in front. Should he be out in front? He's got a slower dial in. He's looking over his shoulder, and he doesn't break out. There we go. Richard goes to the final. 9:38 on the 30. Holly had a bit of a problem there, I'm guessing, with an 11th second run. So who will Richard be facing? Anouk Bergering or Alia Lester? Once again, ladies in every corner of this sport.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
I'm going to put up some prize money for them for whoever wins this round for the juniors, because I like to support them. So I'll put 100 quid up for the winner and 50 for the runner-up.
Nice.
Fair bit of pocket money, that.
It's good for them. They're the future of the sport.
Did you do this when you were younger? These weren't about when we
No.
were younger, were they?
No.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, one of the two. I don't know. So Anouk goes first, followed by Alia. I think Alia's caught up already. And now slowing. But still takes the win by breaking out by the least. Very well judged, young lady. Yeah, so Alia into the final round. Okay, we go back onto foils. Dale, sorry. As always, absolute pleasure, mate.
Good. I'll see you up here for the final. It's going to be a good one.
Certainly hope so, and I
bet.
hope I haven't dropped you in it.
Cheers, guys.
Right, comp eliminator semi-final is going to be Nick Williams on the solo, and then it'll be Brendan and Spencer going to be fighting out for the other final spot. So Nick, so pleased to be back out in the Copo Camaro. For VP Lubricants, and of course for the Williams Brothers Speed Shop as well, and Williams Brothers Racing. Been asked a few times how this car has such a, I'm not saying mild index, but people have to remember this is a full weight car, and it's only got a 350 cubic inch engine, albeit supercharged.
Yeah, it's like 3,500 pounds, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something like that,
yeah.
Nick said.
It's ridiculously
It's
heavy.
very,
this car.
very heavy, yeah.
So he has an index of 9.1, can go comfortably under.
Expertly held. Just after half track,
Yeah.
clicks it off. And pulls the chute for good measure. If that was a dial-in, that would have been too bad.
Yeah.
Well, so Spencer Tram should be racing against Brendan Clancy, but no Brendan for this round, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, comp has been littered with bye-runs today.
Well, so it's an all Williams Brothers team matchup, and bizarrely number 1 and number 2 in the points chase as well.
And number 1 and... No, it was number 2 qualified, were they? Because Ahmed was number 2.
Yeah, no, Spencer qualified number 3. Spencer enjoys racing this car so much. Clicks it early.
Just to make sure.
Goes 11:59. Trying to run his index as a dial-in, and not quite there, but never mind. It's a set-up, an all Williams Brothers final. It's going to be Nick Williams with the Copo and Spencer Tram with his 69 Camaro.
So we're all at final rounds for FIA cars and FIM bikes. Sportsman racing, we are, I think it's round 3 for Pro ET and Super Pro, who are just round 2 for Super Pro.
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. It is Super Pro next.
And I doubt I think they'll be down again very quickly, unfortunately.
Yeah.
After
Just to, I haven't had a chance to do this today, but the sponsors for Super Pro, AJS Bodyworks, A Leak Roofing, Alders Automotive, another small F Limited, the Bath Bloke, BG Motors, Copy Print Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley with Giles Services Limited, Good Vibration Motorsports, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydro Hose, JK Farzik Technic, Joe Kellett Racing, MJC Property Solutions, Pateman Racing, Pete Walters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, RW Services and Custom Paint, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney and Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics and Windscreen Wizards. They all put money into the pot, and it enables a Super Pro scheme to take place. And this weekend, the various prizes are: number one qualifier off the trailer was £50 and a medal. Number one overall qualifier, £100, a medal and a rosette. Now I can actually work out that was Thomas Haas. So even more funds going to Thomas this weekend. He had a great couple of weeks here. The main award is the best average reaction in qualifying. I don't know who that was, but that's £300 and a big trophy in rosette. The bounty hunter is on Alan Didwell. Ron Bartlett didn't take him out, so Alan is still in. So that now goes to Patrick Dubois, see if he can take it. And the Super Pro limited edition T-shirts are for sale in the pits over there. They're just £15 each. There we go. I managed to get all housework done.
Thank you very
straight
much.
away. But he's finding a gap to slot it in.
Yeah.
Because people do look at the coverage and say, "Oh, we didn't mention us," but there we go. We got it all in. And we got it in quietly as well, not when engines are running. Do you have a chance to go and have a wander around the Super Pro pits?
I had a little wander around.
Yeah.
Not much to report, really. The one thing that is interesting about this round, we're always talking about, is there an advantage to a dragster?
Oh, yeah.
This round, out of 7 pairs and a buy, because Nick's on the buy, out of the 7 pairs and a buy, we've got 6 dragsters versus door-cats.
I was just looking at that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's only when you said it, I looked. I go, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
so that should tell us something.
But the thing is, though,
There's enough to know.
They are all very, very good at what they do.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you have got that to bear in mind. But yeah,
Yep.
it is Super Pro in the lanes. It looks like the 2-seater could be down there as well.
Well, you know, as I always say, I don't think there's an advantage at all. I think it's just a different thing. I like dragsters. Some people like dog cars.
Yeah. Okay, engines fired up. Crew's walking around the corner, and it looks like it's going to be John Tebenham and Stuart Morris. So this is the only door car against door car matchup then. Right. So prepare for the start line to be obliterated by smoke when John Tebenham does his burnout, because I can't imagine he'll do a tame one. Fortunately for us, there's a bit of a headwind, which I can't work out. It's a tailwind. So that's why the smoke is hanging around the start line at the moment. If it was a headwind, it would have blown it behind us.
It does feel like that tailwind's gusting around a bit more than it was earlier as well. It keeps moving side to side a little bit, which it wasn't earlier. It was always straight down the track. It's gusting around a bit now.
So let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 8.58 for Stuart Morris, but keeping the line first will be John Tebenham, 8.92. So 0.34 of a second difference on the tree. Can the Ford Pop hold on? Or will the Camaro go through? Well, the answer is the Ford Pop's going through. That was a 0-2 red light there for Stuart. So going 8.65 does not help him at all.
And a 0.28, nearly 2.9 for John Tevenon. Stewart actually had all the room in the world with that light, and just too much.
Paul Marston and Billy Gain, your next pair. 8.35 plays 8.24, just 900 of a second. Both of these guys are exceptionally good at what they do on a racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. I've raced them both numerous times, and they're hard work. It's really hard work. You feel like when you race either of them, you always feel you have to come to the line with something special.
Yeah. So Billy, a little bit late to the party in the Super Pro Championship this year. Basically started the season with a hand behind his back because he wasn't here, didn't have enough parts to get the engine rebuilt, but it's all A-OK now. Paul Marston has the car out in both classes. Fight it out to the finish line, guys. Let's see. Billy Gain takes that. 26 on a 24. Paul was a 37 on a 35, so that is a reaction time advantage there. Yeah. And it was Billy Gain with a 0-2, takes that on a 0-6. Well, they are both tough, but the tougher one went through in that particular instance. Okay, next pair, Alan Didwell, Patrick Dubois. Now then, Alan has got that £50 bounty on his head. He was the winner of the last event here, so he has that bounty on his head. Now, will that 50 quid then make its way back across the channel into France in the hands of Patrick Dubois, or is that bounty going to stay? And if Alan Didwell wins the event, then he will collect that bounty. The Darling's End, 7.33 for Patrick, 7.56 for Alan. Alan will be leaving first. It's not very often that Alan is chased, but that's what's going to happen here. As Chris said, it's door cars versus dragsters pretty much all the way now.
So we've got one door car win so far.
Well, Patrick out in front. Oh, but a huge breakout.
I can't help feeling that
He's going to feel sick looking at his timing slip. 0.1 reaction time to a 0.17.
Yeah, I can't think Alan Didwell used up one of his 9 lives there. My goodness me.
Yeah, Patrick took 0.25 of the stripe.
Yeah, that's huge.
I mean, that's just huge. And it may be one of those things where the dragster actually did have an advantage because maybe Patrick just couldn't see enough.
But then the previous run, Patrick had issues.
Yeah,
and
he
didn't get a representative time in, so maybe he couldn't dial the car in. Wasn't expecting to go that quick, but nevertheless, 7.58 on a 7.56. Alan Didwell through to round number 3.
Yeah, that's a lot of stripe to take in the bracket race.
Well, in that case, too much. Right, this is a good one. Tom Atkinson, Joe Kellett. Joe sticking with the 890.
Yep.
Tom 836.
And although Joe will go first, he is the faster car at the top end. So you should see Tom overtake him and then Joe come back again.
What a race. Tom was bang on the money, 8.36 on a 36, but 0.15 on the tree was what undid him. Joe was 0.2 on an 8.91 on an 8.90. That'll be that.
Well, commiserations to Tom. Congratulations to Joe. The very distinctive burnout of Dave Russell. Going to be going alongside Mark Coulsell. 8.65 the darling for Dave, and there's 8.20 for Mark. Joe Kellett awaits the winner of this one.
Get the impression Mark's left himself a couple of hundredths wiggle room there just to ease off at the top. Try and put his nose past Dave and then just ease out of the throttle.
Well, it didn't matter there. Mark Coulsell unfortunately goes big red there, 0.14. Dave Russell goes through into the next round. 8.65 with a 9 on an 8.65 dial-in. Hits his number.
At least Mark Coulsell broke out as well. Yeah.
Mark Coulsell, he was only 200ths off an outright PB there.
He ran 8.08 on his first run, I think.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, way back.
Or maybe it was
166 miles an hour, though.
That's a big speed.
Big speed.
He had definitely done what we said and left himself room to manoeuvre at the top end, but sadly the red light put paid to that.
Yeah. It was 8.07 a PB for Mark, not 8.08, but nevertheless, outstanding run at that speed. Huge.
Yeah, ever since Steve rebuilt it, it's been doing that just about every time.
Right, Lee Huxley and Scott Hauser. 7.29, 8.74. Fair to say, two of the best bracket racers out there, both multiple champions in different classes. Scott, 3 times national champion in Super Pro, and I've lost count how many championships Mark Huxley's won over the years. So Scott is chasing, Mark holding out in front. The win goes to Scott Hauser. Oh, the win margin 0-2 at the stripe, 7.30 on a 29. Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang just goes 8.
Much to Jeff's delight, obviously. Yeah, Lee just a little bit too far off his number. He had 400s in the bag off the start line, which would normally be enough.
Yeah, it certainly would.
So, Brian Pateman. Have you seen what he's called it now? It's not called. Never mind.
I've just seen the name.
Yeah, I just clocked that as well. I haven't actually noticed that before.
Very good. 8.36 dialing, so he's got a little sniff of nitrous on there. Daniel Giles, 7.31. Two of the toughest out there. The team, Giles and Hartley Racing, number 5 in the points at the moment. Daniel goes red. It's Brian Pateman who's going to go through into the... Oh, it's a 006 red for Daniel.
Well, Brian was on the money on the tree and on the diamond too. Pro ET into the lanes, please. Can we have Pro ET for the next round of racing, please? We got Super Gas round there, 2. And we have a buy run for Nick Good. By the looks of that burnout, he's
going to go for it,
yeah. He's going to go for it. So they still have 3 rounds of, well, somebody in Pro ET or Super Pro has 3 rounds of racing still to go.
Yeah, we'll be down to 8 cars after this.
So with a car like this, Chris, obviously you've been on this team. How long does this take to turn around for the next round?
Next car, probably about 45 minutes to an hour.
Really, that long?
Yeah.
That's why it's surprising me that he's running it all the way through. Maybe not.
They'll get it done. It'll be fine.
Of course they will, yeah.
It's usually worse after the second one.
Is it mainly cooling it down that's the problem? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because obviously he doesn't run any kind of cooling on it at all.
No, the trans gets hot and all that stuff. And
He does look like he double steps. It really does look like it hesitates. 673.
Wow.
That's very, very quick. 196 miles an hour. That's getting on for the quickest he's ever run, I would have thought.
It's pretty quick. I think he has run quicker.
Right.
But not usually in competition because it gets to that point where he feels that it's probably not.
Probably too quick.
Yeah, it's probably too quick to be consistent. Right, I shall see you very soon.
Thank you very much indeed. So, what are we up to? 2-seater ride number 4?
Yeah.
I could see you visibly clip Hardy round the ear that time.
I'm not surprised on that. Archie Hamilton is in the back of the 2-seater.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Or he could have been on the previous one. This is his 4th run or his 5th run? This is 4th, isn't it? So, yeah, this, I imagine, yes, with all the camera crew coming out now, Archie Hamilton. A racer that goes roundy stuff. We've seen him run in...
I'm surprised after
Porsche
everything he's seen, he's put his hand up to
Yeah.
do this, actually, because he didn't look too well at a pair of Top Fuel cars just going past him, let alone sitting in one, but there we go.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is to give him an idea of the sensation of driving one of these things, or being in one at least, anyway.
So let's see what light that Brandon pulled in. 006.
That's how it's done.
Goes 784, 171 mile an hour. We're asking a question. Pete Walters given me the answer, actually. The best average reaction time in Super Pro this weekend went to Lee Huxley. And that was an 0.03 average. Very good indeed.
That's the average?
Average, yeah. Average reaction time.
Kick him out of the class, Pete.
And that's 300 quid in a big trophy. Well done, Lee.
That's not bad going at all. Okay, so Stu Doyne should have been taking on Stefan Raffletrap, but no Stefan in this round of racing. I hope that isn't an issue where he had to go and get the boat.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Stu with an 01 light and a 991.
Just reminding everybody that, yeah, I'm back.
He's always lurking. He's always lurking, even though he's learning. So, Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat in the Slick Tricks lane against Tim Moore.
All right, the winner of this gets Stu Doyne in the next round.
Oh joy, they say after that one. So heads up first to finish line wins. 9.90 is the number. You could clearly see Andy Dibley move before Tim Moore that time. I'm not going to be giving anything away. Dibley's going for a real wander around in the right-hand lane. Oh, wow. 0-2 on the tree and a 991 for Andy Dibley. That's the kind of performance that won in the championship last year. Well done, sir. 0.11 for Tim and a 986. As the phrase goes, bad on both ends.
If he repeats that in the semis against Stu, and Stu did, that's not good enough for Dibs. So that's how tight it is. It would be 100th difference.
We have mentioned they've been rather on it for the last couple of days, haven't we? Okay, Jasmine Tunstall in the beautiful Candy Apple Red Roadster in the Kestrel Lane against Pete Creswell. Pete just running in super gas this weekend, no double classing. Pete Creswell takes the strike with a 9 at night. They're absolutely killer in this round, aren't they? Jasmine broke out and went 0-7 on the tree, and she still didn't get there first, unfortunately. So still a good effort from her this weekend, but you can't do much with an 0-3 light and a 9.91.
Mark Huxley and Simon Fulton, your next pair.
So Mark is the last one in of the cars that don't run throttle stops.
Well, he doesn't guess because there is a scientific.
Wayne's still in.
Oh, is Wayne still in?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see him around the corner.
He's here. I think he's underneath us, mate. That's probably why.
Right.
He's the last car.
Simon rolls in deep. You're not allowed to do that in super gas, so he gets a red light.
Mark runs it out the back door, 9.73.
He obviously saw it.
Yeah, Wayne on a bye run here. So he will be facing Mark Huxley in the next round. So you get the 2 non-throttle stock cars. So one of them will be in the semis, guaranteed.
Well, that actually will be quite an interesting race because that will be... they'll be watching each other going down the track going, no, you lift, no, you lift.
We've got the next round of Pro ET round there. We've got Jet Funny Cars underneath the tower now. Or just coming underneath the tower, I should say.
Looks like I had a Zeus fastener just come loose on the boot lid there, but that's all okay.
I wonder if you'll run it all the way through just for fun, really.
Yeah, because he wants to judge where to lift, and every run is an education, if you like.
What would this car run out the back door? I know
he's been in Super Comp before.
Oh, is he?
I'm not sure he's been quick enough for Super Comp. Definitely low 9s.
Oh, he still backs off about 1,030. He goes through with a 976 anyway.
Only 103. So, yeah, I'd probably say about 9.3, 9.4 maybe.
I think that's still the same, 572. So that was the engine, I don't even remember, but James Oliver had that 32 hot rod.
Right.
The Ford.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? That was the engine out of that car.
Was it?
Ollie's rod was street legal. He brought it up here.
Goodness me.
To a run what you brung. And it's just a street hot rod. But he had this 572, put it in it. And proceeded to run a 9-second pass. It was all over the shop. And when he came off the top, he says, I think I'll stop doing that now. It was a bit too much for the car.
Bit too much engine.
He enjoyed it,
chassis.
but he just thought, no, it's a bit too much.
I'm sure he did. So we've got jet cars up now. We've got Pro ET. The next round of racing looks like round at the back of the tower, just to keep everybody informed as to where we are and what we're doing, obviously, because I do understand some people may leave to go home. Kids don't go to school tomorrow. But adults need to go to work. It is just gone 5 o'clock now. We have scheduled a pro finals for around about 45 minutes time. But that's all of our pro finalists for the FIM and for the FIA. So that'll be Top Fuel Bike, Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin, the juniors, and with the FIA, it will be Top Fuel Dragster, it will be Top Methanol, Pro Modified as well.
Just checking in on the socials. I know Sean Bowe loves seeing the Jets run. That's one of his favourite bits. In actual fact, Sean Bowe picked up a real cool souvenir. Got Andre Arnevo's rear slick tyre.
Front.
He autographed.
Front.
Yeah.
It was the front.
The front
went pop because he got no brakes and he was trying to stop.
But Chris Hobson got in touch. He goes a big shout out to the usual suspects on the banking. Missing you all this weekend. And he goes, and well done, just for the best coverage online of a drag race for those unfortunate enough not to be there. It's been fantastic coverage all weekend. See you soon. Cheers, Chris. Thanks for that, mate. We will see you hopefully in September.
Oh, we've also got the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car finals to come as well. So the jet cars run over 1,000 foot, which is where the orange blocks are once again.
Well, the violence is nearly over, and I've lost my timing screen.
We lost them all.
Yeah, a whole lot.
Oh, unfortunately, an issue for Roger Goring, but no such problems for Martin Hill. 5:02, 232 mile an hour. Now that's really odd. I've never seen that before.
I think that's what's technically known as a flame out.
Yes, I think you're right.
But yeah, everyone going over to make sure. First of all, Ian's making sure. I'm sure Roger's absolutely fine. He's just going to pop the. All you people in the grandstand are getting get a lovely look at the way Roger gets out of this car now, because he's got a hatch on the front of it in the windscreen, and he does actually pop the hatch and open it up to get out. But he's presuming he's going to get out.
Well, it's insanely violent, the Jets, and so much so that we've lost two of our timing screens up here. So well, I'm just going to see if I can get those fixed. Just one second.
Yeah, Martin's got a nasty habit of blowing the plugs out.
He's done it again by the looks of it.
Yeah. It is. What has Martin done to that car? Because I don't know. It seems to have turned itself up. I don't wince it much, but that actually hurt.
Yeah. I think it's just, yeah, pass anyway.
It's exactly the same thing what happened up there earlier on. The plug shot out the wall with the force of the Fire Force jets.
So you don't need
Firestorm, I should say.
You don't need little kids to take plugs out. Just get a couple of jet cars to do it for you.
That's mad. People don't realise just how violent those things are when they do their afterburner box. Well, there goes Richie and the gang for Fire Force to go and collect Martin from the top end. As we look around the corner to see the next round of, I believe, Pro ET. No, they've already run.
Street Eliminator are back.
Eliminator.
Well, Mark Sheridan is. I think they're at semis, aren't they, Street Eliminator?
No, quarters.
Wow. 3 more rounds of racing to go for them, including this one anyway. Again, just to let everybody know, even though we've got a few rounds for some of our sportsmen, our pro finals will be now in about half an hour. So please do, instead of sitting in the queue to get out, why not stick around in the beautiful afternoon sunshine. This weekend, honestly, if you could book a weekend's worth of weather, it would have been this, wouldn't it?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, maybe slightly warmer at night, but other than that...
Yeah, actually, you're right, the temperatures really did drop overnight.
But that's probably because the sky's clear, and obviously it's a north wind or a northeast wind, which is what keeps the temperatures comparatively chilly for this amount of sunshine, because normally it's like 25, 28 degrees when we get this much sunshine at this time of year. not so this weekend. Not that that's a bad thing, though.
Can we please have Super Comp and Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp and Junior Dragster.
All you
Let's have
people in the
down there.
grandstands, if you're heading home, thank you very much indeed for joining us. If you're just going for a walk around the pits quick before you come back for the finals, that's probably the best plan, I'll be honest with you.
Well, about half an hour away from the finals. So we've got some sportsman racing to get done before then.
We've got a fair bit of sportsman racing to get done.
Yes. Pro ET are actually in the lanes. You can see Kirsty Tram's car down. Kirsty. You've got Nick Mugridge. Bizarrely enough, that's the car that she's parked next to.
So this replacing the semis. So whoever wins these, the winners out of these 4 races go through to the semi-finals, and then they'll come back round probably in about 20 minutes, half hour-ish, for the semis, and then that will set up the finals. We will more than likely, there's every likelihood, we'll be running the sportsman finals after the pro finals.
Yeah.
Everybody is very welcome to stick around till the absolute end of the day, and you've seen everything that you want to see. But from all of us up here, from everybody involved in Santa Pod Raceway, thank you very much indeed for making Santa Pod your venue of choice for the whole weekend. We couldn't do it without all of you. I bumped into some fantastic people this weekend. The 2 fellas, I'm really sorry I didn't get a chance to ask your names this morning like a complete idiot. One of the guys was sitting there with a really old Santa Pod. It looked like a satchel. It wasn't even a rucksack, it was a satchel.
Oh, right.
Right. With Santa Pod Raceway, but it was the very old design of Santa Pod Raceway, so it's got to have been from the 70s or 80s as well. And they said that, they got matching ones, and they when they went out to Vegas, they sat there in the grandstands.
Yeah, sorry, I've just distracted Darryl.
That's all right, no problem.
So, obviously, Bruno had an instant earlier. That was Pudge's perspective of it.
Well, he's standing behind the wall. He's okay. So put your hands together for Roger Goring and the Firestorms team. That was a little bit unfortunate. Other than that, they've had a great weekend. We've had some really, really good side-by-side shows with Martin Hill over the last few days. So the tractor goes back on station, and we wait to see who's coming round, and it is Pro ET, because Kirsty Tram's moving forward. Going to be taken on, by the looks of it, Nick Mugridge, is that right?
It is, yep. So the computer was right. Wow.
I'm only looking out the window. It might not be right, though. So, in the championship, I think the leaders are long gone, aren't they?
Apart from Neil Watkins,
who's sticking
Still
around.
in, yeah. So
I can't imagine Nick Mugridge would be that far off, but you never know.
Well, let's have a quick look. I mean, don't forget, I haven't put the qualifying points into the mix on this one, but at the moment, Lee Morris went out round 1, Amy went out round 1, Jess Bishop not even here. Neil Watkins is still in, and he's now moving at least up to 2nd. John Bean went out, Dave Rudd out, Simon Rick wasn't his. Nick Mugridge, number 8 in the points.
Making a big move this weekend,
so
or potentially.
he should be moving up nicely.
Kirsty's not been in Pro ET because she normally runs in Sportsman.
And Street Eliminator.
Very good point, yeah.
Kirsty's like, have car, will travel.
Well, this we're going to be one of the first times that Nick's chased a car down the track.
Kirsty. Nick Mugridge makes his quickest ever run, actually, at 9.95 at 1:28.
Yeah.
He needed every bit of it to go past her, but broke out in the process. Kirsty Tram. Is this her first time ever in Pro ET?
I believe it is. She's through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's semis. Okay, Neil Watkins.
Right, Neil Dials, 11.11. That is a
11.17.
monstrous. Oh, 17, is it?
Yeah, it's about to be changed to a 17. Well, that was what the styling board was anyway.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Even so, that is a big leap up in performance for the Little Purple Express.
And the dragster. 994 is one of the fastest islands I've seen him do since he's taken the turbo off the car.
That must be a blast with the turbo on it.
I think the reason he did it was because it was a bit too much of a blast.
Yeah, it was a bit too wiggly, wasn't it? Well, we can all see what happened on the start line. We don't need to say it out loud. Tom Kay will get there, and as long as Tom Kay doesn't break out or crash, he takes the win. 9.99 on the 44. That was a 0.3 reaction time for Neil Watkins. That was pretty much what did him in there. That was a brilliant 0-1 for Tom Kay as well. About time Tom went rounds. He deserves it.
Yes, 100%.
Laura Bainton and Marie Mills. Well, the winner of this is going to get Tom in the next round.
Oh no, issues for Marie Mills. It appears that she's lost fire. I think Laura's not gone into pre-stage or stage yet, so she would have had a chance to refire, I'm pretty sure, but they're going to push the car back. Solo for Laura Bainton seals her fate in the next round with Tom Kay.
Yeah, obviously Grace knew something we didn't, because she said, no, that's it, and just turned it off. Well, Laura gets a... Oh, sorry, Cole. Laura gets a tune-up run. A freebie, if you will. Well, after frustrating in qualifying, goes 10-20. Proving difficult to dial, if nothing else, Mr. Baton.
10.20 on a 10.23, 132 mile an hour. Well, we guarantee 2 guys and 2 girls in the semi-finals of Prairie T. Laura Bainton going to be taking on Tom Kay, and Kirsty Tran will be taking on the winner of this pairing. Sean Law or Mark Huxley.
Well, both of these two are having their best days at the drags in a long while, especially Sean Law, because they've been, I'm not sure what they've been chasing for some time. The car stubbornly refused to go anywhere near the numbers it normally runs, and now he's back to dialing a 9 flat and running that number. Watch the curse happen in real time. Ready? That's the commentator's curse that appears not to be happening at the moment.
Well, Mark seems like he's going to be getting there first. Going to be close to the stripe. Oh, he did get there first, but he broke out.
Sean Law, 906 on a 9 flat. He was also 0-1 on the tree. Very well deserved. Very, very well deserved for Sean Law. It's always nice. It's always nice to see someone that's been at it for quite a while getting it together. It's really good. So, Al Williamson taking on Mark Sheridan. Al Williamson is going backwards, not forwards. Mark Sheridan will be getting a bye run, unfortunately. This is Street Eliminator. These are street cars, folks. They're on street tyres. They are taxed. They are MOT'd. They qualified over the last couple of days. They went on a 26-mile cruise around the local countryside yesterday. Not sure what the problem for Al is, but he was able to back up himself. Yeah, now being pushed back, unfortunately. So, Mark Sheridan, Mr. 200 miles an hour in 10 seconds. I'm sure
I think he's currently got the highest mile an hour of the meeting, 207.
I think so. He could well have, actually.
Yeah, he did that with an 8.3 in the last round. Or for the last round before.
There
and now the boost comes in.
Kind of falls flat on its face a bit off the start line, and he's off into the distance too. An 8.15 at 1.94. The speed wasn't quite what it was before, but doesn't matter. It's a round win. Commiserations to Al Williamson. They did have some struggles this weekend. This is going to be a great race as well. Al McSweeney with the Evolution in the Kestrel lane against Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. I think there's another car in the team called Patricia, isn't that right?
There is, yeah. That's also a Passat.
Percy and Patricia the Passats. So, 2 turbo cars looking for a win light.
Well, Al McSweeney visibly launched first. He's out in front the whole way down the track.
Wow.
Whoa, 769.
That would have been nice. 182 miles an hour. Terrific run, though, for Rob Carter. His quickest and fastest run. 8:17, 169. Won't be long before he's in the sevens. Okay, Andy Bond takes his place in the semis with a bye run. Who will he be taking on?
Bye. Predetermined bye.
No, in the next run.
Oh, Mark Sheridan.
So Mark Sheridan, and is it Al McSweeney
with a bye?
With a bye run.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to be Al against one. Well, they're all turbo cars, aren't they? Any idea? Well, Andy Bond.
Yeah, he did click it in the end. I thought, is he going all the way through? But anyway,
Still
785
goes.
at 143.
Go 785 at only 143 miles an hour. My goodness me. That thing is like clockwork. Bad luck to Al Williamson down there. Not sure what the problem was, mate. Hope it's easily fixable, sir.
Oh, it is the juniors up next. Eliminations round number 3. This is where we whittle them down from 8 to 4. What a day. What a meeting.
It's just, this is kind of a microcosm of the whole weekend. Just a nice gentle breeze, sunshine, and still got some more racing to go, although it is narrowing down to, well, we've had the final in Fuel Funny Car, but that's the only one we've had so far. We're just about to run all of them coming up sometime soon. So I think it is junior dragsters first, like you said, Colin.
Yeah, matchups will be Laura Bartlett taking on Damien Redshaw, Jack Taylor and Ada Cassisi, Luke Mugridge taking on Freddie Taylor, and then Liam McDonald taking on Jake Cooper.
For a place in the semi-finals.
Yeah. Super Comp, might as well go through these as well. Quarter finalists are Steve Hudson going to be taking on Martin Kirbishley, Richard Tunstall against Stu Doyney, Leah Callett gets a bye, and Simon Fulton taking on Lee Huxley. Super Pro quarterfinals, Nick Good taking on John Tebenham, Scott Hauser taking on Alan Didwell. That's where the bounty is, by the way. Dave Russell and Joe Callett, and then Billy Gain and Brian Pateman. As coming around the corner, this is Super Comp. Okay, so it's not Junior Dragster. Well, I should always look at the run order. Well, you just look out the window. That's the easiest way to find out, isn't it? So your first pair then, Simon Fulton and Lee Huxley. Dial in for Lee Huxley, 8.90. Simon Fulton, 8.90. Why is it a dial in? It's not. It's an index for the class. This is what they run to. Do you think anybody else spotted that?
I'm sure they probably did, to be honest with you.
Oh dear.
Amount of time, yeah. Sort of engagement
That's
before
just a
brain.
good point, actually, because
yeah, it could well be.
If he's in Super Pro, it's a sportsman tree, but here it's a pro tree. So
exactly.
You've got to make sure you got your wits about you, not necessarily get your numbers right, but your class right as well.
Well, he was second off the line that time to Simon Fulton, who takes the win.
Oh, Lee took the strike by 0003. But the button broke out. So Simon Fulton into the semis.
Yeah, I guess after you've done it for a while, I'm guessing that Simon would have known he pulled a light.
Yeah, 02 to 08.
So, Martin Kirbishley and Steve Hudson. Steve Hudson was your number 1 qualifier. That all goes out the window now, frankly, doesn't it? Because they're racing. And Martin Kirbishley, number 5 with the dragster. They are dialed for the 8-9 number. Heads up, first to the finish line wins. And Stu Dorney's got the bye, is that right? Yeah.
No, Leah has got the bye here. Stu Dorney's got Richard Tunstall.
Richard Tunstall's not here.
All right.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's why I was saying that. Another great race.
Pick and choose, wasn't it?
Wow, look at that. 8.91 for Martin Kirbish. He takes the strike by 0-1. Off the start line first with Steve Hudson. But only just. Only just. Yeah, no Richard Tunstall. Unfortunately. Well, Jasmine went out in Supergas, didn't she, a little while ago?
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. So, Stu Doyney, this is looking a bit similar because, oh no, he didn't have a buy elsewhere. No, it's okay.
Stu with a, is that a 008? It is a 008 light, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And an 885 just a smidge.
Yeah, that's 2 buy runs Stu's had now because John Turner wasn't here this morning, so he had a buy there. Richard Tunstall didn't make the call, so Stu has had another buy.
Richard Tunstall's coming round against Leah. No, he's too late, unfortunately. I think he was rushing to try and get down here, but yeah, what a way to end the weekend for Richard. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the car turned round in time after Jasmine ran in Supergas by the looks of it to come round and take on Stu. He was seriously, he was about 60 seconds too late to make it. What a shame.
That's why then.
Okay, so Leah Kellett takes the bye. So who's got the bye in the semi-final then?
No one.
No one, okay. 4 races. Oh, Richard, that's dreadful. Well, Leah takes the green light as Richard Tunstall trundles back to the pits. I think we've got junior dragsters round the back. Leah Kellett takes the win. Joe's still in his race stuff, which means the car will probably stay here, ready for the next round of Super Pro.
No, we're not rewinding time. Dolly Daydream just reversed back into the pairing lanes. In actual fact, what's going to happen then? Leah's going to jump out the car. Joe's going to jump
That's
in.
Right, yeah.
And he'll
get
be
ready.
racing Dave Russell in Super Pro.
Well, that's why Leah didn't go through, because she didn't have to, as long as she took the green light. So we've got the semis set in Supercomp. This is to set the semi-finals in Junior Dragster. Our Pro Finals are only about 10 to 15 minutes away, everybody, as well. So if you're sticking around, thank you very much indeed. We hope we made it worth your while.
Don't forget, when racing's finished, obviously we're going to have our Pro Finals and then our Sportsman Finals, well, the rest of our sports eliminations afterwards. At the end of the day, we do have trophy presentations down on the start line. You're more than welcome to come and join us for that, which is normally about half an hour after racing. So for Slick Tricks then, it is Lara Bartlett going to be taking on Damien Redshaw in the first pairing, and it's 909 dial-in for Damien, 790 for Lara. So the Odyssey battery supported car against the Slick Tricks Junior machine. The class, of course, sponsored by Lucas Oils. Pretty cool, actually. If you ever get a chance to look at a Junior Dragster, they all carry a Lucas Oils Junior Dragster Championship special sticker.
Good.
And it's only the cars that can carry them. I think they're given 2 each, and that's it. But,
one for each side, obviously.
Yeah, basically.
So Damien going to go first, followed by Lara. Who's got the best race car?
Oh, Lara got there first. She broke out though. 7.89 with a 2. Oh, so close. So it is Damien Redshaw that goes through. Right, Luke Mugridge and Freddie Taylor. A real chance for Luke to really get a march on the field here. Dragster in the championship points chase. But that's assuming Liam McDonald falls here. But these two, and also Ada Cassisi, she's still in as well.
She is. The next two pairs.
Yeah, so nobody's running away.
Yet,
yeah.
I think they all qualified quite near the top two, so they're not going to be that far away from each other.
Well, Freddie Taylor is actually coming into this event number 6 in the points. Luke Mugridge number 2. So this is quite a key matchup. Green light drag race.
Not far off a heads-up race as well, actually. It's Luke. 200ths of a second off, and 0.3 on the tree was the difference at the finish line. Closer to his dial-in was the man in the other lane, but yeah, all about reaction. Win margin of 0-2.
Right, next pair, Liam McDonald taking on Jake Cooper. Now then, if Liam wins this, it's going to be number 1 and number 2 in the points coming into this event, racing each other for a spot in the final. Yeah.
They're going to be doing this all year.
Yeah, Liam has got to get past Jake, who's notoriously good off the line. He's had, I think he's had 2 Perfect Light Awards, actually. Liam's picked up 1, as far as I can remember. Dial-ins, 8.93 for Jake, 8 flat for Liam. Oh, and Jake goes red. That's quite a big red, actually, an 08. So it is Liam McDonald that goes into the semis, where he will be racing Luke Mugridge. So number 1 and number 2 in the points coming into this event are going to be taking on each other for a spot in the final. Right, number 3 in the points then, Ada Cassisi, going to be taking on Jack Taylor. Winner of this gets Damien Redshaw. So let's look at the dial-ins then. 9.90 for Ada, 7.98 for Jack Taylor, 1.92 seconds on the tree, the difference. Ada goes green. Oh, and Jack goes red. 06 red, so Ada Cassisi is into the semi-finals.
Ada's having her best year ever.
Yeah.
Outstanding, right on the money with the dial-in as well. Fantastic stuff. Well done to Ada. So we're at semi-finals now for just about all of our classes, apart from the next one, I think, which is Super Pro.
Yeah.
Is he? I'll just stay here for a laugh then. Let him stew.
Okay, Super Pro ET, and this is matchups are Nick Good taking on John Tebenham, Scott Hauser taking on Alan Didwell, Dave Russell and Joe Kellett, Billy Gain and Brian Pateman.
So we're looking at the last round and our door car versus dragsters.
Yeah.
3 and 3.
Really? Oh, right.
Yep. As expected.
So a little bit of a shuffle around in the tower. We're going to lose Darryl for a little while. The pure reason being he's going to be going to the top end. And when we do our pro finals, we'll be having a word with the contenders, obviously, as they go through.
What was Jack's red light then? I didn't quite see it.
Red.
Well, yeah.
I think it was a .06. Oh, is it still on here? 0.11.
I think that's the issue when you're in the TCA's drag racing school, is you must red light all the time. That's part of it.
But then the...
I don't.
What was very... I don't know if you heard that, Thomas, but the top 3 in the points are all through to the semi-finals here. So Liam McDonald, number 1 in the points, Luke, number 2, and Ada, number 3. All 3 of them are still in. So
what are the semi-final matchups?
Oh, this is the interesting one. It's going to be Liam taking on Luke. So either first or second of the points is going to go out, and then Ada is taking on young Mr. Redshaw.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's all still to come.
I'll tell you what, that'll be a good race in the semi-finals, that will.
Don't forget, we've still got all of our pro finals to come, and we have Super Pro, Junior Dragster and Super Gas. Once they've run their next round, then we are semi-finals in all of our sportsman classes. So that's where we are at the moment. But say, we're not that far away from our pro finals. The aim is 5:45, which is around about 10 minutes time. But first up, as I say, it is Super Pro.
They were just collecting as I came. Well, as I ran round, first time I've run in ages. I saw Dave come down, and Joe was already at the front of the lines. And then JT came down, and I thought, well, yeah, I'd better walk a bit faster now. And then it got really quick because JT says, well, I'm waiting back here for Nick. So, and then all of a sudden, they all appeared. So I presume Nick was coming down, but I was running away by that time.
I'll tell you what, just an advert from Nitro FM, because I actually got no start line crew. I know Ian's down there, but not many other people around at the moment. So Nitro FM 96.2, a couple of adverts from you, and we'll take it back when cars start up. Okay, here we go then. It is the Dolly Daydream Dragster, but when it's Joe driving, it becomes the Drumming Man machine. Please remember Joe's Junior Dragster. It was always the Drumming Man.
Yeah, I got beaten by that one several times.
I think most of the juniors have over the years, haven't they?
Yeah.
Characteristic burnout there from Dave Russell. So the dial-ins are 865 for Dave, 890 for Joe.
Yeah, the only car this weekend running a throttle stop in Super Pro, and I think he's the first person to do it. Only recently been allowed to run throttle stops in the class. Just no one's had the courage to do it, apart from obviously this weekend with Joe.
And it does make it very interesting for the other driver.
Yeah, launching second, but then being chased for the back half of the track.
Then still be the slower car at the top end.
$8.99 for Joe takes the win there against the loser 870. So Joe Kellett into. Right. There's a bit of added pressure here for Alan Didwell. Got Scott Hauser there, but also the bounty as well is on Alan Didwell. So if Scott knocks Alan out here, he'll pick up an extra 50 quid. But then if Alan gets it all the way through to the final wins, then he collects the bounty himself because Alan is taking it.
Alan, of course, leading the championship at the moment.
Of course, yes.
And the next 4 or even 5 are out already. So he's just stretching it out now. I think the next one was Tom Atkinson, then Matt Peters, then Dave Russell, who's just gone out.
Yeah, Jonathan Hartley, Lee Huxley. Oh, that's right, there's hardly any of them.
Yeah, so Alan really, if he takes the win here, will really stretch his lead.
Well, Joe Kellett was 9th and Scott Hauser 11th. That's how far back we had to go. And we're talking over 1,000 points back.
Yeah. Scott goes 729.
Well, Scott's going to pick up 50 quid.
Yeah.
Alan Didwell goes red. And he broke out as well. Scott Hauser, look at that. 0-3 on the tree, 729 with a 1 on a 729 darling. He would have been tough to beat anyway on that particular run.
That's what. Scott's total package, 34,000.
Right, Billy Gane and Brian Pateman. 8.24 plays 8.38. Brian will be going first with the car he now calls Essex Bird.
It was originally called the Quartermaster, I'm pretty sure. But that was obviously back in the when he first brought the car out.
Billy staging very much left of the group.
It is Brian Pateman that goes through. Billy's seen that. So Brian Pateman goes 8.35 on a 38, breaks out, doesn't matter. He's through. Billy Gane on the trailer. John Tevenham with the customary wild burnout.
Well, John Tevenham racing Nick Good means that JT has faced the 2 quickest cars in the class. Obviously took out Barry Giles this morning.
Yeah, JT's actually bizarrely having a pretty good, decent day actually. Stuart Morris in the previous round. Winner of this gets Scott Hauser.
Ooh.
And the other side of the ladder, we'll see Joe Kellett taking on Brian Pateman.
Yeah. Some good matchups then.
They're always good.
Nick looks to be dialing this very honest. The 672.
Well, it's JT into the semi-finals. Nick goes red.
And such a small red, 0.0016.
Right, well, JT might calm the burnouts down a little bit, and otherwise he might not have a set of tyres left if he keeps going rounds like this. But John Tevenham goes through to race Scott Hauser, and it'll be Joe Kellett taking on Brian Pateman. Well, the only class not at semi-final stage now is Supergas. Comp Eliminator final have come to head of the lanes. In actual fact, we are very, very close to our pro finals. That's right, yeah, it's nearly 5:45. So this is where I get all my finals paperwork out. Give you the matchups actually. Comp Eliminator, Nick Williams taking on Spencer Tram. And I would have thought they are going to be the first final to go because they are ahead of the lanes. Quickly go through the bikes actually. Richard Wilcox taking on Alia Lester. Super Street Bike, he's going to be Al Morrison Jr. taking on Daniel Lanks. So UK versus Hungary there. Top Fuel Bike, can't wait for this one. Neil Midgley and Rikard Gustafsson. In Top Fuel, Suzanne taking on Ida. What a final in prospect that is. Pro Modified, Jan Eriksson. Can he continue this incredible winning streak here? Going to be taking on the UK's Bobby Wallace. Back to the bikes with Pro Stock. It's Asmin Lenoble taking on Bertrand Maurice. So it'll be good for the 3 and 4 qualifiers that get through there. The Nostalgia Funny Car final is Tim Garlick and Tony Betts. Top Methanol, Silvio and Lynn. So we have a dragster and a funny car final there. And back to the bikes for the Super Twins. It's going to be Chris Van Nimmen taking on Marcus Christensen. So that's what's about to come. A tiny bit of track prep out there at the moment. And whilst we suss out who's going to be coming out when, we'll get ready for that. So Nitro FM, if you could take the airwaves over for a moment. And when we come back, it will be our big finals.
Paul Harris, Tony Betts, a race for the spot in the final in Nostalgia Fuel Funny Car. And it's side by side the whole way up the track. Tony Betts
Nothing in it.
front.
It's Tony with a 6:28 at 2:23. Paul Harris with a new personal best in a lose-out, 6.36. Only 203 miles an hour. Once again, he said the same thing. He's sort of ran out of legs at the top end, but that was such a great side-by-side race. Tony Betts chunked it in deep, which probably took a few hundredths off the elapsed time, but it was still really nice, good side-by-side yesterday. But Thomas Pedersen, Neil Midgley.
Oh, it's on.
Rolls through to a 6:02, 198. I say rolls, goodness me. 0.97 to 60 foot 3. Fine. Can Smithy do it? Whoa, here we go.
That's going to be Smithy through.
6:48 into the 40s.
Yeah.
210 miles an hour. He's catching stew.
Yeah, creeping up.
Was there? No, it looks like a bye run. Unfortunately, well, no Eric for this round of racing. Characteristic wiggle. Still goes through to a 586. 260 miles an hour again. Well, can Al Smith catch him? It's like a bracket race, this. The answer is no! The quickest funny bike in Europe. 6:25. 218 miles an hour. Al Smith loses on a whole shot.
Do you know, Stuart told me he was going to run 6.2. So,
well, he was 0.8 on the tree to a 0.28 for Al Smith. Al Smith wasn't slow. I must admit, I was waiting for the fuel bike to run him down. It just never happened.
And this is what...
Good looking run. Can he nudge closer to the sixes? 7:03, 205 miles an hour.
That's not bad effort.
That's not bad at all.
The nitrous bikes, we used to dump our exhaust straight out the side, and the quicker we got, the more it pushed the front wheel over. You've got a lot of thrust coming out of the wheel.
Oh, Martin de Haas. The bike hardly moves off the starting line. That's a massive shame. Marcus goes 6:29 again. 225 miles an hour with the most race against Aswin in the final. Lots of bouncing and wiggling going on. Mart's going towards the centre line. And Bertrand is long gone too. A 7:47 at 177. By no means a clean run at all. Martin was good on the tree.
Makes do it in America.
Wow. Okay, Daniel Lentz by run. Oh, he was really glad that was a bye run. Just squiggled about and went nowhere.
Yeah, a 2:37 60 foot tells the story of what happened to Daniel there.
Still goes 196. Another one of those stupid ETs with an amazing speed.
Dan Wagner. So he looks at every pass we do.
Whoa! Sorry, excuse me. Mark doing a great job of hanging on to it.
That's what we like to see.
680 at 223. I'm sure Mark's gentleman's area probably doesn't agree in the racing, obviously.
Yeah.
Mogenslund taking on Jake Michel. UK against Denmark, this pair. Oh, big hole shot for Jake. That could be the end of the weekend for Mogens. Good looking runs in both lanes, but it is Jake with a 685. 217 miles an hour. Mogens at 704. Good effort. He's from Tullinge in Stockholm in Sweden. We're just outside. Wow, look at that. Matthias Bolin with a great 121 to 60 foot. Is this going to be a 6-second run? It is. 693. Check that speed out. 219 miles.
Yeah, so of course this is a heads-up race. Well, not this pass itself.
Yeah, doing the sensible thing, just clicking it early. All you needed to do, because obviously the turnaround time is going to get quicker.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're trying to get everything done.
So this will be a heads-up race, I think.
Well, if Matt Davison is down there, but I can only see Spencer.
Oh, I'm just sounding silly now. Right.
But the next one we've definitely got to
Yes,
race.
I can see them coming around the corner now. That
because
will be fun.
they've been wanting to do this purely for the photographs. Not assume anything. Right, so that's Spencer through. Yeah, Spencer racing Brendan now in the semis.
The older vintage Camaro will be leaving first. It is a heads-up race. First to the finish line will win. They do have to protect their indexes somewhat, otherwise they will drop. Nick with a huge wheel stand again has to pedal it. Dan with issues. Nick's already backed off the throttle, as you can see. Yeah, bizarre one for Dan there.
He had an 0-1 light, but I think I heard it spin. So Dan was, yeah, those of you that join us on the live stream, you have got a fantastic view of those two jet cars. And I think this is the best motorsport live stream for free that you can get anywhere in the world. I can't think of anything better. It is absolutely superb. Full HD, sound is awesome. And look at that. So you got the flame show from our two jets. Quickest bike in Europe against the fastest bike in Europe.
They're both going to have these fully loaded. Could we see the first side-by-side 5-7 pass? It could happen. They've both done it this weekend, but side-by-side would be something special.
Well, I'm down the top end, round the corner, waiting to see their smiling faces as they come round there. And also, it's being live streamed as well. So, everybody at home may get to see it too, folks. So, back to you, fellas. I'm sure it's going to be an epic race.
Well, we can't wait. We really cannot wait for this. We don't have to wait that much longer. Engineering, he is in the slick tricks lane. He's on the spectator grandstand side of the racetrack, and on the spectator banking side of the racetrack is Rickard.
Both geared completely separately, completely differently, same engines, both geared differently, so you'll see one makes the big mile an hour, one makes the front half quicker, so it could be an interesting race.
too much power in. It's going to be Neil Midgley that's going to take the win. A 7.27, 149 against a 7.74, 169. They both put everything in.
Yeah,
it looks like they both put too much in.
Yeah, they knew they were both going to be loaded for it, so they had to go for it. But what a weekend they've both had.
Well, they are coming my way. So it's Neil Midgley taking the win and the points lead in the FIM Top Fuel Bike Championship. He's entered for the next round at TAP Arena in just a few weeks' time. So I'm sure he's going to be a happy boy. It's very unusual to hear a Top Fuel bike still accelerating up here to get round the corner.
I think they're accelerating to try and get away from you. I don't know. But
no, towards me, to get to me. That's what it is.
Oh, that's what it is.
Steady.
Brilliant. So, Neil Midgley. Let's have a look. See Darryl on the live stream. Yeah, we can see him. Going to be a Pro Stock bike next to come round, but
yeah, they both come round the corner. You guys give me the cue when, because obviously I can't see what's going on. They're about to run the next final, but Neil Midgley won that. What was that? A 7-second run?
Yeah, 7.27 against a 7.74.
That might not even win Pro Stock bike.
So your finalist in Pro Stock bike, Aswin Lenoble and Bertrand Maurice. Basically, where all the talking stops, and it's just down to the two riders now. Let's see what they can do. Fair to say that whoever wins this will be taking that points lead, the all-important points lead. And of course, the big trophy. Oh, double jeopardy. Aswin Lenoble goes red, hands the win to Bertrand Maurice, whose bike died about, what, 5 foot off the line?
I don't think he knows he's even won it.
No, he doesn't. He's coming off the bike, cursing it, but he's actually won because Aswin went red.
Well, he's not going to be cursing for too much longer. Yeah, but at the top end with both Top Fuel bike finalists, both Rickard and Neil Midgley as well. Just sorry, Rickard. But yeah, taking the win, not the way you wanted to do it. You said you still had the same settings in as yesterday.
Yeah, we put the 570 settings we ran yesterday back into the bike. We've been running it soft early today to make sure we got through the rounds. We knew we had to put it back in to beat Rickard. Back up as well as you do. I don't know what happened to him, but obviously mine was a very messy run, but it's my first European win. A win's a win.
You got it, and you've run so well all weekend as well, so congratulations, and you take the points lead to TIEP.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Neil Midgley, everybody, and Rickard's just over there as well, cooling down. Back to you, fellas.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So it is the final of Super Street Bike. Daniel Lenks taking on Alan Morrison Jr., number 1 and number 2 qualifiers, these two. Alan Morrison has had the performance advantage, but that counts for now. Here we go, the final. Al Morrison with a better light. Is he holding on? He has. Yes. A 6.76 whole shot win to a lose out 6.74.
Look at that mile an hour, 230 mile an hour.
Unreal. It's 2:14.
Has anyone been fast?
Good question. I'm not sure.
That is a big mile an hour.
Well, they're coming round the corner, whooping and hollering, and very, very happy indeed. Also, Aswin Lenoble's just come up this end, and I'm not going to say he's inconsolable, but he's not overly overjoyed. Let's put it that way. So Al Morrison took that 6.76 on a whole shot. Yeah. My goodness me. So once again, fellas, I don't know whether I've got time to get a word with him now. He's busy celebrating at the moment, shall we say.
Well, we've got the junior drag bike finalists lined up, but yeah, I think you have got a moment. You can, if you like. Go for it.
No problem. It's all right. It's just Al Morrison just coming over here. Come on and get your lid off, Al. Well, you took that win, a whole shot win. That was 6.76 to a 6.72. Just a fantastic weekend for you.
Textbook. Brilliant. Can't thank the team, Rick, and everyone enough. I'm absolutely buzzing.
Well, the thing is as well, is you're riding at the end of it that won it, mate.
Was it? All right, okay. Well,
I was got to say, on a whole shot, he was 400s quicker, but you beat him.
Was he? Oh, no, mint. Okay.
That makes it... Oh, Daniel, he's got a gift for you. Look at that. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Not again. Daniel's got A bit of oil on him. Oh, no. Well, Daniel's got a broken engine and a runner-up trophy as well. He's now wiping his leg of all the oil. But anyway, Al, yeah, it has been a textbook weekend. Like you said. Oh, my goodness me, yeah. Daniel's bike comes around the corner absolutely steaming. Take a look at that timing ticket. You're going to like that.
Woo! Look at that, Danny.
Right, well, whilst they're having fun at the top end, let's do the junior drag bike final. Alia Lester and Richard Wilcox. 13.06 plays 9.29. You can hear Richard trying everything he do to catch up. And he does. He takes the win there. A 9.37 on a 29 takes it. A 13.12 to lose out 13.06. Back to you, Daryl.
Thank you. Well, no, it's okay. Daniel Lentz, and I've never seen anyone as happy to lose as Daniel Lentz was, to be honest with you. Seems to be taking it rather well, considering he lost on a whole shot and has just destroyed an engine. It's smoking round here at the top end. But, yeah, fantastic races. I'm sure you saw on the live stream as well, Al Morrison Jr. absolutely overjoyed, as he's got every right to be.
Okay, we got one more bike final left, and it is the Super Twin final. They are both lined up behind us. Chris Van Nimmen and Marcus Christensen.
Marcus Christensen, the man who tames the beast. I mean, he makes these bikes look easy to ride, and these are the most evil bikes on the planet, you know.
No, obviously you ride funny bikes, but have you ever ridden a twin?
I have never ridden a twin, but out of the top fuel bikes, I love them all, but these things seem to get knotted up, twisted up. There's so much torque in them that they don't play ball, apart from this one in the left-hand lane here. He goes fast like a pro stock bike. It's unbelievable.
It's a green light drag race, but it is Marcus Christensen pulling away to a 6.22 at 2.24.
Low ET of the event in the final round. That is just how you do it. I tell you what, if anyone's watching around the world, pay attention to Marcus Christensen and his dad, because this is absolutely the way to do it in Super Twin racing. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, Chris went 7.13. Lovely run.
Still a good effort, really good effort. The only thing I just want to say, I'm very, very sorry. I think the reason Al Morrison whooped, he didn't realise it was 230 miles an hour as well.
Huge thanks to Dale Leake.
Super job, guys. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Whenever the bikes run, there is a headset for you here at any time.
Super job. It's been a privilege. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, we move on into Comp Eliminator. The final then. Spencer Tram and Nick Williams. It's a Williams Brothers team matchup here. Spencer, index 11.68. Nick, 9.10. But it is a battle to the finish line. No breakouts. Let's see what happens. They are number 1 and number 2 in the points chase. Oh, Spencer is out in front, but here comes Nick with an 8.22 to take the win there. 11.10 for Spencer Tram. Nick with another cracking run for the Copo Camaro. And it is for VP Lubricants, Nick Williams taking the win there.
Well, he's going to be having a word with Spence, I think, for making him murder his index, but there we go. I'm up the top end with Marcus Christensen, who is doing, I don't know whether you can see on the live stream what he's actually doing. This is what I was talking with you chaps about the other day. The first thing they do is pour water on the clutch just to cool it down, because otherwise it welds itself together. Both him and Chris Van Nimmen are doing exactly the same thing. I will get a word with him.
Yeah, we got Pro Modified coming up, mate. Oh yeah, we can see it now on the live stream. But Pro Modified coming around the corner. It is Bobby Wallace. He's coming into the Kestrel Beer lane. And Jan Eriksson is making his way round into the slick tricks lane. So Nitrous against Supercharged Car, the UK, represented by Bobby, and of course Sweden represented by Jan.
Well, can Bobby Wallace from the UK be the man to snap the 19-round winning streak even, of Jan Eriksson from Sweden? Jan has just been on rails every race day throughout the last, well, more than 12 months now. He won the main event last year, he won the Door Slammers, he won the Door Slammers last week, and he's in the final again of the main event this year. So, good luck to Bobby from the UK against the European champion.
So the burnouts are completed, the more normal burnout this time for Bobby Wallace. Not a huge monstrous one, he doesn't need to do that. And the smaller burnout on his previous run proved the point that he doesn't need to do that. Jan Eriksson though, just setting the right height on the wheelie bars. Same for Annie, who's doing the same thing on Bobby's car. And that's it, the doors close. And it is now down to the crew chiefs to bring him forward. And then hold on tight. The final of FIA Pro Modified. Jan Eriksson's journey to this final, 577, 578, 583. Bobby, my word, what a run he's had. 583 against Dave Vector on a whole shot win. But here they are, lining up now. Jan is in pre-stage. Bobby is in pre-stage as well.
Neither driver wanting to go into stage first.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a psych out here. Jan goes in. Here comes Bobby. Green light drag race. Jan moving around the lane, but Jan's got enough, and he goes 574 at 250 mile an hour for the win. 644, 181 for Bobby Wallace. But it's Jan Eriksson all the way. He had a reaction time advantage. He was 0.95 to 60 foot. And at the 8th, 378 at 199 and heading all the way down to Darrell.
Well, unbelievably, what a win streak that is. That's 20 round wins. I'm just getting Marcus getting undressed here. Sorry, Marcus. Marcus Christensen, Mark, 622 in a great weekend.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Yeah, we have a few clutch issues, but seems like we figured out a bit of it.
Yeah, it didn't show at all. It was just perfect.
It was a really good run. It always feels nice to go here. So
I'm sure that you want to thank that man over there as well.
That's my dad, and he's like no one else. He's the only one I'm gonna race with, and that's amazing that we have this opportunity to go together.
Well, you got the points lead going into Tiepp, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Isn't it nice to see the folks that have been entertaining us the whole time? So, I've got Jan Eriksson, and what did you run? 574 at what?
250.61. We've got top methanol coming under the tower.
No worries. I'll try and get a word with Jan.
Well, the revs seem so high on Silvio Strauch's methanol dragster there. But he's made it into the final. He was your number 4 qualifier, going against the number 3 qualifier in Lynn Floysvik. Pretty good final lining up here. Silvio went 551 in his semi-final. Lynn went 554 at 262, her personal best. And don't forget, there is that there is that tree advantage, if you like, for Lynn. 0.22. So the funny car will be leaving first, or I should say the tree on her side will run first. You never know, if she pulls a bad line, it all change. Your final in top methanol then. The Mustang funny car, and of course the blown dragster. Both inching up to the line now. Sylvia goes into pre-stage. Lynn is there as well. Right, okay. Build up the revs into forward into stage. Fabulous race. It looks like Lynn's got a nose out in front, and she keeps it there. 5:51 at 259 miles an hour. Sylvia with a 5:44, 262, but an 0.5 light for Lynn. And she takes that by 0.2 at the stride.
That was 5:51, but I'm up at the top end with a very happy. It's all right, celebrate with your team, sir. But Jan Eriksson, from a bit of despair yesterday to the win again. That is 20 straight rounds of racing at Santa Pod undefeated.
That's. I hope will be more.
I don't think anybody else does, but yeah, the final round, 5:74, 250 again.
That's good. That's really good because it smells like popcorn in my car. I burned my gearbox, so it feels great. Yeah. What can I say?
What's everybody going to have to do to beat you?
Go faster.
Run in the 60s, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
It's quite easy. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. But, from all of us here, congratulations. We really enjoy watching you race all the time. I can't put into words how amazing it is to win 20 straight rounds of racing. That's unbelievable.
It's so many, maybe, yeah. Okay.
Door slammers last year.
Yes.
4, main event.
Yeah.
European finals, 4, that's 12.
Yeah.
Door slammers last week, 4, 16.
Yeah. That's good. It feels so nice.
Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Jan Eriksson, everybody.
What a team. What a car, what a driver.
And we're going to have one very, very happy Lynn Floysvik up the top end. That was a great race as well, by the sounds of it.
Oh, it was a cracker.
Yeah, and I'm sure Sylvia will be happy as well with a
5:44. Yeah. Right, it is the final of Nostalgia Funny Car. And you Fast Freddy fans, do not go anywhere. He is in the lanes as well for a time trial run. So Nostalgia Funny Car, it is, of course, Tim Garlick with Apache and Tony Betts with the Venom.
Both drivers with very different routines. That's why Tim Garlick has waited so long to do his burnout. Oh, unfortunately, Tim Garlick has been told to shut the car off. It will be a solo for Tony Betts.
Both shut off.
Yeah, very peculiar. I can see the track spotters getting ready to have a look at the track.
It must be something after the previous final, but I'm up the top end with an unbelievably happy Lynn Floysvik. Finally, everybody at home gets to see just how amazing you are. That was absolutely amazing. 5:51 and your first ever FIA event win.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, well, you had a really good day Saturday, not such a good day yesterday, but this must be brilliant.
Yeah. Oh, this is unbelievable. Like two new personal bests today, and
I'm sure your team are very happy too.
Yes, they've been working so hard, and it's very, very fun.
I'll let you go and celebrate with them, but well done again.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Thank you very much, Lynn. Back to you guys.
God, talk about a happy young lady. My word.
You didn't see her before the crew got here, but there we go. No, anyway, she's got every right to be happy. Like I said, just to get here takes them 2 days from the west coast of Norway, and to come all that way and take the event win is just magic. And it's her first ever event win as well, and she's just run her quickest ever elapsed time. So you can't you're not really. It's going to take a lot to top that one.
Well, actually, the teams were advised to shut off because the tractor has just gone out into the slick tricks lane. Maybe the spotters have spotted something. Yeah, both Nostalgia Funny cars actually shut off. Top Fuel have made it into the pairing lanes, and as I said to you, all you fast Freddie Fagerstrom fans, Freddie has come down into the lanes as well for a pass, so we look forward to that. But yeah, we're going to be down just for a few moments. We still got Nostalgia Funny Car Final and Top Fuel to run, and then of course we've got the rest of our sportsman classes as well. Be back with you very shortly, but in the meantime, Nitro FM just going to take the airways back with you as soon as engines fire once again. Drag race, but it is Marcus Christensen pulling away to a 6:22 at 2:24.
Low ET of the event in the final round. That is just...
Well, Spencer is out in front, but here comes Nick with an 8:22 to take the win there. 11:10 for Spencer Tram. Nick with another cracking run for the coach as well.
Neither driver wanting to go into stage first.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a psych out here. Jan goes in. Here comes Bobby. Green light drag race. Jan moving around the lane, but Jan's got enough, and he goes 5:74 at 250 mile an hour for the win. 6:44, 181 for Bobby Wallace. There as well, right, okay. Build up the revs into forward into stage. Fabulous race. It looks like Lynn's got a nose out in front, and she keeps it there. 5:51 at 259 miles an hour. Sylvia with a 5:44, 262. But them put way too much power in. It's going to be Neil Midgley that's going to take the win. A 727, 149 against a 774, 169. They both put everything in.
Yeah,
it looks like they both put too much in. And of course, the big trophy. Oh, double jeopardy. Aswin Lenoble goes red, hands the win to Bertrand Maurice, whose bike died about, 5 foot off the line?
I don't think he knows he's even won it.
No, he doesn't. He's coming off the bike, cursing it, but he's actually won because Aswin went red. It's a green light drag race, but it is Marcus Christensen pulling away to a 6:22 at 2:24.
Low ET of the event in the final round. That is just how you do it. I tell you what, if anyone...
Yeah, so expect 2 shorter burnouts this time. Well, a little bit shorter.
No, it's definitely shorter.
Yeah, so as I said before, 2 very different routines with these cars. So that's why you'll see Venom do his burnout first, and then Apache will roll forwards to his burnout second.
Yeah, much shorter burnout for Tim that time.
So there's for a spot on the top step of the podium. Your number 1 and 2 qualifier. Tim Garlick with Apache, bringing himself up to the line, instructed by the crew chief. Tony Betts up to the blue line now.
Both crews willing the cars on. This is very tight at the stripe, but it is a 6:11 for Tim Garlick, a whole shot win. Tony Betts goes 6:08 at 2:29. What a final that was. 6:11 takes the win over a 6:08. Tim Garlick, bizarrely one of his slower runs of the weekend.
Yeah.
But what a great final that was. Win margin 0-6 at the stripe.
So, who actually took the win, fellas? Sorry,
Tim Garlick.
Tim Garlick did take the win on a whole shot,
Yeah.
was that, yeah? Wow, well, it looked like a really, really good race. Tim Garlick's actually gone off at the other exit, so we're not going to get him, but I'm sure I'll be able to get a word with a very happy Tony Betts.
Yeah, unbelievable. Considering all the issues Tony was having at the start of the season with his brand new combination.
Yeah, he's got an Uncle John tune up in there. They do go quick. They do go quick.
All right, well, the next fight. Give them a cheer as they go to retrieve Tim Garlick from the top end there. And, of course, the Venom team, 6:08 in the final. Although it's a losing effort, they won't care. The car ran superbly. Right, next up, it is, of course, FIA Top Fuel Dragster Final. Suzanne Callin for Slick Tricks. And, of course, for Santapod Raceway. And Ida Zetterstrom for Comcams, Maestro and AX, KW and Edelbrock. The ladies have been strapped in the car for a little while, and I can just see Laurie Bamford, crew chief, for Suzanne reaching in and just giving those belts a final tug to just get those harnesses as tight as they possibly can. Suzanne feels at one with the car. Ida already fully strapped in. And of course, Suzanne, European speed record holder at 320 miles an hour until Ida came round. It went 377 at 321 miles an hour in the semi-final against India Erbach to take the ET and speed record in one go. So it set up a fantastic final here as the engines fire. Fair to say there's been a few parts that have been consumed over the course of the weekend for both teams. A set of rear tyres for Suzanne. Did an engine earlier on today as well. But they're still here, they're still running. So let's not forget, Suzanne has won the last 2 events that she competed at. Of course, and of course, the European finals here at Santapod last September. Can she go 3 for 3 and continue that streak? Or is Ida Zetterström going to use that performance that she's got in that car, the only car in Europe to run 3.7, and she's done it not once, but now twice. Well, the burnouts are completed for both cars. So it's going to be Ida. She is in the Slick Tricks lane. Suzanne is in the Kestrel beer lane. It's all down just to the final adjustments from the crew chiefs, and then they'll hand the cars over in effect to the drivers. Okay. Crew chiefs now walk away. And it is down to the drivers. We roll forward into pre-stage then. Ida is there. Suzanne is there. They just need to go into stage and then hold on tight, folks. It's going to be the final. This is Ida all the way to a 3.80 at 311 miles an hour. Suzanne off the line. Didn't really move at all, really. 130 to 60 foot, but 0.83 for Ida Zetterström. She was 284 mile an hour, 304 at the 8th, and 380 at the stripe.
380. What was the speed, Cole?
311.
Wow. Well, I've just seen a pensioner being mugged up the top end. Tony Betts and the team. Tony, I did have a quick word with Tony before Ida comes around the corner, but Tony Betts, I mean, I tell you what, I've never seen someone so happy to lose an old shot.
No, he deserves it. Tim's been trying for so long, and like he's stuck with it. We've now got a car that can actually compete with him. Paul done a fantastic job today. We're just looking forward to the future, you know. Yesterday we was on a downer, obviously. We've had so many little niggly problems. But we've had John Wright tune the car, and we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Well, I was going to say, you did outrun him that time for the first time ever, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I must have raced Tim 30 times, and he's beat me every time. So look out to him. We're coming.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done, mate. It was fantastic to see, and I'll be honest with you, it's an absolute privilege to be up here with you lot, because that's what it's all about.
That shows it, doesn't it?
The fact they mugged a pensioner, like I said, it's just beyond it, isn't it?
You're getting close. You're getting close.
So I know, I'm catching you up, mate. I'll catch you. Thank you very much, Tony Betts, everybody. Seriously, it was you know, like they do with the Collitters win.
Oh, yeah, mosh pit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Tony underneath.
All right.
There we go. Anyway, so I'm just waiting for Ida. Hasn't actually come round the corner. I can only presume she stopped on the racetrack for now.
Let's have a look. Yeah, she's sort of between second and third exits.
I mean, she'll be here then.
Yeah, couldn't actually see that. But don't go anywhere, folks. Freddie Fagerström, as I mentioned earlier, is in the lanes, and he'll be putting a pass in very shortly. I'd imagine he's going to run very shortly indeed. But So good to see the live stream of the interviews at the top end as well. So you guys and girls at home, very, very fortunate indeed. Right, we've got loads of sportsman racing to come, and of course, Fast Freddy. He's in the lanes, just waiting for the signal.
Yeah, so if you just left the bank of the grandstands, turn around, come back. We've got Fast Freddy.
Oh dear, as we were talking on earlier on, it is incredible how quickly Freddie can turn this thing around. When he had, we had an event that was going so well, we were running out of cars, and Freddie thought, oh, I've got to have a run, and I'm going to have another run, and he kept hot lapping. And we actually lost count how many runs he did. It must have been 4 or 5 in very quick order indeed.
Yeah, and it was actually in the time Brian Pateman hit one final, turned the car around and ran the other final. Fast Freddy did 4 runs.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
So, what's up next, fellas?
Well, we're hoping it's Freddie.
Okay. Is he nearly ready? Well, I'm going to try and catch a word with your top fuel winner at the main event. The first time in England, you can get out the car or you can stay there, whatever's easier, Ryder. But a 380 over 310 miles an hour again. Your first event win here at Santa Pod.
Yeah, it feels really good. And when I came into this event, I hadn't been over 301 miles per hour. So I really wanted to run some bigger miles per hour and also go over, 500 kilometers an hour. And this weekend had just been amazing for us.
It really has.
Struggled coming in and then just, both ends of a European record, and it's fantastic. Do you know that today is exactly on the day, a year ago, that we ran the first 70 and set the European record? Exactly on the day.
It was, and this year you reset your own European record. Well, both ends of it, ET and speed. How good are your team and Runa?
Oh, they're amazing. I mean, and since we've been struggling and everybody just kept their head down, just worked everything out, nobody complains, everybody just pulls together as a team, and this is the result. So I couldn't be more happy.
Well, Top Fuel really does, as I said yesterday, kick your ass, doesn't it? Sometimes the highs are really high, the lows are really lows. But enjoy this one, because this one will live for a long time.
Thank you. We sure will.
Ida Zetterstrom, everybody, for Edelbrock, KW Parts, mstrand.ax, and everybody from Orlando. First Top Fuel win here at Santa Pod. As you can see, she's absolutely delighted. There we go.
What a cracking interview that is, to have your Top Fuel winner sitting in the car, smiling, chatting to Daryl, and the serenity of the top end, where he just got the trees and the breeze at the top end that we can see. Yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic.
Did you notice, even though the crew won, they didn't stop working?
No, they're
still on it. Yeah, exactly. Come on, take 2 minutes off. You deserve it. You deserve a couple of minutes. All of you deserve a... Yeah, sorry about that. We're apparently beerless, which is not going down well at the moment. Sorry about that.
Oh dear, don't you just love it?
Well, just looking at Edith's tyre tracks, she dropped a cylinder on one of the banks later on down the run. In fact, it was actually catching fire quite a bit. But you can see her tyre tracks, they drift over towards the centre line quite a lot and then very rapidly back towards the wall. That was expertly driven by Ida.
She knows how to drive, that's for sure. Well, we're just looking into the lanes. Looks like the track's ready. We're just... waiting to see who's coming around the corner next. Really good to see, actually. We're still getting the live stream pictures from the top end. And Ida's got out of the car, and she's helped wrap the parachutes around the rear wing of the car. She's still on the rear slick. And that's part of getting the car back to the pits. You can't drag the parachutes behind the car back to the pits. Got to wrap them around the rear wing. It's the only place to do it. But yeah, it looks like we've got loads of sports and races in the lanes now. We've still got Super Pro semi-final, we've got Junior Dragster semi-final, Pro ET semi-final, Street Eliminator semi-final, Super Comp semi-final, and of course Super Gas. Actually quarter-final for Super Gas. So yeah, fair bit of racing still to come for that lot.
Yeah, not too sure what the delay is. Fast Freddy seems to be in his car, all strapped in and ready to go. His crew actually looks bored, waiting. Yeah, as Colin said, I can see Super Gas down there. I can see Pro ET. I can see Junior Dragster. I can also see some of the cars being called forwards. I think it will be Supergas running first. Okay, so we've just had the word through. Fast Freddy will be running after Supergas.
Yeah, the pure reason is Supergas are only at quarter-final, so we're going to get Supergas through and then Freddie Fagerstrom.
And it will be the 2 cars without throttle stops. This is a pick-and-choose-me race, because both of these guys, well, it's not a guess, but they have to lift at the top end to run the 990 number.
Wayne Hiscock, Mark Huxley. This, as you say, this is a tricky one because they haven't got a car to reference against because neither of them are going against a car that has a throttle stop and then goes flying up.
Well, I've just noticed the back windows of the cars. Mark Huxley's car says 9.90, please. And then Wayne's has got an arrow pointing to Mark saying, yeah, me too.
I like that. I like it. That's good. Well, they're both away with green lights.
Well, they're both lifting and coasting over the line.
Oh, it's on a whole shot. 10.02 to lose at 9.96. The win margin, 0.15. Oh, so close, but it is Mark Huxley that is into the semis. Right, Stu Doyney and Andy Dibley. Andy Dibley, your #1 qualifier. That means nothing anymore because the whole field was covered by 300s. Going alongside Stu Doyney. Big throttle stops.
A little bit of a move for Andy Dibley around the 8th mile. He seems to have his nose in front and going over the line.
Dibs breaks out. It is Stu Doyney that is into the semis and he gets a bye into the finals. He's back. The multiple champion of Stu Doyney. Once you start giving him a race car that works, watch out. He was 0.2 off the line compared to Dibs 0.6. Dibs electing to take the stripe there. Mind you, only a 9.97 for Stu, but it was enough. Right, Pete Creswell on a bye run here. He's going to be racing Mark Huxley in the semis.
Yeah, he's just elected to take the green and drive it up the track. Well, that will help him around with the turnaround times. So he goes through with a 12.73.
Yeah. Oh, a straight burnout for John Tebenham.
Well, he's parked it a bit wonky.
Oh, we had to do that at the end. Yeah, but he actually came out the whole straight. I was quite surprised with that.
He's also changed his dialing. He's been dialing 890 pretty much all weekend. He's changed it to an 889 on this one. Of course, we've got Chris Parker with us in the tower.
Yeah, I'm back where we've got that dragster versus Doorcast thing twice again.
Yeah.
So, no, go on.
Multiple champion then, Scott Hauser, qualified #3. John Tebenham qualified #12, but then they did have 8 or 9 goes at it.
Yeah, John Tebenham sort of the giant killer this weekend, taking out Barry Giles, Stu Morris, Nick Good. Scott Hauser's been absolutely on form. He ran 7.29 with a 1 in the last round.
Well, it's a green light drag race.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens at the stripe. It's tight. It is. Oh my word. Scott Hauser, 7.29 with a 1 on a 7.29 dial. John Tebenham, 8.90 on an 8.89 dial. 100th reaction time advantage, the win margin, 0.3 at the stripe. And it is Scott into the final.
Well, the one run, John Tebenham changed his dialing from 8.90. He ran an 8.90. I don't actually think that was winnable.
It would have been enough,
And it
actually.
wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah. Right, Joe and Brian. Well, two of the best, basically.
Yeah, both have been on form this weekend. Joe Kellett is running a throttle stop, so that car can go way quicker than an 8.90. It's running to the 7s. So, unbelievably, he is the slower yet faster car of the two. So what you'll see is Joe will launch first, Brian will launch second. They'll meet each other around 330 foot, and then they'll tram them up the track next to each other. So Brian goes in, Joe goes in. Brian pulls aside Joe as Joe's throttle stop comes off. They are side by side going over the stripe. Oh wow.
What a race. Joe Kellett, 8.905 on an 890 dial. It was a breakout for Brian Pateman, 830 on an 835. Again, I don't think that was winnable for Brian. An 07 light compared to an 01 for Joe. And so it's the two dragsters, Chris, that have gone into the final.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm saying nothing. I still think they're pretty easy.
Oh dear. Right, you race fans, you lucky people. Look who's coming round the corner. It is, of course, fast Freddie Fagerström. Long burnout expected. And long burnout delivered. All the way to, what, about 250, 300 foot there.
That was his shortest burnout of the weekend.
That was a shorter one,
yeah.
but it's still longer than most others.
Of course, it's not just the burnout that's the spectacle with Freddie, it's how fast he comes back.
But then if he does a shorter burnout, perhaps he can do another run afterwards. You never know.
I think he's probably putting his endurance fuel tank in it for...
Yeah. So Freddie ran 6 O's in qualifying over the course of the weekend. He has run this truck into the 5s, but he hasn't had a 5 here at Santa Pod. That's the only thing missing from his repertoire as such, a 5 at the pod. Conditions are pretty good. The air is probably getting better as we go from afternoon into evening. He's still got a tailwind. The track is pretty much holding everything. What has Fast Freddie got for us here on a time trial run? .98 to 60 foot, 401 at the 8th, and that's a 611 at 233 miles an hour at the stripe. Oh, so good to have Freddie back at the pod. 611 233 on that run. Pro ET semi-finals. Laura Bainton and young Tom Kay. So we've got 2 dragsters against 2 door cars in the semis. We've got 2 ladies and 2 gents. But we're only going to get 2 cars into the final. 2 of them are going to be on the trailer after this one. And neither of them want to be leaving here in the semis. Laura Bainton dialing in 10.19. That's a stout dial-in for the Capri. Tom Kay, 993.
Yeah, that's one of the quickest dial-ins he's done in for a long time.
There goes Freddie Fagerström's crew. Give them a cheer. They are legends. Going to pick Freddie up from the top end. Tom Kay goes into stage. There goes Laura. Oh, Tom Kay goes red. Oh, it was a 001 red. Laura Bainton a little bit late off the line, but it doesn't matter. She's through the final. Goes 10.22 on that 19 dial. Tom Kay also broke out 9.92. So Laura Bainton into the final. But is it going to be another door car? Is it going to be another lady in the shape of Kirsty Tram? Or is Sean Law going to have this epic weekend continue? And will he take a spot in the final? The dial-ins, 11.76, plays 9.03. Sean has got to be real patient.
Well, what a way to make a debut in a class, taking it all the way to the semi-finals, and could still go further.
Yeah. So both into pre-stage. Kirsty goes in. There goes Sean. Green for Kirsty. Green for Sean. What a race.
You could hear Chris's reaction in the background there.
And it is Kirsty Tram with a 78 on a 76 dial-in. And they were both 0-1 on the tree. Outstanding. But Kirsty Tram and Laura Bainton are your finalists in Pro ET. Sean Law, 9.09. What a weekend for him. An 0-1 light. Great stuff. But Kirsty Tram is through.
We're moving on then to Street Eliminator. These are the quickest and fastest street cars we have to offer. We have the fastest in the left-hand lane. That is Mark Sheridan. 207 mile an hour he went. Ugly Sister's been down into the 7.3s, gone 6s before. Bumping the cars into stage. Ugly Sister is away. And the boost comes in for Mark Sheridan. He's going to be chasing Andy Bond down. It's a lot closer than I thought it would be. Look at that, 771 at 204 mile an hour for Mark Sheridan, but a 747 at 203 takes the win. That's Andy Bond.
I think, I'm not 100% certain, but I think that's the first time that Mark Sheridan has run a 7 at 200 plus. He's done 200 plus before, he's done a 7 before, but it's the first time he's put both together. But 747, 203 for Andy Bond, and he goes into the final. Al Mack on a solo into the final here. All he needs to do is to break the beams, but well done to Mark Sheridan. Just looking at that, 158 mile an hour at the 8th for Mark, 159 for Andy, 204 at the stripe for Mark, 203 at the stripe for Andy. But just a little bit of concern in the Kestrel lane. Just having a look at what... Yeah, there's just a little bit of Billy's going down there.
Well, looking at the short numbers, Mark Sheridan lost a 1/10 of a second at the 60 foot. And that's the difference.
But Mark had been running like 1.7s to 60 foot. He's got it down to 1.48. They're starting to unlock the potential of that car. They really are. And the only way you're going to discover or get the car to work is by constantly running it. And it's starting to come good. 771, I believe that's a PB. And as I say, over 200 miles an hour. I think what they're going to do with Al Mack is run him in the slick tricks lane.
Yeah, that usually means he's just going to take the stripe if they are switching lanes, so he can still run.
What you could do, he's got the sunroof open, so it allows the burnout smoke, but you can actually see all the cage work in there as well. If you look down on Al as he comes through, there's a lot of tube work in there.
I just like the way he's got all of that engine and R&D in the car, but he's left the sunroof on a hand crank.
That's just the coolest way of letting the burnout smoke out, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, it doesn't need to open the doors, just opens the sunroof instead.
So the Evolution twin turboed. You'll be seeing a lot of the Street Eliminator cars in 3 weeks' time when they have entered into Street Weekend. 71 entries when the Santa Pod were hoping to get 16. That was amazing.
Okay, so he hasn't just taken the green.
That was a 118 60 foot, and I thought, oh, hang on a minute, he's going for it here, but no. Does the sensible thing. He knows what the car will take. off the line. So now he's going to get it back to the pits and just prep it for the final against Andy Bond. Well, we only got 3 classes to go for semi-final: Junior Dragster, Super Comp and Super Gas. It's going to be a lot of hard work for Stu Doyney as he's in both semi-finals, and one of them he's got a bye into the final. The other one he's got a race.
Yeah, just a 118 60 foot is incredible, considering Andy Bond just did a 13 60 foot.
Yeah.
Well,
Goes to show they're on it, doesn't it?
Oh, indeed, yeah. I'm just looking down into the lanes. I can see the Giles and Hartley Dragster. They're all getting ready.
Yeah, I think they're going to come out for a time trial run.
Yeah, I can see Junior Dragster down there as well, Liam McDonald. Just a little bit of a sweep and a prep in the Kestrel beer lane.
Well, it is Junior Dragster up next, and of course it's that all-important number 1 versus number 2 in the points chase. Coming into this meeting, I need to keep adding that, coming into this meeting, because obviously you need to factor in qualifying points, and obviously round wins, they're equal on that at the moment, but I think Liam is still going to hold on to the points lead if even if he goes out here. Yes, he will, because they qualified. I think Liam qualified higher up, actually. Yeah, Liam qualified number 4. Luke qualified number 10. The other side of the ladder, Damien Redshaw against Ada Cassisi. Ada qualified 15th, but as I say, if she could win, then she'll close the points gap on one of them. Not on both, but only on one of them. So it's all to play for in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Let's have a look at the other semi-finals still to come round. Super Comp, you've got Martin Kirbishley in the Paul Marston Racing Dragster, going alongside Stu Doyney in the Roadster. And then on the other side of the ladder, Leah Kellett taking on Simon Fulton. Now, again, Leah Kellett, if she wins, she goes into the final. Joe is already in the final of Super Pro. So it's going to be hot lap in that car. Well, here we go then. Junior Dragster, semi-final, number 1. Liam McDonald and Luke Mugridge. Boy, oh boy, they both want this one.
Yeah, 2 of these drivers are, well, 2 of the best. Luke Mugridge was fighting all year for the championship last year. He didn't come out on top, unfortunately. So he's flying the number 2 on the car, but Liam McDonald is currently leading 3 championships at the minute. Obviously coming into this event.
He's still going to be leading 3 leads here.
So Luke Mugridge, 795 dialing for him in the Kestrel beer lane, and 8 flat for Liam McDonald in the Slicktrix lane. Flying the flag of Ireland.
He always does.
Of course, Sister Gabby here this weekend as well. Back over from the United States. She's bringing him up to the blue line. Luke Mugridge is already there. He's creeping forwards. Expect to hear quite a lot of throttle wax at the top end. Both these drivers love driving the top end.
All right, they're both in stage. The tree runs. Oh, Liam goes red by 003. Luke was late, a 0.2. But it's enough for Luke Mugridge. He takes the win. Oh, I'm gutted for Liam, but there was a 003 red. So Luke now can try and close that gap as much as he can in that all-important title points chase. Ada Cassisi, can she make her 2nd final of the year? Stopping her or trying to prevent her is Damien Redshaw. And it just goes to show, although qualifying is important for points, if this is number 15 and number 29 that have made it through to the semi-finals.
So Steve bringing up Ada to the blue line. Damien's mum Tracy bringing him to the line. 9.10 takes 9.92. The light counts down. Ada's going to go first. She does go green. Damien goes green as well.
Well, Damien going to do all he can to try and catch Ada Cassisi.
Ada's a long way out in front.
And Ada is into the final at 10.02 to a lose-out 9.17. In effect, a whole shot win. She was 0.9 off the line and a 0.27 for Damien. So it is Ada Cassisi, her second final of the year. Can she take the winner's trophy home this time? We'll find out when the Junior Dragster final runs a little bit later on. So number 2 and number 3 in the points are in the final. Makes it all very, very interesting indeed.
Well, Ada's currently gone to more finals than I've ever been to in my career, and she's only junior modified.
Okay, well, the lanes are going to get quite quiet now, actually, as we are all classes bar Super Gas and Super Comp are into finals, and we generally try and run the finals together, but we still need to run the semi-finals of Gas and Comp. So you'll find 1 or 2 cars coming down to put in time trial runs. This is the Giles and Hartley Dragster.
Piloted by Daniel Giles this weekend. Father Barry was driving another small fortune. And in fact, he drove it into the 5-second zone at well over 200 mile an hour. But this car goes deep into the 7s, usually around the 7.2 second mark at the higher end of 170 mile an hour.
I'm guessing this just is a checkout pass, because I noticed as Daniel left last time, it looked like he double-stepped it. Now, I know Daniel, and that's highly unlikely. And I think the Cardiff are a bit of a cop.
Yeah.
And I think they just want to check it out, make sure that everything is okay with the car.
Well, interestingly, they've dialed the car in to a 7.31. These teams are very intricate with the way they do their routines. They do the exact same thing every time.
They're great because you know they always back up slowly.
Yep.
Incredibly slowly. They like to build heat in the motor. It does take a while with this motor. But the thing is, because they do it the same every time, it's just not a problem. Everybody knows what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and you just wait and let them go. When Daniel gets to the end of his burnout, and then you can think about it.
Yeah.
As soon as he starts, usually just knocks it into reverse. Was when I used to go, yeah, I can head up there now.
So the Giles and Hartley team giving Daniel good luck for his time trial. Sister Rachel bringing the car, well, guiding Daniel to the blue line. Of course, she used to race herself in Junior Dragster. So did Dan.
And let's watch this just after launch, and hopefully it will just run nice and smooth with no little jump.
Yeah, that's much better. Still makes its characteristic move at the 8th mile, but 7.34 at 181 mile an hour. That's one of the fastest speeds I've seen them do.
Right, we're just in the process of gathering semi-finalists, and there will be a little pause in proceedings, so what we'll do, we'll hand the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when cars come round the corner. corner. It is, of course, fast Freddie Fagerström. A long burnout expected. And long burnout delivered. All the way to, what about 2? Okay, we continue then, and this is semi-finals for Super Gas. And it's Mark Huxley going to be taking on Pete Cresswell. The other side of the ladder is a bye for Stu Doiney. He's just appeared in the lanes, and he will basically just break the beams and then reverse back, because he's also in the semi-finals of Super Comp.
Which are already in the lanes.
Yeah. So Pete Cresswell then, and Mark Huxley. Mark Huxley is one of 3 drivers left in eliminations, and he was bottom qualifier, 17th. Only 300ths of number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, qualifying doesn't
That's
actually
how
mean
tight
anything anymore
it
when it's that close.
No, it's ridiculously close. That could be difference on the tree in some of the quick races. All right, let's see what happens then. 990 is your Super Gas Index. They both know how to do it, but let's see who does a better job of it.
Whoa, you see them reaction times?
Yeah, but we can't tell them yet.
I can hear Mark Feather and I can hear Pete Cresswell on the throttle. Whoa.
Pete Cresswell takes that 996 to lose that 1009. It was a 01 light for Pete Cresswell, but it was a 003 for Mark Huxley. But it is Pete Cresswell back into the finals once again. It's been a while since we last saw him there, but well done. So there we go. Stu Doiney does exactly what he needed to do. He just breaks the beams and now pushes back because he is in semi-finals of Super Comp. And exactly what I thought would happen is happening. Martin Kirbishley is coming around the corner to race Stu Doiney, so Stu doesn't even need to switch his engine off. He's now going to do the burnout and get ready for his run against Martin Kirbishley. So Stu Doiney is in 1 final. Can he make it 2 out of 2? This is like winding the clocks back 4 years when Stu Doiney was doing it all the time. Thing is though, Stu couldn't have done that if he had an opponent in the other lane in that semi-final, but it's just the way the ladder worked out. Well, Stu Doiney's previous car, the Vauxhall, made its way over to Iceland in the end, and has a good life out there, shall we say. But now, Stu, with this Roadster, really enjoying it. And doing very well indeed. Can he make it 2 finals out of 2? In his way, Martin Kirbishley, all the way from Cornwall.
Well, that was a huge wheel stand from Stu Doiney over towards the wall. I think Martin Kirbishley goes in front.
Oh, Stu Doiney, 2 for 2, 890 at 152 against a loser, 892 at 153. He was 0-3 off the line. Ah, dear, Stu Doiney in 2 finals.
Oh no, he's back, isn't he?
He's back. It didn't take him long, did it? Oh my word. Goodness me. I mean, considering he was all over the shop, 890 with 5. He's good, that boy. Right, who's he going to be racing? It's going to be Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon. Bizarrely, Simon Fulton drove that Roadster earlier on. And he goes, oh, no, I can't get on with this. because he borrowed it from his brother Dave. Dave sold it for Stu Doyney, and now Stu's taking it to the final. And if Simon wins this against a tough opponent of Leah Kellett, Simon is going to race the car that he used to drive earlier on this year. Oh boy, the irony. But anyway, let's see what happens. A green light drag race.
Yeah, that was a long old time between the cars going into stage. Obviously, there is an auto start, so... Oh, Lee's taking a big old wander.
Wiggle. Oh, what a race. 8.94 for Leah Kellett. She was late off the line with an 08 compared to Simon Fulton's 01. But 9.11 for Simon Fulton. Not good enough. 8.94 for Leah Kellett. So that sets all the finals. We have actually just got 6 races left for the day. And then we are done. The lanes are empty. And what we'll do is we'll get all of our finalists together and then we'll probably run them en masse. Apart from Super Gas and Super Comp, because obviously you've got Stu Doyney in both of them. Nitro FM 96.2, if you could take the airways over once again. We'll be back with the Sportsman Finals when we have them down here. It is, of course, Fast Freddie Fagerström. A long burnout expected. And long burnout delivered. All the way to, what, about 250, 300 foot there.
That was his shortest burnout of the weekend.
That was a shorter one,
yeah.
But it's still longer than most others.
Of course, it's not just the burnout that's the spectacle with Freddie, it's how fast he comes back.
But then if he does a shorter burnout, perhaps he can do another run afterwards. You never know.
I think he's probably putting his endurance fuel tank in it for...
Yeah. So Freddie ran 6 O's in qualifying over the course of the weekend. He has run this truck into the 5s, but he hasn't had a 5 here at Sandpod. It's the only thing missing from his repertoire as such. A 5 at the pod. Conditions are pretty good. The air is probably getting better as we go from afternoon into evening. He's still got a tailwind. The track is pretty much holding everything. What has Fast Freddie got for us here on a time trial run? .98 to 60 foot, 401 at the 8th, and that's a 6:11 at 233 miles an hour at the stripe. Oh, so good to have. Both of them put way too much power in. It's going to be Neil Midgley that's going to take the win. A 727, 149 against a 774, 169. They both put everything in.
Yeah,
it looks like they both put too much in. And of course, the big trophy. Oh, double jeopardy. Aswin Lenoble goes red, hands the win to Bertrand Maurice, whose bike died about, what, 5 foot off the line?
I don't think he knows he's even won it.
No, he doesn't. He's coming off the bike, cursing it, but he's actually won because Aswin went red. It's a green light drag race, but it is Marcus Christensen pulling away to a 6:22 at 2:24.
Low ET of the event in the final round. That is just...
Oh, Spencer is out in front, but here comes Nick with an 8:22 to take the win there. 11:10 for Spencer Tram. Nick with another cracking run for the coach as well.
Neither driver wanting to go into stage first.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a psych out here. Jan goes in. Here comes Bobby. Green light drag race. Jan moving around the lane, but Jan's got enough, and he goes 5:74 at 250 mile an hour for the win. 6:44, 181 for Bobby Wallace there as well. Right, okay, build up the revs into forward into stage. Fabulous race. It looks like Lynn's got a nose out in front, and she keeps it there. 5:51 at 259 miles an hour. Sylvia with a 5:44. Suzanne is there. They just need to go into stage and then hold on tight, folks. It's going to be the final. This is Ida all the way to a 3.80 at 311 miles an hour. Suzanne off the line. Didn't really move at all, really. 130 to 60 foot, but 0.83 for Ida Zetterstrom.
Event, the first time in England. You can get out the car or you can stay there, whatever's easier, Ryder. But a 380 over 310 miles an hour again. Your first event win here at Sansepod.
Yeah, it feels really good. And when I came into this event, I hadn't been over 301 miles per hour. So I really wanted to run some bigger miles per hour and also go over, 500 kilometers an hour. And this weekend had just been amazing for us.
It really has.
Struggled coming in and then just, both ends of a European record, and it's fantastic. Do you know that today is exactly on the day a year ago that we ran the first 70 and set the European record? Exactly on the day.
It was, and this year you reset your own European record. Well, both ends of it, ET and speed. How good are your team and Runa?
Oh, they're amazing. I mean, and since we've been struggling and everybody just kept their head down, just worked everything out, hadn't, you know, nobody complains, everybody just pulls together as a team, and this is the result. So I couldn't be more happy.
Well, Top Fuel really does, as I said yesterday, kick your ass, doesn't it? Sometimes the highs are really high, the lows are really lows, but enjoy this one because this one will live for a long time.
Thank you, we sure will.
Ida Zetterstrom, everybody, for Edelbrock, KW Parts, mstrand.ax, and everybody from Orlando. First Top Fuel win here at Santa Bod. As you can see, she's absolutely delighted. There we go.
What a cracking interview that is, to have your Top Fuel winner sitting in the car, smiling, chatting to Daryl, and the serenity of the top end where you just got the trees and the breeze at the top end that we can see. Yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic.
Did you notice, even though the crew won, they didn't stop working?
No, they're
still on it. Yeah, exactly. Come on, take 2 minutes off. You deserve it. You deserve a couple of minutes. All of you deserve a... Yeah, sorry about that. We're apparently beerless, which is not going down well at the moment. Sorry about that.
Oh dear, don't you just love it?
Well, just looking at Ida's tyre tracks, she dropped a cylinder on one of the banks later on down the run. In fact, it was actually catching fire quite a bit. But you can see her tyre tracks. They drift over towards the centre line quite a lot and then very rapidly back towards the wall. That was expertly driven by Ida.
She knows how to drive, that's for sure. Well, we're just looking into the lanes. Looks like the track's ready. We're just waiting to see who's coming around the corner next. Really good to see, actually. We're still getting the live stream pictures from the top end. And Ida's got out of the car, and she's helped wrap the parachutes around the rear wing of the car. She's still on the rear slick. And that's part of getting the car back to the pits. You can't drag the parachutes behind the car back to the pits. Got to wrap them around the rear wing. It's the only place to do it. But yeah, it looks like we've got loads of sports and races in the lanes now. We've still got Super Pro semi-final. We've got Junior Dragster semi-final, Pro ET semi-final, Street Eliminator semi-final, Super Comp semi-final, and of course Super Gas. Actually, quarter-final for Super Gas. So yeah, fair bit of racing still to come for that lot. Okay, here they come. The finalists in Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. It's Andy Bond and Al Mack. 2 7-second cars this weekend, although Andy has been in the 6s before. But Al Mack on his semi-final run did a 60-foot that we went, wow. He's going to need all of that, though, to get past Andy Bond. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, no doubt Andy Bond would have turned the wick up a little bit for the final.
Well, let's not forget Andy Bond was your winner last weekend here at Door Slammers. Is he going to continue? A bit like Jan Eriksson did. He doubled up from winning at Door Slammers, then winning his class here this weekend. But see if Andy Bond can go 2 for 2 as well. Al Mack, though, is a tough competitor. And he will try to get Andy off the line, but Andy knows that he's got to be on his A game as well. Oh, Al Mack is away.
Huge hole shot from Al Mack.
Oh, this is huge at the stripe. It looks like it's going to be Al Mack. It is 7.58 on a huge hole shot. Takes the win to a lose-out. 7.31 at 207. But 188 mile an hour from Al Mack and the 0.3 light. We knew he was going to try it on the tree.
Yeah, 117 60 foot as well, or 126 for Andy Bond.
Yeah.
Andy Bond had a half a second reaction time.
At the 8th, there was only 400ths between them, but look at the speed difference at the 8th. 147 to 160, but it is Al Mack, your winner in Street Eliminator.
So, junior dragster then, Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb, racing for the Limited Funds racing team in the Kestrel beer lane. She's looking for a 9.94. Luke Mugridge with the Mugridge Motorsport dragster. Well, actually, as it says on the screen, Dragadster. He's looking for an 8 flat. He was your number 2 in points last year. He's number 2 in points at the minute. So let's see what they can do. Ada's going to leave first, but goes red. Oh, Luke Mugridge goes 001 on the tree. Ada went 01 red.
He breaks out, didn't matter. Oh, Luke Mugridge is your winner here at the main event. Ada Cassisi, 2 for 2 for finals this year. And she's taking another piece of silverware home. Still a great weekend at the drags for the Limited Funds team. Go on, Chris, it's all yours, mate.
So, 2 dragsters in the final of Super Pro. We've got Joe Kellett in a Hauser Joe Kellett in a Hauser chassis dragster, and Scott Hauser in a Hauser chassis dragster.
Yeah, of course, the Hausers, the men who built them all. That's Father Jeff out back. He's been racing for many, many years. Of course, so is Scott. Scott went up through the junior ranks. So did Joe.
Actually, if I'm right, these cars were built at the same time, on the same jig, weren't they?
They're just about as near into the same car as they could possibly be.
Joe is ready to run when...
I think Scott actually wired Joe's car as well.
Yeah.
So that's, you know.
So each driver's giving each other a bit of a rev. Scott dials 7.28. Joe Kellett sticking with the 8.90. So Scott's going to leave a long old time before... so Joe's going to be leaving a long time before Scott.
But Scott will still have the speed at the top end.
Yeah.
So this should be very interesting.
So the throttle stop comes off for Joe.
Oh, it is Joe, 8.97. That in effect is a whole shot winner, though 5 light compared to 0.13. Joe Kellett, 8.97 against the loser at 7.30. Right, so now
George is taking
Joe's going to get the car
3,500
back
to stripe,
and get it back down here for Leah. And then we've also got this scenario with Stu Doiney's in 2 finals as well. Next up then, it is Pro ET. Laura Bainton and Kirsty Tram. 10:21 for Laura, but it's going to be Kirsty leaving first, looking for an 11:76. This is Kirsty Tram's first ever race meeting in Pro ET, and she's taken it all the way through to the final. A very experienced racer, though, in the Sportsman ET. Also had to go in Street Eliminator in this car. But has she got enough to take out Laura Bainton?
Well, Laura looking for a 10.21. Kirsty looking for an 11.76. She'll be leaving first, and she does.
Oh, and it is Kirsty Tram. Laura Bainton 006 red. It's a good day at the races for the Tram family. Spencer in the final of comp, and Kirsty Tram takes the win with a breakout. 11.72 and 11.76. Laura breaks out as well, but it is Kirsty Tram that takes the win in Pro ET. Right, we have 2 finals to go. And this is where it starts to get a little bit interesting, and we don't know when they're going to happen, because you've got Stu Doyney in both the remaining finals. You've got Leah Kellett in one of them, and Joe has only just run, so there might be a little bit of a pause whilst we gather them back here. I would imagine that it will be the Super Gas final first, with Stu Doyney and Pete Cresswell, just to allow the Kelletts to get Joe back to return the car to Leah and get that ready. So 2 finals to go here at the main event. The lanes are empty for the time being. We'll just give it back to Nitro FM, and we'll take it back with the last 2 finals.
Wow, drop cylinders on the right bank straight away, which drove the car for the wall. Steve had hold of it, though. Still went 105 to 60 foot after about 0.5 of a second on the throttle. Yeah, the car drove almost instantly right. That wasn't a traction problem. The reason the exhausts on these cars, we call them headers, come out of the side and point upwards is because it helps with the downforce on the cars. It's taken on Switzerland for a place in the semis. Bruno's in. Michel's in. Bruno gets the whole shot, but only just. He's also going to take the win with a 5.84. Even quicker for Bruno Barda. So the Wallace family from just down the road in Bedford in the Kestrel lane. And David Vetzer with a blown car from Holland. Massive start line advantage. Can Dave make it up? The answer is no.
With a 5.77.
Oh, my
God.
word. What a
Yeah, but he's got to wait because it's Stu Doyney in the other final as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, he needs to be a little bit patient. So, this is the final of Super Gas. Pete Cresswell and Stu Doyney. Oh, these two have raced numerous times over the years, but it's been a while since they've raced each other in gas because Stu is only just starting to make a comeback in the class now. And let's not forget, Pete has been out of the hot seat for a few years. It's just like rewinding the clocks, isn't it? I bet these two had a bit of a chin wag as the class stalwarts, if you like. We've already got these young hot shoes coming through. But here's two of the most experienced Super Gas racers. Pete Cresswell with the full Monty Mustang from Schaumburg, just over the road there. And Stu Doyney from Allingbury. I don't actually know where that is, but it's not that far away. Green light drag race.
There are going to be two very long throttle
boys
stops.
Are good. And the win light goes to... Oh, it's Pete Cresswell, 9.91 at 151. He had a 008 light as well. Stu Doyney wasn't late with an 01, but he decided to take the strike, went 9.88. He broke out by 0.2, but it is Pete Cresswell taking home a victory trophy. His first victory trophy. Don't forget, they haven't been around that long. And this is Pete's first victory trophy. Although he's got loads of trophies at home, that's his first victory. Okay, we've got one final to go now. Obviously, Stu Doyney needs to get back down to the start line and run that last final. I don't know if he's just going to drive straight down and do it, or if he has to do anything else to get the car ready. But in the meantime, I'll tell you what, we'll give the airwaves back to Nitro FM 96.2 with one final to go. It is, of course, fast Freddie Fagerström. A long burnout expected. And long burnout delivered. All the way to, what, about 250, 300 foot there.
That was his shortest burnout
That
of the
was
weekend.
a shorter one,
Yeah.
but it's still longer than most others.
Of course, it's not just a burnout, there's the spectacle.
Okay, so Stu Doidey has made it down into the pairing lanes. This is the last final of the day. Will the Dolly Daydream dragster take a win here in the hands of Leah Kellett? Joe's already done that in Super Pro ET. In a way, it is Stu Doidey. He has just raced the final in Super Gas, where Pete Creswell took the win, so he wants to take a win here in this final class of the day. These two have raced each other numerous times in the past. I remember noticeably one national finals event actually in the dark when Stu got round Leah in the final, but that was the year that Leah went to Hockenheim and won that. So yeah, she'd had a pretty good season, but Stu took that particular event. But say this is the final of what an incredible main event. 5 days most people have been here for the test day, of course, and then the event running over 4 days. Some people have spent 10 days here because they were here for Door Slammers the weekend before. And it all comes down just to the last race of the weekend. Fair to say the main event 2023 edition has been spectacular. We have seen record runs in top fuel bike with a new speed of 260 mile an hour. What a run that was. 2 fuel bikes in the 5.7s. Top fuel dragster 3.7 at over 321 miles an hour.
Twice.
Yeah. Pro modified. I think it was 9 or 10 cars in the 5s in qualifying. Outstanding.
And most of them were the 5.8s.
Yeah, it was incredible. So many memories from such a great weekend, made even better by fabulous weather all weekend long and a fabulous crowd, fair to say. It's so good to see so many people here enjoying incredible weather, getting pod face, hanging around in the evening. Great music as well. Rick Parfitt Jr., what a star they are. Well, he is with his band, of course. Everybody's had a great time. Thoroughly enjoyable event. I know I've only been here for 2 of the days, but I've loved it. Absolutely loved it. We had John Price back in commentary box to remind everybody just what it was like back then. I was listening to the commentary on the live feed and yeah, it gave me a little bit of goosebumps. But here we go. Our last pair.
Oh, so there's a bit of confusion with lanes at the minute. Apparently Stu Doidey would like the Slick Tricks lane, and Aaliyah is almost pulled around into it.
Who has lane choice anyway? I don't know how it works.
Well, it's closest to index on the last run. So I think that would have been Stu.
Oh, A little switcheroo at the end there. Okay, so the final then. This is Super Comp.
Leah Kellett takes on Stu Doiney.
And bizarrely on the screen, it just said all finals to the Pyrenees, and that message was sent about half an hour ago. It just appeared. How bizarre.
So Leah's brother Joe out front. He's just taken the win in Super Pro. Stu Doiney would like redemption. He broke out in Super Gas.
So the Kellett family down there, Joe, and of course Dad Pete. Also Billy's down there as well. And then the other side of the racetrack, Tim Lane, Bob Doiney. Remember his pop way back when. And I think that's Tom down there as well. But here we go, the final of the main event. It's a green light drag race. That's what we wanted. Is it going to be the Roadster or is it going to be the Dragster? It is Stu Doiney, 8.98 on a hole shot. Beats an 8.95 for Leah. The win margin 0.26 at the stripe. Well done to the Doiney and Lane team. Commiserations to the Kelletts, but they both win a final and they are both runners-up in a final for the teams. Great weekend, folks. Well done to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for the racing as we are 2 minutes to 8 o'clock. Can we have everybody down to the start line for trophies at around about 8:30? Give yourselves a chance to get back to the pits and everything. So we'll aim to do the trophies just before 8:30. Our track crew need to come back down to the start line. And of course we need to get the podium out as well, get all the trophies out and get everybody down here. So trophies at 8:30. Huge thanks to everybody for coming to see us. If you don't have to sprint off, come and join us for trophies and we'll be doing those on the start line at 8:30. Well done to the track crew once again. You are absolute legends down there. And it's the start line crew, the spotters, the turnout crew at the top end and everybody dotted around the facility, from the signing on team to everybody in the town here, the timing crew, to Nitro FM, of course, always there in the background. Eurodragster.com for all the results and everything. Thank you ever so much indeed to all of you, and of course all of our photographers for catching all those images that you will see plastered online. We're going to sign off from the tower, but say come back for 8:30 and we'll be down on the start line doing the trophies. In the meantime, Nitro FM, it's all yours. Thanks very much indeed.